Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech.
Did you know that over 80% of companies say fast and smart logistics improves customer satisfaction? And more than 60% of businesses use warehouse systems to manage goods better. Today, we are introducing SAP LEWM, which stands for Logistics Execution and Warehouse Management. It is a part of SAP that helps businesses control warehouse tasks like storing, picking, packing, and shipping goods. SAP is used by over 70% of global supply chain leaders. It helps reduce warehouse errors by up to 30% and cuts logistics costs by nearly 25%. With SAP LEWM, companies can track inventory in real time and improve delivery speed. In today's fast-moving world, customers want their orders to be processed quickly and without mistakes. SAP LEWM helps companies meet these needs. Learning this tool can open many job opportunities in logistics and supply chain management. In this course, we'll explain the basics of SAP LEWM, how it fits in the SAP system, key features, warehouse structures, movement types, and real-time applications in business. Let's dive in.
Let's start with the SAP LEWM training, warehouse management training. So it will be focused on the LE part also and the WM part. So when we say that LE, the module in itself is a logistics execution. Okay. Yeah. Any questions? All right. Fine. So we'll cover that when we come to the SPRO configurations. Okay. All right. So what we see here in this slide, the warehouse. Okay. What we can see in this picture, there is a building. As per this diagram, it seems like a very small building, but actually the warehouse huge. Okay, it's a huge space. Okay, it's a huge space spreading across multiple acres of land. Okay, and covered land. It's a building. Okay, and in that building, what we exactly use? We use the space. Okay, we use the space in that building to keep the stock. Okay, and keeping the stock has to be in very disciplined manner, because it is not only about keeping the stock, it is also about the picking the stock. Since we said it's a huge land, multiple acre of lands, and if you are placing the stock, if you just keep on stuffing the stock in that land, and we need to know at the time of customer order, we have to pick the stock and dispatch the stock also out of the warehouse. So it has to be a very disciplined process of keeping the stock and searching the stock at the time of customer order. Okay, so placing the stock in this warehouse is called putaway. Okay, so we should be getting aware of the terminologies now. Putaway. Placing the stock in the warehouse is called the putaway, and removing the stock. Okay, removing the stock from the warehouse is called stock removal. Okay, stock removal. All right, so I'll be just using this Excel sheet, okay, just to make our understanding in more detail. So what terminology we discuss now? We discuss about put away. Put away is placing the stock in the warehouse. Then the next terminology we discuss about the stock removal, picking the stock from the warehouse. Okay, picking the stock from the warehouse to dispatch to the customer or dispatch out of the warehouse. All right, moving the stock, placing the stock in the warehouse, put away, and dispatching the stock out of the warehouse is called stock removal. All right. Okay. Now, what next? The next is the warehouse management definition. Why we need this warehouse management? First of all, let's talk only about the warehouse management. As I said, it's a huge area, huge space, just to keep and manage the stock in a very disciplined manner, placing the stock and picking the stock from the warehouse. This warehouse, because of technology upgrade, there are a lot of modern technologies, e-commerce solution. Now what is happening? The order size is getting reduced now. Earlier, because there was no e-commerce and all, there was only retail. So that retail used to order in bulk. So order size was more. When I say the order size, take an example. A retail is ordering 100 or 1,000 pair of shoes. Okay, they are ordering 1,000 pair of shoes. So those 1,000 pair of shoes will be picked from the warehouse and will be placed in the retail shop. A shop. Retail is a shop basically. Okay, a shoe shop, let's say. Okay, then over the period of time, what happened? E-commerce solution Take an example, Amazon, Flipkart and all. Now individual customer is ordering single piece. So what is happening now? Now the order size has been reduced from 1000 shoes to single piece of pair of shoes. Now this single piece of pair of shoes is ordered by multiple customer. Earlier it was only one retail was ordering 1000 pair of shoes, single order, big size. It is coming to the warehouse. So warehouse also it is very easy to manage this entire 1000 pair of shoes and pick it and dispatch it to the retail shop. But nowadays, because of the e-commerce, the individual customer is also ordering, and that order is fulfilled by the warehouse directly. There is no chain in between. Okay, directly those orders are fulfilled from the warehouse. So that's why the order volume has been reduced, because individual customer order only one pair of shoes. Okay, one pair or two pair of shoes. So the order volume has been reduced from 1000 to one or two pair of shoes, and the number of order has been increased. Earlier it was only retail. So retail used to order the bulk orders, bulk in a volume. Okay, but now we are not, now the retail customer has been moved to the one-time customer also, individual customers. Now the individual customer is directly ordering from the via e-commerce, and e-commerce has their own warehouses or the leased warehouses. From there the order will be picked for a single piece of pair of shoes also. It will be coming to the warehouse. So now it means number of pick happening from the warehouse is frequent, is more now. Frequency has been increased, number of order has been increased, but the order volume has been reduced. Earlier, when this modern technology was not there, the number of order was less, but the order volume was very high. Okay, so why this example? This example is the warehouse. To manage the warehouse, we need a kind of a technology. We need a kind of a software to manage this entire thing, because number of order has been increased a lot and volume has been reduced. So when it comes to the warehouse, to manage each and every pair of shoes to pick up, earlier it was, let's say, 1000 order. Okay, just simply take an example. We are in WM. Okay, and in WM earlier it was a 1000 pair of shoes. It is coming from retail. Retail was the customer. Earlier retail customer, they were ordering only one. Okay, retail has given only one order, only one sales order, 1000 pair of shoes. So it was very easy from the warehouse to pick 1000 pair of shoes in a one time. So it was only one pick. We'll pick all the 1000 pair of shoes, because it is going to a single customer, single retail shop. But now the same thing what is happening here is, because of the e-commerce solution, it is not one pick, because it is not one sales order now. We have thousands of customer. Okay, we have thousands of customer one till, okay, if you just simply see here, customer till customer 1000. Okay, so 1000 customer, if they are ordering the same volume, but it is not one single sales order, it is multiple sales order. Okay, it is multiple sales order one and all like that. So every customer have their own sales order. Okay, similarly, now how much we have 1000 sales order, and every sales order is having only one pair of shoe. But when it comes to the warehouse, it will be 1000 pickup. So it is not, earlier it was only one single pickup, 1000 pair of shoe, one sales order. So one sales order is equal to the pickup in the warehouse. Here we have only one sales order in case of retail, so one pickup. But now we have 1000 sales order, so it will be 1000 pickup. Okay, 1000 pick. So this 1000 pick in the warehouse will be performed by the staff. There is a warehouse staff. A warehouse staff is just keep on doing the 1000 pickup for the shoes. Their entire utilization will be just doing only the pickup for a 1 to 1000 sales order for different customer. We cannot utilize the staff for any other thing. So in that case, we need a kind of a software just to make a grouping, that whichever the customer belong to the same route, same country, same region, just group their pick request. So this grouping or filtering is a challenge here, and this challenge we need a solution, an IT solution, a software solution. Okay, so that we can save the staff timing here, because in the warehouse we have the staff, and staff, we are talking about the staff timing. Okay, we want to optimize the solution in the warehouse to save the staff timing also. Okay, we don't want to utilize the staff completely, their timing. just to do all this pickup and all, because more we consume the staff timing, more it is time taking for the warehouse, more it will be the cost to the warehouse. So we need the solution for to save the time. Okay. In short, we want to optimize the cost for the warehouse. We want to save the staff time, optimize the cost for the warehouse. For that purpose, we need all these multiple orders, thousands of orders which are coming. The volume has been reduced. We need an IT solution now. Okay. And other IT solution is not only for, I just give you one example. Other than that, because of modern technologies, warehouse has been integrated with many non-SAP solution. It has been interfaced with the vendor. It has been interfaced with the transporter. You must have heard about the TM solution is integrated with the EWM solution. So there's a lot of integration is also happening across the technologies. For that purpose also, our warehouse has to be electronically, or it has to be technologically efficient. Okay, so whatever the modern technologies, for that purpose also we need an IT solution so that our warehouse has to be technology efficient. Take an example, in a warehouse we do have RFID concept, we do have the voice based, okay, the voice based command, or the robotics. Now if you just simply search on the Google the warehouse with the robotics, so you will find a lot of videos in the warehouse which is being managed by the robotics. There's a automated pickup and automatic movement of the stock is happening within the warehouse. That is happening by the robotics. Okay, so the time, cost, technology efficient, like voice based command for the pickup, robotics and all. So the technology is growing. So one for the warehouse is not only for keeping the stock and for picking the stock, it also has to be competitive enough to deal with or to go in sync with the modern technologies. And these modern technologies is further enhancing and cutting the time to reach to the market. Okay, it is cutting the time. Now the stock is reaching to the market in a very competitive time actually. If we compare with 20 years back, okay, it is almost like 50% of the time, okay, we have saved now. So the speed, basically, we have added the speed. So these IT solutions are adding the speed by streamlining the process, okay, and saving the time for the warehouse, cutting the time to reach to the market, to reach to the customer, saving the cost. Modern technologies are also there enabled. Robotics is not all the warehouse, but some of the warehouse, they are using the robotics, okay, to manage their all the stock now, right? Robotics, moreover, is replacing the human. It means whatever the cost is being incurred by the staff salary is being utilized to maintain the robots. Okay, so these all are the modern technologies, and it's a competitive space. If our client will not use all this technology, they will not go along with these technologies, integrations, voice-based command, robotics and all, then what will happen? Somewhere they will lag behind. They will lag behind, and if they lag behind, then it's very, very difficult for the client to survive in the market. Okay. So business in world is not only about selling the goods or selling the services to the customer. It is also about the technology war actually. Okay, the cut edge technologies. So that's why we need the IT solution, and SAP WM is one of these competitive solution in the market. So SAP has provided two solutions actually. One is a WM, another is a EWM, extended warehouse management. Okay, we will discuss the difference between the warehouse management and the EWM also in one of the slide. Okay, but majorly we have to understand why we need SAP WM. We do have non-SAP product also available in the market, like Manhattan, okay, which is a warehouse product only, okay, warehouse software, but it is a non-SAP software. It is also very competitive in the market, in US especially. Okay, so the warehouse management system is an ERP software that integrate all the functions. What kind of functions? RFID, okay, RF scanning, interfaces with the transporter, interfaces with the vendor, streamlining them, making it an interface with the production planning, quality assurance, streamlining them, making it easy. So as I told you guys, streamlining the process to make it easy and more effective to run the facility, that ensure that you are able to stay on the top of everything, ensure that everything is in its rightful place. Okay, so this definition is a high level. Okay, so the major output that we get from the software is streamlining the process, cutting the time to reach to the market or to the customer, saving the cost, and the technology enablement. Okay, these are some of the features in which is offered by SAP WM product overall. If you have any questions, please let me know. All right. Now, from where this warehouse number, how this process will start in SAP itself, because now we discuss about the warehouse management, multiple challenges in the market with respect to the warehouse. And for managing that warehouse, we need a software. SAP also provide, it's one of the software named SAP product or SAP EWM product. This training is only about SAP WM, so we'll focus only on the SAP WM product. Okay. Now the entire story of this SAP WM start with a warehouse number. So if our client is only owning the warehouse or they have their warehouse on lease. Okay. So warehouse, you have two kind of a warehouse for your client. It is own warehouses, okay, and lease warehouses. Own warehouses and lease warehouses. Now, what is this own warehouse? Which is managed by the client itself. Okay, take an example. If your client is Philips and Philips is maintaining their own warehouse in Netherlands, they are maintaining their own warehouse in Netherlands. And same Philips in China, they have lease warehouse. Now, what is this lease warehouse? Lease warehouse means the warehouse ownership lies with some other company. Take an example, DHL. So this lease warehouse is owned by DHL, and DHL is charging Philips to keeping the stock in their warehouse. So this China warehouse for the Philips will be the lease warehouse. Okay, it is called the leased warehouse. So you must have heard about 3PL warehouses. 3PL means third party logistics warehouse. So this 3PL warehouse or the lease warehouse. Now these are also the terminologies now. What are the lease warehouse? What are the 3PL warehouse? Okay, 3PL. So I'm putting down here in this Excel sheet what are the different terminology we are learning. 3PL warehouse or the lease warehouse, same thing. Okay, all right. Okay, so now it should be clear to you guys this terminology, that what is Putaway, what is stock removal, what is the 3PL or the lease warehouses. So the 3PL warehouses are the warehouses which is owned by the other company, like a freight forwarder, like a DHL. Okay, and my client is using this 3PL warehouses by paying some charges. My client, in our example, it's a Philips. So Philips is using these lease warehouses in China to keep their stock. Okay, and to keep the stock, whom they are paying? They are paying to the owner. The warehouse owner is DHL. Okay, let me know, guys, if you have any question. Where lease warehouse, 3PL warehouse. 3PL full form is third party logistics. Okay, so when you actually work on the implementation project with the warehouses, so these has to be your questions, that you working for your warehouse for your client, and client is owning that warehouse, or it's a 3PL leased warehouse. Okay, all right. Now, how we build SAP warehouse in the SAP system itself? So we use the warehouse number. Okay, we'll start with the warehouse number. So every warehouse for our client in a particular country will have a warehouse number associated. Okay, just like how we have the company code number, company code, sales organization, or the plant code. Okay, similarly we have warehouse number. All right, fine, guys. So before I jump to the warehouse number, I've been told to cover a little bit enterprise structure for the SD or the MM part also. So I'll cover the SDMM and then I'll come to the warehouse number. Okay, so just give me one moment. Give me just one moment. I'll start sharing again. Give me just one moment, guys. 1 second. Okay, let me share my screen again. Right. And guys, so I'm just walking you through the entire enterprise structure. Okay, I believe some of you guys are already working in SAP, but it has been set as an expectation during this training plan that I should walk through you guys on the organizational structure, the entire enterprise structure for SD or the MM part, also in the finance. So if you guys can see on the top level, application level, we have the client. Okay, client is a SAP system itself. where we are going to log in. Okay, and client, every client will have their own database. Okay, their own set of tables. Client, under that client, what is important is we have our company. It will start with a company. Okay, company is our client actually. It's a group of company basically. Like you guys are working in TCS. So so as per the SAP definition, TCS is not a company. Tata Group. Okay, Tata Group is a company, whereas TCS is one of the company code. Okay, TCS is one of the company code. So we have the client on the top. Under the client, we have many companies, but for our client, we'll find only one company. I give an example of Tata Group. So below also you guys can see here in the yellow color I have mentioned here, the company is a Tata Group. Under this company, we have many company code like Tata Electric, Tata Global Beverages, Tata Steel, Tata Motors, Tata Communication, JLR, DCS. These all are the company codes. Under the company code starts. So this is the important one in the finance. Finance, we do have the controlling area, chart of account, and the credit control area, but it is not mandatory to be known here. Okay, that is specific to the finance itself. The important thing in the finance is enterprise structure is company, which is we known it as a group of company. Okay, it's a group of company basically. Company code is the independent unit where the profit and loss statement for that particular company code will be built. Take an example below here in the yellow boxes. You guys can see different company code I've showed here: Tata Steel, Tata Motors, Tata Communication, TCS. So all of these company code will have their own balance sheet at the every year. Tata Steel balance sheet will be separate than the Tata Motors and the TCS, right? TCS balance sheet will be different from the Tata Motors and Tata Steel, right? Their management is completely different. So the company code is owned by a different management. They have their own finance, own balance sheet, own profit and loss statement. Okay, so it's a completely finance structure, company code. When it comes to the sales and distribution, SD, we have three major organization unit here, which is assigned to the company code. The first one, which is assigned to the company code, is a sales organization. Sales organization is led by the sales head, and the sales organization will decide what will be the pricing, what will be the discounts to the customer, because they are dealing only with respect to selling to the customer. So sales and distribution is especially focused on the customer sale. So sales organization, as I said, is led by sales head, and what they will decide, what should be the sales pricing, what should be the discounts to the customer, okay, what should be the different negotiation terms with the customer, and how the stock will reach out to the customer will be decided by distribution channel. Like I give an example of retail, right? Retail or the wholesale, how the stock will reach to the market, to the customer, is the distribution channel. It is retail, okay. Via retail, it will reach to the end customer, or via wholesale, or via distributor. Distributor will sell the product. Now, how the stock will reach to the end customer is called the distribution channel in SAP. Okay, as I said, sales organization is led by the sales head. They are majorly focused on the sales pricing, sales negotiation, okay, sales related legal cases also. Distribution channel is only focused about the distribution, how the stock will be distributed to the end customer via retail channel, via the wholesale channel, or via distributor itself. Okay. Then we have the division. Division is a product classification basically. Okay, product grouping or the product line. Take an example, electronic products. Just by looking at the product, you will be able to classify electronic product. If I give an example of Philips. If Philips division we have to classify. So Philips is the healthcare. They have the healthcare product also, right? Which is the personal care, like a Philips trimmer, the beard trimmer, that is a Philips healthcare, or the personal care, that is a one division, that is a division. And in hospitals also, Philips have their own machineries, that is a medical division. So Philips is manufacturing the product, they are manufacturing the trimmer also, but that trimmer is for the personal care division. They are also manufacturing the ventilator or the different machineries for the medical, for the hospitals. That division is the medical division. Okay, so the sales organization led by the sales head, driving the pricing for the and different terms with respect to the customer, selling the stock to the customer, what discounts, what pricing, if there is any legal case with respect to the sales. Distribution channel is majorly focused on distributing the product to the customer. How? The product will eventually go to the customer via retailer, via wholesaler, or via distributor. Division is a product classification. As I give an example of Philips. Okay, Philips have two kind of a division: personal care, and the second one is the medical division. Okay, so their machineries, they do the manufacture the machineries for the personal care also, like trimmer and the ventilator for the hospitals. So that division is completely different. Okay, let me know, guys, if you have any questions understanding what is the client, what is the company. I gave an example also here, the yellow boxes, or the company code, the sales organization, distribution channel, or the division. The sales organization, distribution channel, and the division all together is called the sales area. Okay, so these are the terminologies that we are discussing here. Okay, some of you already knowing all these concepts already, but if you have any doubts, let me know. Right now, on the right side, we have the enterprise structure for the material management. Okay, which is purchase organization. So like sales and distribution, SD module is selling to the customer. Material management is majorly focused purchasing from the vendor. Okay, sales and distribution is focused on the sales, and material management is focused on purchase. So that's why we have purchase organization here, whereas in the SD module we have sales organization. So this purchase organization again in turn is assigned to the company code. Just like sales organization assigned to the company code, purchase organization is also assigned to the company code. Just like sales organization, purchase is also led by the purchase organization head. They are also dealing with all the pricing or the negotiation terms with the vendor with respect to the pricing, any vendor discounts, any vendor legal cases. Purchase organization will be handling all this. Okay, anything with respect to the purchase. Okay, raising the purchase requisition, purchase request, purchase order to the vendor is a purchase organization work. Okay, and then further in MM we have plant, which is a common between SD and MM, and this plant is used to receiving the goods. Okay, plant is used to receiving the goods, and the plant is also used to calculate the tax. Okay, plant location is also used to calculate the tax. If you are receiving the goods, so this plant location will be the receiving location to calculate the goods. And if you're dispatching in case of SD, so this dispatching plant location will be used for calculating the tax. So plant is also used to calculate the tax. All right, let me know, guys, if you have any questions. Now, how this plant basically, okay, how this plant can be used for calculate the tax. In case of sales, we have a plant in India. Okay, plant in India. The plant number is IN01. The dispatch is happening. The goods are moving out of this plant to, let's say, Dubai. So where is our customer? Our customer is in Dubai. So how the tax will be calculated? Tax will be calculated based on the plant location. Plant location is India. Okay, and the customer location. Customer location is Dubai. So India to Dubai dispatch. India to Dubai dispatch, because it's a dispatch, right? Whatever the dispatch happening from India to Dubai, based on that, the tax will be calculated. The plant location and the customer location. Similarly, in case of purchase, okay, same plant, IN01, if the same plant will receive the goods from the supplier, the goods supplier, vendor, okay, or we can write here vendor. In this case also, the purchase tax will be calculated based on the plant location India, and vendor, if vendor is located in China, for receiving the goods, the purchase tax will be calculated based on the plant location and the vendor location. So you see, so this tax is always calculated based on the plant location, whether it's a SD module, the sales order, or the MM module, the purchase order. Only the difference is in the case of sales, we have the customer. In case of purchase, we have the vendor. Okay, vendor location and the customer location. All right. But the plant is very important with respect to calculating the tax. Okay, plant is not only for storing the goods, because plant is actually not storing the goods. The goods are stored under the storage location. So your storage location, which is in MM module. Okay, in MM module, we use the storage location. So storage location you can understand as a godown. go down to store the goods. Now the question is then why we have the plant? What is the purpose of plant? As I told you guys, the plant is a legal entity. Plant location is just used to calculate the tax. Plant is also used for planning the inventory, but not necessarily we are storing the goods in the plant. We store the goods in another place that is called the storage location. Okay. And this plant and the storage location can be in the same place or can be in a different place also. Okay. Let's say plant is in the city. Plant, because just plant is just a one building. Okay. In the plant, you have just a staff which is working. They're just, they are doing some clerical work, office work. It's just like an office. Plant is not a godown actually. Plant is just an office. So you could have a plant is situated in the middle of the city, whereas your storage location or the warehouse is situated at the outskirt of the city. Because storage location is a godown. Godown is need a big area. Similarly, warehouse also need a big area. They will be somewhere outside the city. It will be outskirt of the city. They need a huge acre of land. Okay, so in WM we'll talk about the warehouse, where we are storing the goods in the warehouse. If your client is not using WM module, then you will be using storage location in MM, and that storage location will be used to store the goods. All right. So what will be the difference between storage location and the warehouse? As I said, storage location is also a go down to store the goods, but storage location is not necessarily is a huge land. It can be a small go down or just a medium size go down, but the warehouse itself is a huge area, huge space. Okay. All right. And in SAP, we need a WM module to add the warehouse to the plant. So the plant is added to plant, and so the warehouse is added to the plant and the storage location combination. Okay. So we need to create a warehouse number, and that warehouse number we have to assign to the plant and the storage location combination. Why storage location? Because storage location, when we assign, then it will update the inventory in the also. Okay. So basically, here we talk about two module. Okay. The combination will be like this. First, we will create a warehouse number in WM. This will be the first step. And second step will be plant plus storage location combination. We are going to assign this warehouse number. Why we need to assign this? Because warehouse will have the real-time inventory. Whatever the inventory, whatever the stock will be having in the real-time stock, real-time inventory or the real-time stock will be updated in the warehouse itself, in the WM module, in SAP. Whereas your storage location, which is a go down, it will not it will just have a replica basically. So this stock will be updated via the WM module. Okay. So this is called the virtual. It's a virtual stock basically. Okay. This is a virtual stock. This is not the real time. It's just a replica of WM. So whenever the stock will be the real time physical inventory will exist in the warehouse. As I told you guys, right? The put away, placing the stock in the warehouse will be happening in the WM module. Stock removal, picking the stock will be happening in the WM module. So the real time inventory is updating in the WM module. Whereas the same inventory, we have to update in the MM module also. Okay, in the MM module. Okay, and in MM module, what do we have in the MM module? In MM module, we do have, okay. In MM module, what do we have? In MM module, we do have storage location, a go down. So this go down inventory will be updated by the WM module, but this is not, it's just a replica of WM inventory. Why we need to update the MM module inventory? Because our sales order in the SD module, our sales order, or your MM module, your purchase order, okay, they will check the inventory at the MM level only. Okay, your sales order will be confirmed. Your customer order will be confirmed based on the inventory, right? How we can confirm the customer order without knowing the inventory? So our SAP will do the availability check, right? They will do the availability check in SD. So that availability check means whether the stock is available to confirm to the customer or not. So SD will create a sales order and it will do the availability check to check whether this order for the customer on a particular date can be delivered or not. Do we have the sufficient inventory? But where that availability check will be done? at the MM level only, MM module at the storage location level. Okay, so that's why we have to update the MM module inventory, the storage location inventory also we have to be updated. Okay, storage location, the go down. This inventory also has to be updated because this inventory will be used by the SD order to confirm the stock, whether this stock can be confirmed to the customer or not. Similarly, for your purchase order, the purchase is from the vendor. So the whatever the purchase which will be happening from the vendor, okay, the actual physical entry inventory will be received in the warehouse. That is a real-time stock. But the purchase also have to make a stock entry in the MM module. For what purpose? For the purpose of increasing the inventory. If we are not increasing the inventory in MM module, then how the SD can confirm the order to the customer? So that's why your SD or the MM module, your customer requirement, customer order to be confirmed, we need a MM module inventory. Your purchase order, purchase from the vendor, whatever the inventory which you are purchasing from the inventory from the vendor, that also we have to update in the MM module. Okay, to increase the inventory, basically to increase the stock, okay, for the customer requirement. So that's why this warehouse number is assigned to the plant and the storage location combination, because whatever the inventory will be updated at the warehouse level also has to be replicated and need to be updated at the storage location level in MM module too. Okay, because SD order or the purchase order will reference the inventory in MM module, and where we have the inventory in the MM module at the storage location level, at the plant and the storage location combination level, right? So this is your question now. Okay, your SD, your sales order or the purchase order will reference inventory from MM or from WM. Okay, this will be the question. So the answer is MM module. They will reference the inventory from the MM module. Okay, they will reference the inventory from the MM where storage location level. Okay, MM storage location level. Or WM have their own inventory, WM stock, WM inventory, warehouse inventory. Okay, now the next question will be here: if client is using WM module, if WM is there for client, where we do have real-time inventory, where we do have the real-time inventory. Okay, inventory updated. So it is again MM or WM. So the answer is again WM. The real-time inventory will be updated in the WM. Okay, and once the inventory is updated in the WM, the corresponding entry, the corresponding inventory, a replica, a posting has to be done from the WM to the MM also. Okay, to update the same inventory need to be updated in the MM side also. Okay, all right. So we have the stock at the storage location level, plant at the storage location level, the stock at the storage location level, and we have the stock at the warehouse level also. Okay, we do have the stock in the warehouse level also. So till now, without WM, you guys must be working with the stock in MMB transaction. You guys are checking your stock, but that stock is only at the storage location level. But now you have two level where we have to track the stock. One at the storage location level, another at the warehouse number level. Okay, right? So this understanding has to be clear to all of you. If you have any question, anything you want me to repeat, please let me know. Dear guys, let me know if you have any questions. Okay. So what we discussed that there is an inventory at MM level, at the storage location level in the MM module, and at the WM level in the warehouse number level also. Okay. And which one is a real-time inventory? Warehouse number, warehouse level inventory is a real-time inventory. And MM level, storage location level, is just a replica. It is just a copy, a virtual stock copy of the warehouse number. Because this MM module inventory will be used by the SD sales order and the MM purchase order for the reference. Okay, because SD order and the MM purchase order, they can't directly use the WM stock for the reference, because your availability check is not done on the warehouse, is not done on the WM module. It is done on the side house only. Okay, all right. Fine guys, let me know if you have any questions. Clear? So then what we have we discussed about client. We discussed about the group of company, which is a company. I give an example of Tata Group. We discussed about the company code. I give an example of TCS, Tata Communication, Tata Steel, Tata Motors, all are the company codes. Then I give an example. Then extending to the company code further, I talked about the sales organization led by the sales head, negotiating the terms and the prices with the customer. Distribution channel, how the stock will be reached to the customer, how the stock will reach to the customer via distributor or via the wholesaler, via the retailer. That is a distribution channel. Product division, the categorization of the product. Then we discuss about the material management, the purchase organization, which is led by the purchase department head. Again, terms and condition of purchase with the vendor, negotiating the price with the vendor. Okay, any kind of a discounts, pricing, all will be taken care at the purchase organization level. Plant, which is used for the planning of inventory. Okay, planning of inventory, and that planning of inventory is that how much stock we have and how much stock we need more, how much manufacturing has to be done. And plant location is also used to calculate the tax. Storage location is the go down where the stock will be kept, and this storage location will be used in module. Warehouse is also a huge space to keep the stock. Okay, and if we have the WM module, then the stock in the real time will be kept in the warehouse, the WM, and the corresponding statistics or the posting will be done to the storage location also to be updated with the same stock number. If 1000 pieces of stock is entered in the warehouse, okay, so the same 1000 pieces will be copied to the storage location level also, just to keep storage location inventory and the warehouse inventory in sync. Their statistics has to match. Which one is a real time? Warehouse inventory is a real time. It is just copying the statistical number to the storage location level, because this storage location, this go down, which is a virtual inventory, will be used by the SD order to confirm the stock to the customer. And this inventory will be also updated by the purchase order, okay, after we receive the stock in the warehouse from the vendor. Okay, then we do have a shipping point. Now, shipping point, you guys can understand the shipping point as a ocean port, okay, port or the airport or the railway terminal where the loading of the goods will happen. So the shipping point is a point where the loading of the goods will happen for the dispatch purpose. Let's say the bus depot, okay, the freight depot, the bus freight depot, where all the trucks will be loaded, okay, the freight station where all the trucks will be loaded, okay, with the stock, or the ocean port where all the ship will be loaded with the stock, the airport terminal, air freight, where all air freights, okay, the aeroplane which will be carrying the air freight will be loaded with the freight boxes. Railway, okay, railway, see, railway freight station, wherever the railway boxes, okay, the compartment will be, right, there is a railway only carrying the goods carrying rail, okay, which is also called as a rail car. So that rail car it's only for carrying the freight, okay. So loading, but where the loading will happen? In the railway freight station, when the rail will be in the freight station and the entire rail will be loaded with the goods. So that loading will be performed at a place, and that place is called the shipping point. Okay, your ocean port, your airport terminal, or the freight station, okay, is called the shipping point. All right. So this was the entire enterprise structure, guys. Okay. If you have any question, understanding in any one of these, please let me know.
The one question, sir.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
do we also consider this shipping point as an receiving point? Like,
Exactly. Right.
For the
Exactly.
Putaway, we will consider this as a receiving point, I guess.
Exactly.
Okay.
So shipping point is also can be considered, because shipping means just a dispatching, just a dispatch, loading. But what about the goods that so loading means we are dispatching the goods to the customer. But what about receiving the stock from the vendor? We also do receive, our client also do receive the stock from the vendor, and that stock we have to place in the warehouse. For that, the shipping point also work as a receiving point also. Okay, shipping point, receiving point. But the business behavior is same. It's the same place where the loading is happening, like your airport terminal, freight station, okay, depot. So the same place we are loading, and the same place the unloading will also happen. If the goods are being received from the vendor, the unloading will happen in the same place, shipping point, but that shipping point will referred as a receiving point now. Okay, clear? All right. Let me know, guys, if you have any further questions. Anything to add? Clear? All right. Okay. Now, as I said, SAP, we start with the warehouse number. Okay. A single warehouse number is sufficient to manage the entire physical warehouse. So this is the SPRO path has been given. Before we start with the SPRO path, let also do the setup of the system. Okay. Just have to press the desktop and icon of key of your keyboard. Just type here MSTSC to access the remote desktop. Click OK. And you have to give here the computer name, which is a remote desktop name, RDP3 Manbit Tech. Okay. And just change the account. It is set WM00. And the password has been mentioned here. Password they have kept same, I think. What's the username? Where they have kept the password. Click on OK and connect. So once it is connected, we have to configure the SAP logon also, I think. Let me see. Okay. I think for me, I think it's already set. Let me have a look. What is so this is a remote desktop. Here we have to, you guys have to come and add this application server detail. You guys can simply copy paste also from the application server here. Okay. And here we have the application, so you guys can copy paste, but it's not set up already. So we have to come npl 11. So npl 11, and this is a server empty SAP server the. Yeah, it's already configured here. Okay, so you have to configure this SAP logon. Okay, and let me have a look at the SAP logon and the password. It is same. It is just exactly same how we have for the remote desktop, same username and the password. Does anyone have any questions on accessing the system and login the desktop? All right, so let's start with the SPRO configuration. So as we discussed in the warehouse, okay, what we have in the warehouse number. The entire story will start from the warehouse number. To have that warehouse number, what we have to do? We have to first of all come to the enterprise structure, okay? In the definition, logistics execution, because we are in LEWM. So WM is always a part of logistics execution. It comes under logistics execution node. And then the first node itself is a define warehouse number. Define copy delete check warehouse number. Okay, we'll come to the define warehouse number. Okay, and you can see here they're already predefined 3-digit. Okay, the warehouse number is a 3-digit number that we can create in the system. It is just a table entry. Okay, if it is just a table entry, it's just a warehouse number and the name of that warehouse. That warehouse is located where? 010 Hamburg, Berlin, Dresden. Okay, Chicago, Central Warehouse. So a lot of warehouses we have here created. Now these warehouse number need to be assigned to the plant and the SOE location combination. This is what we discussed. Okay, this is what we discussed. Okay, the warehouse has to be connected, need to be assigned to the plant and the SOE location combination. The warehouse number need to assign to the plant and the SOE location combination. Okay, all right, plant and the SOE location combination. So what we need to have the plant already created and the SOE location is also must have been created already in the MM. Okay, so we can go and have a look at where this plant and the SOE location combination assignment with the warehouse. So it's an assignment. So in the enterprise sector, we have to come to the assignment, and again the same node logistic execution, and the first node itself is assign warehouse number to the plant and the SOE location combination. Okay, give me just one moment, guys. Okay, now if you see here the plant and the SOE location, there's already predefined plant 0001, SOE location 008. In this, the warehouse number has been assigned here. Okay, and why we are doing this? As I already told you the reason behind it, because warehouse will have warehouse number will be tracking the real-time inventory, whatever the stock will enter in the warehouse or will go out of the warehouse, that is will be the real time in the warehouse only. So this number 001 warehouse number will be tracking the real-time inventory in the warehouse, and the replica of that inventory will be posted to the storage location in MM module. Okay, the storage location will be carrying this virtual inventory statistics, and that will be posted from the warehouse itself, warehouse number. And why we need this virtual inventory in the storage location? Because this virtual inventory, the storage location inventory, is actually used by the sales order and the purchase order. Okay, all right. So this is what we discussed about the warehouse and the initial enterprise structure of SD, MM. Okay, and as we know, what is the prerequisite enterprise structure we need? We need the plant and the storage location. For the warehouse, to begin with, we need the plant and the storage location already created and defined by the MM team. Okay. It is not the WM responsibility to define the plant and the storage location in the enterprise structure. It is the MM responsibility. So that plant and the storage location combination we need to assign our warehouse number. Okay. This is what we discussed already. That it starts from the finance company code. We'll have the plant. Plant will be assigned with the storage location. So this plant, and I already told you what is the significance of having the company code. We drive the balance sheet from the company code plant. Plant we drive the tax and planning the inventory. Storage location is a go down where we keep the inventory. And if our storage location is a WM based, so we call it as a warehouse managed storage location. It means the storage location, this go down the virtual inventory, but the actual inventory is in the warehouse. Okay. So this storage location, if it is assigned to the warehouse number, is called the warehouse managed storage location. Okay. This is also one of the terminologies that we should note down what is WM managed storage location. Okay. WM managed storage location, warehouse managed storage location, and non-warehouse managed storage location. So if your storage location is assigned to the warehouse, then it is called the warehouse managed storage location. And in that case, storage location will have the virtual inventory, whereas the warehouse will have the real-time inventory. Other is a non-warehouse managed storage location. That will there is no warehouse at all. Whatever the inventory, it will be the storage location. So storage location will be having the real-time inventory. Okay. All right. So your warehouse managed storage location will always have the virtual inventory. Non-warehouse managed storage location where the warehouse doesn't exist. So then the real-time inventory will be at the storage location level only. Okay. All right. So if I ask you guys, what is the WM managed warehouse storage location and what is the non-WM managed storage location? So you should be in a situation to answer this. Okay, that what is a WM managed storage location? As I said, WM managed storage location where the storage location will be assigned to the warehouse. Real-time inventory will be in the warehouse. Virtual inventory the storage location. Non-warehouse managed storage location where there is no warehouse. Real-time inventory is in the storage location. That's it. There is no point of virtual inventory here. All right. Below we can see here the warehouse structure has been shown. The storage type, storage section, storage bin. We'll come to that in detail. What is the storage type, storage section, and the storage bin? Okay. All right. Storage type, storage section, storage bin. Now the warehouse has its own structure. Okay. These are because warehouse, as I said, warehouse we should look at a bigger and bigger space, multiple acre of land. Okay. But that space will be further subdivided, and the division of the space is referred as a storage type. Okay. The warehouse space will be further divided. Take an example. One of the space in the warehouse is used to keep the apparel, the shoes and the clothes. Another part of the warehouse is used to keep the chemicals. Another part of the warehouse is used to keep the pharmaceutical products. Then another part is a frozen food product. Okay. So similarly, warehouse, as I said, it's an acre of land, big space, a large space, and that large space is further categorized or subdivided to manage the different product category. Okay, chemicals, pharmaceutical, food product, okay, petroleum products. Everything will be kept under one shade, one place. It's a warehouse. So we need a division of these spaces. We cannot mix the chemical product with a food product. We cannot have the staff expertise, warehouse staff who is expert in handling the food product. That same staff may not have the expertise of handling the chemical product or the inflammable product. So the staff expertise as per their skill is also bifurcated as per this space. So warehouse space is categorized, is subdivided based on the different product characteristics. Also, the same space is being handled by the different staff based on those staff skills. Okay, all right. So Storage type is a further subdivision of the space of the warehouse. Storage section is just a logical numbering. Storage bin is the coordinate, XYZ coordinate, to locate a particular point, okay, particular point that where that product is being located. So we need to have the XYZ coordinate of the warehouse where the product can be picked from. To search entire warehouse, the entire warehouse has been further identified. I'm not talking about the space now. The space division is happening at the storage type level. We are talking about the identifying a particular point in the warehouse, XYZ coordinate. So that is identified by storage bin. So storage bin is nothing. It's a coordinate XYZ coordinate of the warehouse, so that a particular product placed in a particular storage bin XYZ number can be picked or can be placed very easily. Okay, so we'll further discuss this storage type section in the bin in detail. At the moment, it's just a definition I give you guys just to understand. Storage type is just a subdivision of the space. Storage section is a further logical identification, and storage bin is a XYZ coordinate within that space in the storage type to identify the place, the location of the product. Okay, XYZ coordinate is just a location of the product where that product can be placed in that location or can be picked from that location. Okay, all right. Let me know, guys, if you have any questions. Yeah, all right. Now let's talk about the storage bin. Okay, storage bin. As I told you guys, before jump to the storage bin, we also should have discussed about the storage type and the storage section in detail. Let me just look at this slide 1 second. Okay, let's talk from here only. I thought they had covered in the future slide. Okay, let's start from here only. Storage type. Okay, now as I said, the warehouse is in itself is a big place. Okay, let's say now this is the warehouse. In this warehouse, we have further subdivision of the space. Okay, let's say the initial division. Okay, this initial division of the space. Now this is the space in the warehouse. Okay, and this space is categorized as the doors. Okay, door, these are the door, inbound door or the outbound door, like that. Okay, the first two door are the inbound door where the goods will move inside the stock. The putaway will happen from the inbound door, and there is outbound door of this warehouse where the goods will be stock removal of the goods will happen via outbound door. Okay, now this space in the warehouse is a dedicated for the doors. Okay, so door is also one of the storage type. Now then after keeping the stock here, what do we have here? We'll categorize as, we further subdivide this space as the GR area. We call it as a temporary GR area. Okay, staging area. We also call it as a staging area. Now, what is a staging area? Staging area is a place where the goods will be kept for a temporary time before it moves out of the door via outbound, or when it is come from inbound, it will be kept for just for the supporting document or just for the inspection of the goods. Okay, quality check. All right. So this is called the staging area. All right. Just give you a very simple example to understand the staging area. You guys must have traveled via flight. So before boarding the flight, we all as a passenger wait near the door, right? When the flight will actually come and allocate it to a door, what happens? All the passenger are gathered at some waiting area. So that waiting area is nothing, it's a staging area only. Okay, it's a staging area. Similarly, when the goods will be put away in the warehouse, the goods will be kept for a temporary time in the staging area. Okay, similar staging area we do also have where for the goods issue, GI area, goods issue area or the staging area. So it's a GR staging area. It is goods issue staging area. Okay, now let's talk about the GR staging area. GR staging area, now we have further the space allocated. Okay, these are the further different space allocated here. Okay, now as I told you guys, once the goods come in the warehouse, we have here the storage space here. Let's say the first storage type is for keeping the stock for the food. Okay. The other one is for the pharma product. Other one is used to keep the apparel. Okay. Then we have the chemical. Okay. Then petroleum. All right. So now we can understand the entire space in the warehouse has been subdivided. So this subdivision is called the storage type. So whatever I have created here, I have created the storage type. One of the storage type for the door, another storage type for the staging area, another storage type for the racks. So these space where the food has been kept, pharma product has been kept, apparel, petroleum product, chemical has been kept. This we can understand as a rack, high racks. Okay, high rack. Okay, racks. It's just like a normal rack. It's a simple plain definition. It's an English word, rack. Okay, when you go to any D Mart or the G Mart for the shopping, any mart for the shopping, all the commodities are kept in the racks. So just like a rack, high racks. I'm assuming that this entire space has been divided in the racks, and this entire space, this entire racks are called the storage type. So this storage type will be given one number. The door storage type, let's say, will be given one number. Let's say 101. GR staging area is given one number, 901. Food will be given one number, 001. Pharma storage type is 002. Okay, apparel storage type is 003. Take an example. I'm just giving an example. 004. Petroleum product rack, high rack. It's a storage type number 005. So this entire subdivided space in the warehouse will be given one number. That number is called the storage type. So your storage type will signify what? Your storage type is a number in the warehouse. That number is signifying a dedicated space for keeping the product, okay, in the racks, or keeping the product in the staging area, or for the loading or unloading at the door. All right. Let me know, guys, if you have any question with respect to storage type. What is storage type? Okay, storage type is clear. I have just subdivided this warehouse in the different storage type. Similarly, your goods issue staging area is 902. Okay, this is the 902. Okay, storage type number 902. Okay, your door number, outbound door could be 201, like that. Okay, so every further subdivided space in the warehouse will be identified using a number. Clear? Let me know, guys, if you have any questions. Okay, all right. Now, what is a section? Okay, we are discussing about the warehouse structure now. We discuss about the storage type. Now, storage section, within that storage type, take an example of this 001 food. I'll just draw here this rack. Let's say this entire rack where we are placing the food, or we are doing the put away of the food. This is your storage type 001 for placing the food product. Now, this food product can be of two categories. One is the cold frozen food product, frozen food product that need a freezer or refrigerator. Okay, another category of the product which doesn't need any refrigerator. So those food product will be called as a hot food product. Hot product, cold product. Okay, now in this rack, the first two column or the first two will be kept here as the hot product. We keep it here hot product, and the last two racks is called the cold product. Okay, now in this entire rack, what we have done, we are not doing anything with the space now. We are just giving a kind of an indication. So what that indication is called a sectioning. We are further doing the section. It's a logical section. We are not dividing the space actually. The space of this storage type is exactly same. Okay, but in that storage type, for our logical understanding, okay, for the logical understanding in the warehouse, so that if any staff will come to place the food product like ice creams, so just by looking at this blue color section, they will come to know that the ice cream will be placed in this blue color section. These are the refrigerated one. Okay, all right. So this sectioning, logical sectioning, okay, it's a logical section we created. So we have created two sections. Section 01, which is for hot product, which doesn't need a refrigerator. Okay, and we created section 02, which is for cold product, cold food product. Okay, section 01, hot product, section 02, cold product. Okay, what we have done, we have further divided logical division. It is not a physical division of the space, it's a logical division of the space. The space is a storage type, it's an entire rack. But that entire rack, we are further logically subdividing. Okay, right? Okay. So hot product will be kept here, cold product will be kept on the last two racks. Okay, so the section number will be given. So here, all this orange color will be given the section number 01, and this will be given section number 02. Right? Fine, guys. Let me know if you have any question. Okay. Let me know, guys, if you have any question. Give me just one moment. Okay. Okay. So the storage type is clear. Storage type is a division of the space. Storage section is a logical division of the space. It's not a physical division. Storage type is a physical division of the space. But in the section, we are not doing the logic in the physical division of the space. Okay, it can be decided that section 1 we are keeping the cold product. So okay, section 1 will keep the cold product, right? And section 2 we will keep the hot product. So this is reversible actually. Section 02 will keep the hot product. So this is the logical actually. Okay, it's just a logical concept. Which section we want to utilize for what? But the category of the food is remain same. Okay, so this logical sectioning, okay, of the space, right? All right, this is called the section, right? We can see here the storage type. We discussed storage section. We discussed now the storage bin. What is a storage bin? All right. So how this bin will be categorized, will be identified in the warehouse, will be with one coordinate number. What is that? How that coordinate number will start? It will start with XYZ coordinate. Okay. XYZ coordinate, right? XYZ. Now take an example. Okay, this will become our storage type 001. This is the storage type 001. This storage type is this, which I draw here. Okay, in this entire warehouse 001 food product, this is the storage type which I'm drawing here in detail. And this, okay, this storage type 001 food product, this I have just kept it from here. Okay, this is the same 001 food product which I just pulled here just to give you the detailed view. And this entire storage type is further subdivided in a sections. So that is called the storage sections. Hot product, but that storage section we are categorizing, we are dividing just a logical sectioning. It is not a physical further section of the rack. It is not like that. Okay. Now in this section where the food is placed, the product is placed in these boxes. How these boxes will be identified? These boxes will be identified with one XYZ coordinate. Okay, this XYZ coordinate is, okay, this XYZ coordinate, okay, is called aisle, stack, and level. Aisle, stack, level. Okay, aisle, stack, and level. Where stack and level, okay, stack is the column and level is the row. Okay, stack is the column and level is the row. Now what do we understand here? This is a stack. We are just categorizing here. Stack A, identifying every column. We are giving some numbering, and that numbering, this column numbering is called the stack number. And every row also we are giving some number to identify it, and that number, okay, is called the level. Now, okay, now we can see here. These all are the stack, and these all are the level. Okay, these all are the level here. These are the level. And these are the stack. So the column has been categorized, level has been categorized. Now what is the aisle? Okay, aisle. The aisle is this place, okay, where we are moving. So ideally this space is like this. We'll just try to draw it in a proper way. There is a space between these racks. Okay, if you just look here, this space, the walking space between two racks. Okay, the walking space between two racks. All right, the walking space between the racks. This is called the aisle actually. Okay. Here, the staff can move between these racks. These are the huge racks. And the staff need to move, right? They need to move here. They need to move here. Okay. And if they want to visit, they have to, come here, right? On the down arrow size, if I see, not getting any down pointer to draw. But you guys just have a understanding here. Okay. So the aisle is this place where the staff can move in between these racks. All right. So this aisle you can understand as a Z coordinate. Okay, this space, just like when you are sitting in the railway or the flight, you have a space between the seat where, right, space between the bunch of seats to move across the doors. So that space is called the aisle, right? So that aisle number, if it is on the left side, if you look at this 3D diagram, just consider this 3D, the left, the back side and the right side. Okay, if you further want to subdivide this rack with the aisle number, so you can divide this as a left aisle, okay, and this side as a right aisle. So this will be further subdivided into two. That sectioning will happen, Z, left side and the right side. So this entire food will be further categorized like how? It will be further categorized as, okay, it need a vertical division. One second, it can be down here. It will be vertical division like this, okay, all right. This will be 1001 food. This is a one rack. So this is the left aisle and this is the right aisle here, right side, right? It's the same storage type, and where we can move, we can place the stock here from the left side, which have to come here. If you want to place the stock on the right side of this, so you have to walk across and come to the right side and place the stock from here, right, from the right side, right? From where, which aisle, which place you want to place the stock, from the left side or from the right side, that is on the aisle. Okay, sitting at the left side, we cannot place the stock on the right. Okay, so this is the further subdivision. So if the rack is like this, here I do not have any aisle, actually it's without any aisle because it's a one rack, okay, without any further left right division. But sometimes the rack is also like that. They have the further subdivision, the z division, z coordinate, to further subdivide it in the left and the right side. Okay, we will just keep it very simple. Okay, we will keep this aisle that we do not have, that the stock will be placed in this rack only from one direction. Okay, we do not have the left or the right side. We have the only one side to keep the stock only from the right side. In that case, we have only one aisle. In that case, we do have a structure like this. Then we do have a structure like this. Okay, right, like this. Okay, we do have a structure like this then. Okay, in that case, we have only one aisle to keep the stock only from the right side. There is no stock keeping from the left side. Then if the stock being kept from both the side, then we have two aisle, left aisle, right aisle. But if the stock is being kept only from the right side, only from the one side, then it has only one aisle. Okay, now whatever the stock you want to keep, you can stock all the stock from only one side. Okay, that is one aisle. Now if I just simply ask you guys, look at this diagram here and just suggest me how many aisle you guys can see for storage type 001 food product in this diagram. In this warehouse, these blue color boundaries are showing the warehouse. How many aisle you guys can see for 001 food storage type? Anyone? Aisle means the direction we can place the stock. So how many direction you guys can see to place the stock in this 001 food? How many aisle you guys can see? 3. Exactly, 3. 3 is the correct answer. Look at for 002 pharma storage type. How many direction you can place the stock in this?
4.
4. So it has 4 aisle. 003, same, 4. 005 petroleum, again 4. No, it has 3. 004 chemical. Now this one, tell me how many direction you guys can place the stock chemical in 004 storage type?
2.
2 side, right? 2 side. This is the one, this is the one side, and this side. These are the 2 sides we can keep the stock in 004 chemical. So it has only 2 aisle. Okay, all right. Okay, so we keep it very simple for our 001. Let's say 001, we have the food, we are keeping the stock only at the one direction. Although we have 3 direction, but this one is restricted. Okay, this and below is also restricted, and the food and the food product is allowed to place only from one direction, where I'm showing with the asterisk. This is the only direction where the food has been allowed. So in that case, I have left with only one aisle. I'm just keeping it simple. The other 2 directions are restricted. Only one direction I have been allowed to keep the stock. Okay, all right. So in that case, I have only one aisle. So I'm considering aisle. I have only one aisle, and an aisle I'm giving as any alphabet or numeric we can choose. Okay, just to represent the aisle. So I'll just keep the aisle as Z. So what will be the bin number? bin number for the first box will be IL stack level. This will be the number. You guys can see what is the storage bin definition. IL stack level. IL stack level. So IL is Z. Only one side the stock will be kept. So IL, I have only one, ZIL. Stack is the column number. Level is the row number. So this box number will become, this box is one coordinate, one storage bin. So this box is representing one coordinate, XYZ coordinate, one storage bin to keep the stock. Next storage bin, what will be the number? IL stack A column 02. Clear? Now you guys have to tell me what will be for this particular, where I'm putting the asterisk. What will be the storage bin number for this storage bin? Anyone?
It's a Z-B-05.
Exactly. So the number will be IL Z stack B and 05. Okay. Now this is the one. What will be the number for this, which where I'm putting the asterisk? What will be the storage bin number for this coordinate?
ZE09.
Exactly. So Z.
One question, can I go?
Yeah.
Like you had told me that suppose there are 3 directions here,
Right.
but you told me that we can like imagine as 2 as restricted. So can we also check in the system which are restricted, not restricted?
So restricted
just-
means we have not defined the IL itself.
Define. Okay.
If we define the IL, it means we can place the stock. If you define this IL from the upside from the bottom side also, it means the IL exists. If you're defining the IL, means we can place the stock also from that side. So better we do not define the IL itself. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let me know, guys, if you have any questions. Understanding what is the storage type. So this diagram I draw here just to make you guys understand the storage type. Okay, which is the subdivision of the space in the warehouse, and every space in the warehouse has been given one number: 101, 901, 902, 001, 002, 003. That space is used for keeping the stock in the staging area for a short period, or for the permanent, for placing until unless it has been picked, or for loading unloading like doors. It's a storage type. Storage section, I told you guys, within that space, within that racks, within that space, if you want to identify the product based on some logical indicator like logical identification, that is a further storage section. So storage section is a logical subdivision of the space. It is not a physical subdivision, it's a logical subdivision. Okay, the space will remain same, but few racks, few bins we have allocated for certain product, few bins allocated for a certain product. This is done by the sectioning, storage section. Each and every bin, okay, box in this rack is represented by one XYZ coordinate. That is XYZ coordinate is IL, stack, and level. Okay, IL, as I explained you guys, from which direction we can keep the stock in the rack is called the IL. Stack is the column, okay, division, and the level is the row number of that. Okay, and use basic, the nomenclature will be IL stack level. Okay, IL stack level to identify each and every bin. Now when the stock will be placed in the warehouse, so system will tell you which bin is empty. System will immediately do the check, and it will find out, it will search the appropriate bin for that product. That this particular product is a frozen product. Let's say it's a frozen peas, okay, or the frozen potato, okay, right, potato nuggets. So in that case, the system will automatically identify that this is a frozen product. It will go to the section D and E, okay, section 02, and based on this sectioning, the system will identify which storage bin is empty to place this frozen potato nuggets. Okay, system will simply skip this orange color bins. Why? Because this orange color bins are the hot product. It's a section 01. So system will simply skip this section 01. It will jump to the section 02 of the cold product, and in this cold product section 02, system will find out which particular bin number is empty at the moment, and there the stock will be put away. Stock placement is called the stock put away. Okay, and how the system will identify that which section based on the product characteristic itself. Okay, the product characteristic itself, right? All right. Okay, so our warehouse number is suggesting which bin number to place the stock appropriate product. And you're talking about the food product. Suppose from the door we have one truck is carrying the food product and the pharma product both. So in that case, whatever the deliveries will come inside in the warehouse, we will create a kind of a transfer order. And that transfer order for the food item will go to the storage type 001. Transfer order for product will go to the storage type number 002. And it will further, whether the food product is go hot or cold, will go for the further sectioning. Within the pharma also, we can keep it here as a liquid or the solid pharma product. We can do the further sectioning and the system will suggest which section, which bin number it has to go. So this entire searching of that bin number, search will start from searching the storage type number first. The system will first of all search how the system will place the stock. The system will do the search before placing the stock. It will search for appropriate storage type first of all, which is the appropriate storage type. So it depends on the food product. It depends on the product itself. Whether it's a food, it will go to 001. If it is a chemical, it will go to 004. Okay. Then after coming to, if it's a food product, it will come to the storage type 001. Let's take an example. After coming to the storage type, it will determine whether it's a hot product or the cold product. It will determine an appropriate storage section, whether it should go for the section number 001 if it's a hot product or it's a 02 cold product. Let's say it's a 02. It's a cold product, system will find out 02. Then the system will find out which is the appropriate storage bin in this entire section 02. Okay, suppose system will find out that Z-E-09 is an empty at the moment. So the system will propose this location. This is storage type, this section, this storage bin. So what will happen? The system will give this location, and this location will be blindly followed by the warehouse staff. The warehouse staff will simply look at this location suggested by the system. Warehouse staff will simply, without looking at what is inside this box, they will simply follow this. They will simply do not use their sense actually. They will simply look at their storage type suggested by the system. They will come to the 001 food rack. They will come to the storage section D and E, which is a cold one, and they will look at the bin number ZE09, and they will simply place the stock here. So this entire searching will happen, okay, before placing the stock, and the similar search will happen while picking the stock also. When we get an order from the customer, whether it's a food product or the pharma product or the chemical product, the system will first of all find out which storage type and appropriate to pick the product that customer has ordered. After coming to that particular storage type, the system will suggest which storage section, okay, and then bin number. Okay, so these are called the search strategies. Okay, these are called the search strategies. Search strategies for the put away or search strategy for the stock removal. Okay, search strategy for the put away or search strategy for the stock removal. Yeah, all right. So that's why this entire structure has to be discussed in detail. So this is what we have discussed. We discussed about the warehouse number, why we need the warehouse number to track the inventory in the warehouse, and that inventory in the warehouse is the real-time inventory. Okay, and that number is also associated with the storage location, which is the virtual inventory. Okay, which will be just a replica of the inventory posted from the warehouse towards the storage location. Then we further discuss what is the warehouse number. Storage type is a space division of the warehouse. Storage section is a logical division of that space. Storage bin number is an XYZ coordinate to identify a particular bin number to place the stock or to pick the stock from that location. All right, let me know guys if you have any questions understanding this. Yeah, right. So what we have discussed in the SPRO till now, we discussed about we need to have an warehouse number created. To create the warehouse number, enterprise structure definition, logistics execution, the path is already there in the PPTs. You guys have to come to the first node, define warehouse number. Defining is very, very easy. You just have to give any 3-digit warehouse number. You can give anything Z01 and give some testing, okay, or training, anything you can give. Enter and just save. That's it. So this warehouse number has been created. Okay. This warehouse number has been created. This warehouse number Z01, which we have created, we have to assign to the plant and the storage location. So we have to come to the assignment, same logistic execution only. The first node, warehouse number, and the plant location combination. Plant at the moment I'm just taking for Germany 0001, and storage location also I'll just take from here. Okay. And here we'll assign that our warehouse is a Germany based warehouse, whether it's a customer owned warehouse or the lease warehouse. We are assigning this. Now, whatever the delivery created for this plant and the storage location combination, which will be consuming the stock from the storage location or receiving the stock in the storage location, will be automatically determine this warehouse number Z01. Okay, let's save this. Whatever the delivery will be created for this plant and the storage location combination will automatically propose this warehouse number. All right. And in this warehouse number, we do have storage type, storage section, and the storage bin. This is what we have discussed. Right. Fine, guys. Let's keep it till here for storage bin we have discussed. We'll go to the definition of the storage bin. Okay. How to further create this storage bin in the bulk. That we'll have a look at it. Then we'll also discuss the concept of quant. All right. Guys, you guys can just have a look at your access in the system. Okay. And you guys can go through this SPRO configurations.
Hey there. Want to get good at moving and storing goods? Our SAP LEWM course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP LE and WM. It's like a smart system for tracking goods, storing them correctly, and shipping them on time. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP LeWM Pro? Sign up in our page now, and for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Okay, look at this. Here we have goods receipt staging area. I kept the number 901. Okay, and goods issue staging area 902. Okay, this is provided by the standard SAP in the standard solution. So this we have to remember. 901 is storage type number for good receipt staging area, and 902 is a storage type number of goods issue staging area. And what is the storage type? It's a space. It's a divided space in the warehouse. Okay. Now, one more statement. Storage bin are used to locate the exact location in the warehouse using XYZ coordinate. Is this a correct statement or wrong statement? I repeat again. Storage bin is used to locate the exact location in the warehouse using XYZ coordinate.
Yes,
is
correct.
it correct statement or wrong statement?
Yes, correct statement.
Yeah, it's correct statement. Exactly. Now, one more question. Now, if we place the stock in the storage type, take an example, we have the high rack. Okay. Now, what is the high rack? How it looks like? So the high rack, I kept this picture open for you guys. These are called the high racks. Okay. I just give you a visualization with an example of D-Mart or the V-Mart where the stock has been kept. So the similar concept, we have the rack. These are the racks concept in the warehouse. Now in this warehouse, so we can see in this diagram, in front we can see 3 racks, and this walking space between these racks are called aisle. Okay, the stock will be kept from 2 sides. We cannot keep the stock from the front side because there we have the barrier. So the stock can be kept only from the left side and the right side, not from the front or from the back side, because we have the barrier. We can't keep the stock from there. Now the question is with respect to this high rack. If the stock can be placed in a high rack storage type from the 3 sides, then how many aisles are available in this case? If we can keep the stock in this rack from 3 sides,
2 aisles are
then
available.
how many aisles we have?
In this case, 2.
No, it is 3 only. If we can place the stock from 3 sides, we have 3 aisle. Then number of aisle is equal to from which direction we can keep the stock. If I'm telling you we can keep the stock from 3 sides, so it means it's a 3 aisle we have. okay, in the rack. All right, clear? Fine, guys.
Which one is the third? But left and right we have, front we cannot load, right? So
no, my question not with respect to this image. This image is just an example I showed you. My question is different, not with respect to this image. Okay.
okay.
This image, yes, this image we can't keep the stock from the front and the back side. We have only left, right. This image we have only 2 aisle. Okay. But my question is different. Suppose we have a rack, we can keep the stock from 3 sides. Even the front side is also open. We do not have any restriction or the barrier here. Okay, all right. Okay. Now this is the high rack. Okay, for you guys, your guys visualization. This is called the bulk storage. Okay, this is called the bulk storage, like rice bags or the chemical or the oil drums. One over the another is kept. Okay, this is called bulk storage. Okay, and this is called the open storage. It is generally it's used for the construction material. Okay, which is like aluminum bar, the glasses, which is kept in the open sky without any shade. Okay, so open storage. All right, so 3 type of storage I'm telling you guys. High rack storage, second is the bulk storage, third is the open storage. Okay, all right, so these are the 3 kind of a storage type are available. Okay, and these 3 storage type, if you want to see in the system, let's log in SAP and let's have a look. We have to come to SPRO, okay, and then come to warehouse logistic execution, then warehouse management, come to the master data, and then define storage type. Okay, define storage type. So the storage type number, the warehouse number that we will work is 001. We'll take the standard warehouse number 001. Okay, in this standard storage 001, you can see this is the storage type 001. If I just double click, you guys can see under the warehouse number 001, we have the high rack storage represented by this 3-digit long 001 number. The 001 is representing the high rack in the warehouse. Okay, it's a single rack. We could have multiple rack 001, 002, 003, Z01, Z02, Z03, Z04. Okay, so if you look at this diagram for our high rack, okay, here we can see it's a different number. Z01, Z02, Z03, Z04. Every rack will have its own number. Okay, so we'll define this number here in the system, and there is an associated parameter. We'll discuss this parameter one by one during our data execution and the testing. Okay, so this is where we have been given the standard storage. So if you look at the high rack storage, okay, then the next number have been given the open storage 003. Okay, then we have the bulk storage here. We can also refer as the shelf storage. Shelf storage, we also keep it as a shelf or the bulk storage. Okay, all right. So we have different kind of storage. Fixed bin storage. We'll discuss the fixed bin storage. Pallet storage, where the storage is happening only with the pallets. Okay, all right. Majorly, we will have a look at high rack during our training exercises. Okay, we'll be majorly focusing on the high rack solutions. Okay, but we will discuss other parameter with respect to the bulk storage also. Once we have this storage type defined, we can define the logical sectioning, which is the storage section. So you can see this storage section is just a table entry. It doesn't have any definition. If I just double click on this, it doesn't have any detail further. It is just a logical sectioning. That this storage type number 001, which is your high rack, I divide it into 2 sections. One is a total, or you can keep as a fast moving, and second is a slow moving item. So generally fast moving item are kept in the front for the quick pickup. Okay, if this rack is starting from the front side, the front side of this rack will be referred as the fast moving goods. It will be reserved for the fast moving goods, and on the back side of this rack we will keep the slow moving goods. An example of fast moving goods or the slow moving goods, I give you one example. Take an example of winter. In the winter, the woolen clothes will be the fast moving because the frequent order will come from the woolen clothes. So the woolen clothes will be on the front side in the fast moving. The summer clothes will be on the back side in the slow moving. But when the summer will come, the situation will be vice versa. The summer clothes, the light clothes will come in the front side in the fast moving, and the woolen clothes will go on the back side, because there will be hardly any order for the woolen clothes in the summer. So this section is a logical concept. Okay, right? So fast moving, slow moving. Fast moving is always on the front because we are getting the fast orders, frequent orders. So we need to have these goods in the front for the fast pickup. That's why they are called the fast moving goods. Okay. And slow moving, where we are not frequently getting the order in that particular season. So we keep it on the back side of the rack, right? Okay. So we have divided two sections, 001, 002. If I compare with the extended warehouse management solution of SAP, this section in itself is optional. Okay. The storage section parameter available in EWM, but that is not mandatory. But in WM, it is mandatory to create section also. If the business doesn't need any section, even in that case, they have to create one section as a default section. Okay, which is mandatory in the WM, but in EWM, this section is optional to maintain. If the business doesn't want any section, they can go without section also. Okay, but in WM solution, in LEWM, yes, we do have to create a section for every storage type. You can see the storage type 003. It doesn't need any section, but still it is creating one. 004 is creating one section. 5 is creating one. 6 is creating one section. 7 is one. It doesn't need actually a section itself because this business doesn't need any section for the bulk storage. Okay, right? But still we have to create one default section for in WM. Okay, in our case, we have the fast moving section and the slow moving section we have created. So better I'll just change the name of this as a fast moving items. Okay, now we have for our storage type high rack 001, we have divided into two logical division, fast moving and the slow moving goods. Okay, all right. And before these configuration we start, because we discussed in enterprise structure, we created a warehouse number. We assigned this to the plant and the store location combination in LE in the enterprise structure. After creating the warehouse number, we also supposed to come here in the master data, and the first configuration here, define control parameter of the warehouse number. So whatever the warehouse number we define there, that number will be available here also 001. And here in that number, we should give some default weight unit, default unit of measure. Okay, this default setting we have to give here. If we do not provide this default setting, then transfer order will not create. Okay, so this warehouse number, we have to provide some default weight unit and the volume unit. Okay, all right. The other capacity check and the other parameter for specific requirement. Okay, all right. So what we discussed warehouse number creation, assigning the warehouse to the plant and the storage location, enhancing the warehouse number by adding the default weight and the volume unit, storage type, storage section. Okay, storage type, whatever we are creating, we have to copy the existing one for the high rack. The existing one we have to copy while creating our own racks. We just have to copy the existing storage type 001 and create our own for our warehouse number like Z01, Z02, Z03 and all. Okay, all right. Now in this storage type, we have created the storage section. There are two sections we have created, fast and the slow moving. Next we'll come to the picking area. Picking area is optional. So if you just come to this configuration, this one is optional. Why we have the picking area, we will discuss in detail. Okay, as of now, I'll just show we have, you see, for our warehouse number 001, we do not have even one picking area created. Okay, our warehouse number is 001. If I just simply search for the warehouse number 001, there's no data. Okay, because picking area is an optional entity. Okay, picking area is optional entity. We'll discuss about the picking area once we come to the data execution. Right? All right. Give me just one moment. Let me know, guys, if you have any questions.
One question, like how a picking area look like physically?
Yeah. So the picking area, if you just refer this diagram here, okay, take an example. Here we can see 3 racks, right? 3 racks. Okay. Now what we want whatever the picking will happen from these racks should be kept in one temporary area for the purpose of grouping. Okay. For the purpose of grouping, so what we'll do, we'll create one temporary area here. Okay. Let's say this area we created here, one picking area. So this area, I will call it as a picking area. This is the picking area. So what will happen? The warehouse staff get an order, and in that order, what they have received. So basically, generally they get the task. They will not go for the customer specific. Okay, that one customer order has come and they will go and pick that order. Take an example. If you go to any chemist shop, what they will do? They will serve a single customer request at the moment, right? They will understand the customer requirement, their prescription, and they will try to fetch out all the medicine required for a particular customer. The same thing doesn't happen in the warehouse. Warehouse, one staff will get requirement for multiple customer in a one order, in a one transfer order. Okay, so what will happen? My staff will get a requirement for 10 customer to pick the food item and the pharma item. So what the staff will do? Staff will pick the food item and the pharma item. They will keep the stock in the picking area. And the same staff has also got some chemical and the apparel. So they will go to the chemical and the apparel item to pick the stock and they will keep it in the picking area. Okay. So this picking area, why they're keeping this stock? For the grouping purpose. Okay. So if a single customer is requiring the food and the apparel or the chemical, all three. So for that particular customer, the grouping can be easily made using this picking area. Okay, right? That is the whole purpose. Picking area is used to group the picking task. That will be easy for, rather than the staff will take this food item, keep it in the good staging area, then come back all the way from the staging area to the chemical section, then pick it, go to the staging area, again come to the apparel or the pharma section, again drop to the staging area. Rather than doing all this, they will have one picking area near to the racks, so that whatever they will pick, they will pick and they'll keep their trolleys here, or they're picked stuff here, and then they will, in a one go, from the picking area to the staging area, they will drop all the material they have picked from different racks. Clear?
This picking area can have multiple storage section, storage type assigned, right?
Exactly. That's correct. Okay. So same thing, if we look at this configuration also, okay, and we can have, here we have multiple picking area assigned to the storage type, but the opposite is also true, that we can have multiple storage type assigned to one picking area. Okay, right? Okay.
It's created combination, right? Like storage type 005, picking area 001. And if we have like another storage type like 006 and 001 picking area, so that will be another picking area, right? With a combination of storage type.
We can have common also. Okay,
Common
take an
also.
example. If we have this, so we can do this way also. Suppose as of now it has shipping only, so I'll just take shipping at the moment. You see, so 916, I know 916 is for different purpose. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you have here 005, both are having same picking storage, right? Like that. Clear?
Yeah.
Okay.
So from this picking area, do we need to move this to this staging area, goods issue staging area?
Exactly, right.
To that.
Exactly. So this is picking area is just to keep a temporary time. It's just a kind of an interim area only. It's an interim area, picking area.
Yeah,
okay, we do not keep this stock for the long time. Interim staging is a kind of interim area, interim storage area. Okay. Right. And just in the storage type, I wanted to show you guys 901, which is a good receipt staging area. And there is just one correction, guys. 916 actually. The goods issue staging area is 916, not 902. During our quick knowledge check, I mentioned 902 as goods issue staging area. No, it was wrong. Even in my diagram, I just make a correction here. It is not a 902, it is 916 actually. Actually, we have 9020. Okay, in EWM, we have goods receipt staging area as 9010 and goods issue staging area as 9020. So somewhere I connected the EWM, I make here 902. But in WM, it is 916. Just shipping goods issue staging area is 916. So just make a note of this correction. Okay. All right. So same thing I can see here, 901, 916. You guys can see here, there is some storage type are starting with 9. Okay. There are some storage type number starting with 9. There is a reason. All these storage type that is starting with 9, interim storage type. Okay. The goods is being kept here only for a temporary time. Okay. All the storage type that you guys can see starting with number 9, the goods are kept for certain time period. Okay. Right. So these storage type that is starting with number 9 are called interim storage type. Right. And the staging area, this staging area we used, this terminology we use only for 901 and 916. Okay. The goods issue staging area, good receipt staging area. So GR area, wherever you see the GR area, like GR area for, so this is also a staging area. Goods issue staging, GR, GI area, these are all the staging area. Okay. So the staging means before the loading unloading, the goods are holding for temporary time. That is called the staging. Okay. But the next step will be loading or unloading. Okay. All right. Okay. Let me know, guys, if you have any question. Clear? Okay. So always observe this storage type starting with number 9. Okay. 917. You guys can see quality check 917. Stock transfer 925. Stock transfer posting change area 999. The difference. Okay, which is used for the physical inventory. All right, fine, guys. Now, next is the door. Okay, define door. Door is again an optional entry. Okay, having assigned the door, okay, is an optional again. Okay, if your client wanted to have the movement from to transfer order to be created from door to the staging area, then staging area to the put away to the high rack, then we created the door. Door is for loading unloading purpose. If the client wanted to track the loading unloading also, then we create the door. It's an optional entry. Picking area is an optional entry in the warehouse structure. Okay, all right. Okay, then the next is the storage bin. Okay, storage bin. And the storage bin, before we discussed with this example, right? With this Excel sheet, that these are the storage bin. And this storage bin, I explain about the nomenclature of this storage bin. The nomenclature is aisle stack level, XYZ coordinate. And we discussed, we took some example of some of the storage bin and we entered their name of these storage bin. Okay, Z is 01, Z is 02, Z is 09 and all. Okay, so now we'll have a look at the storage bin structure in the SPRO configuration. Have a look at this storage bin type. Okay, storage bin type is again an optional, okay, entry. What do we have in the storage bin type? Storage bin type is a parameter which is specified by the business. For example, all this bin, okay, if we have certain bins, okay, in these bins, let's say the bottom is 1 meter height. Okay, the row number 8 and 9 is a 1 meter height, 1 meter height. Okay, the middle one are the 2 meter height. The bin, I'm talking about the bin height. They may not be of the same shape and size, and the top one is 3 meter height or the 5 meter height. Okay, now how we can create this in the system? There is with every bin we associate the bin type. Okay, so whatever the bin will create below, okay, we'll associate the bin type which is 1 meter. In the middle, whatever the bin number will be created here from level 4 to 7, okay, or row number 4 to 7 will be 2 meter bin type. And on the top, 1, 2, 3, level 1, 2, 3, 5 meter bin type will associate. This is how the system will figure out that if the particular material will be good receipt in the warehouse. So at that time during the put away, if the product height is more than the bin type, then system will skip that particular bin and it will go and determine an appropriate bin where the goods can be placed, right? It is not only placing the goods in these boxes. It is also about finding the appropriate, okay, as per the product volume or the weight. Okay, if a particular material that we are going to place in the warehouse is height is 5 meter, then in that case the system will start tracking the bin from bottom and it will go to the top and it will figure out the 5 meter. If the bin is requiring 2 meter, then the system will skip the 5 meter and the 1 meter. It will simply go and check the stock with respect to the 2 meter. Okay, between 1 to 2 meter. Okay, so such kind of a checks will be possible if we have the bin type associated with the bin. If we have the bin type associated with the bin, then we can identify that this particular bin is how much height, how much weight, like that. Okay.
But this logic will work like in put away strategy we have in that case you are referring to. So like
right,
it will identify it.
That's correct. Right.
Okay. Right.
Okay. So here for our warehouse, we have, this is the standard warehouse. We are working with the standard warehouse. So we have certain bin type already pre-configured. 1 meter, 2 meter, 3 meter, tank of 1000 liter, block size 1, block size 2. Now here in this table, we are just defining this indicator E1, E2, B1, B2 and all. But where is the actual association with the length, width, height and the weight? That we'll see. We'll see that in the storage bin structure. So this bin type at the moment, we figure out only from reading the description that this is a 1 meter height. But where we can see the height associated. This indicator E1, it's just a description. If I change it to 10 meter, so will it become the 10 meter now? So the actual association with the actual parameter like height, weight, volume, weight and all, length, that association will happen during the bin structure. Then we create the bin structure. But before creating the bin structure, we have to create a placeholder. So this as PRO configuration, we just have to define the bin type as a placeholder. That's it. Okay. That E1 will be 1 meter height bin, E2 is 2 meter, P1 is 3 meter height bin, like that. So this is just we are just defining as a placeholder. The actual definition of this bin type will be happening in which configuration? In storage bin structure configuration. So let's go here, storage bin structure. Okay. Now what we can see here in the storage bin structure, let's have a look at the first one. Okay. So we have defined certain bin structure here. Okay. Let's discuss this structure first. In the template, what you guys can see here, N and C. N means it is numerical or non-constant, and C means the constant. C means the constant. Okay. So if you guys can see below N, wherever you guys can see, there is a digit below. Okay. N, you guys can see the digit. And wherever you guys can see the C, the constant, you guys can see the dash or a space at the end. Okay. There is a space at the end. So anything which cannot be incremented, we cannot increment the space, we cannot increment this dash. So, all right. So in that case, we have to keep this as a C, constant. All right. So if you guys look at this structure, the first value of the bin is starting from, this is a start value. You guys can see the start number of the bin in the storage type 001. The starting number of the bin will start from 3-0101 and it will end till 3-10-10. Okay. And how the system will increment? It means the system will increment from the last, just like our speedometer of our bike or the car. How the speedometer will work? Speedometer will increment the first place. Okay. It means it will go from 0-1 to 10. Okay. 0-1 to 10. And it will increment to 2. Okay. Increment to the next digit to 2. And it will again repeat the cycle. Then again it will increment to 3. Then again repeat the cycle till 10. All right. So this way we'll have the bin created in the system in bulk. If we have this structure, we can create this bin in bulk. So how we can go ahead and create this? Okay. If you look at the start value of the bin number, start value, it is starting from 03-01-01. What will be the next value? It depends on the increment. Which digit will increment? The last digit will increment first. The next will be 03-01-02. Okay. Same way, system will increment the next 3, then 4, then 5. Look, even the Excel sheet is incrementing that way. Till when it will increment? Till the end value achieved, 10. The 10 is the end value for this. 10 is the end value. So it will stop at 10. 10 is the end value for the last. Then it will come and increment the middle one. It will increment the middle one because in middle one is also incremented by 0-1. It will increment the 0-1, just like our speedometer of our car or the bike. 03-02-01. It has incremented the middle one. Again, it will start from 1 till 10. Okay. Same way, it will go to the next increment for the middle digit to the 03. Why it is incremented by 1? Because we have specified here the increment will be happening only by one digit. Only by one digit at the moment. Increment will happen only 1. So it will start with 0-1 again, and then it will go till the end. Till when? It will go till we have come to 03, the last one, because for the middle digit Okay, for the middle digit also, we have the AND value at 10. AND value at 10. So it will go this way and it will achieve last. So this is your last value and this was your starting value. So this was your AND value and this was your starting value. The system go that way and it will create how much? 100 storage bin. Why it is not incremented 3 to 4? Because for 3, the start value is 03 and value is also 03. Although the increment has been given, but we can't increment because AND value is not permitted to go to 04. The AND value is permitted only till 03. So our increment will not work for the left one, the third digit. Okay, so how many bins we can create by following this structure? 100 bins can be created if we have this structure in place. And all those 100 bins are 1 meter height. So you guys can see here, bin height is 1 meter. Okay, and maximum weight is allowed in this bin is 1000 kg, right? 1000 kg, right? 1000 kg, clear?
But we have seen about like stack and level. So how that is mapped, like, so XYZ coordinates we discuss.
Yeah.
So like 3, 1, so like 3, how, what represents 3?
3.
Yeah.
Since 3, we are not incrementing, right? We are not incrementing 3. So we have only one aisle here. If you see, we have only one aisle. It is starting with the 03, ending with 03. So we have only one aisle. So AA is representing the aisle BB.
Sorry, but my question is like whether it is 3 meter height from where our bin will start, or like what is representation of 3? Yeah.
3, if I just come here and look at this diagram, okay, our 3 will represent one of these walking distance here. Okay, for example, we have here starting from the left side, we have the one walking space which is not completely come. First, second, and third, then fourth. We can see 4 walking area, right, in this diagram between the racks. 4 walking area. So the third will represent this walking space. This walking space is 03, is this aisle actually. It means the goods can be placed only for one side, from 03. Okay, the goods will be placed only from which side? 03 side only. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yes.
If we have 2 sides, so 03 and 04 also. Suppose if we have on the left side of this in the middle rack is 03 and the right side of this middle rack is 04. So what you did? We have created the 100 racks. Which side? On towards the aisle 03. We yet to create 100 more bins towards aisle 04, right? Okay, yeah. So if we want to create the 04 also in the same structure with a 1 meter height, if we want to create, then we can give the AND value 04 here. So all our bin, in that case, all my bin will be both side, aisle 3, aisle 4 will be created. 100 bins at the aisle 3, 100 bins at the aisle 4 will be created. Okay. If I change the incremental value 04, the system will start this entire cycle, repeat the entire cycle for 04 also. And all the bins will be 1 meter height only. Okay, both sides of the rack. Clear? So this aisle 03 we can give as an alphabet also. Okay, it depends on the business, how they, they call their aisle. Sometimes they call this walking area as aisle A, aisle B, aisle C. Okay, we are taking example of 03, 04, 05 like that. If they use this, the nomenclature of aisle like this, one second, okay. If we use this aisle with some other naming convention, let's say the aisle is A, okay, or let's say ZZ. The aisle we are referring as a ZZ, okay, Z0101. So the aisle name is ZZ, ending at 1010. So it depends on the business how they call this aisle as A B C D 1 2 3 4 0102. Okay, AABB like that. All right. So this first will be representing the aisle. That will be the walking. Okay, the walking space near the aisle, the left side of the aisle or the right side of the aisle. All right, clear? Let me know if you have any question. I'll just change it to 0310-10. Okay, let's see how many further bins it does have. It has a other structure also. Now 001 storage type has only one structure, only one aisle, 03 of height 1 meter. That is, let's say it is on the left side of the rack. But if you want to create one more, so we'll just copy this. And we'll call it as a storage type sequence number 02. Okay. And here we can see that this is the aisle number 04. Okay, aisle number 04. Okay, aisle number 04, right? And here we can change the to the E2. That on the right side, the storage bins I'm creating with a height of 2 meters. And there I do not want to create the 50, 100 bins because of the space constraint. I am utilizing the double height. So I'll make it 05. So here the system will create only how many? 50. Okay, 50 bins. Okay, like this. All right, 50 bins it will create. 1 to 10, it will again repeat it. 1 to 5, again 1 to 10, second, third, 4, 5. So it is 5 into 10, 50 bins. Simple, because 4 will not upgrade because 4 is an aisle number. So one side 03. Okay, now you guys have a look here. So for 03 aisle, we have 10 into 10, 100 bins of height 1 meter, and maximum weight it can carry is 1000 kg per bin. And on the other side, aisle number 04, we have 50, 5 into 10, 50 bins of height 2 meter, and the same weight capacity, maximum weight capacity for each bin, 1000 kg. All right. So this is how the structure will be created, and the bulk, in bulk, we can create the bins for a rack. All right. So left side is my 03, aisle is 03, and the right side I've created 04, the aisle number 04. Yeah. So I created two structure. Left side is a 1 meter height bins, and the right side is 2 meter height bin. Okay, for the same rack number 001. Right. Now this is just a structure, but where are the bins? Okay, where are the bins? So for that, we can also have a look, because 04 I have just recently created. So we can create the bulk. So we can click on environment and click on create bins. The system will give you automatic creation of the bins here. Total, how many bins are there? 50. How many bins? Total 50 bins. Number of bins created are 50. And each bin of height 2 meter, and each bin load capacity is 1000 kg. Okay. This is on the right side, right aisle of the rack. 50 bins are created. Okay, so this is just a structure. This is just a what we say, the simulation. If we just click on the environment and the create bin, it is just a simulation, but it will not save until unless you click on this button, create storage bin online. So when you click on this button, the system will update this bin number in the database. But if you do not press this button and you just come out, then this bin number will not actually save to the database. So it is just a simulation, a testing at how many bin will be created. Okay, and here we can see the numbers. It is starting from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the 6, 7, 10. Then again, it is changing the middle 2 to 10 again. Then 3, starting from 1 to 3 to 10. Then starting from 4, 1 to 10. Then 5, 1 to 10. And this is the end value which I have specified in my structure. So let's click on create storage bin online. So the system will create 50 more storage bin. So now you guys can see 50 storage bin has been created, where we can see that 50 storage bin. So we have a report LX03. You guys can make a note of this report. Report is LX03. Okay. Here we can specify our warehouse number and our storage type high rack 001, and just execute. It will show you how many bins it has. So these many bins starting from 010101, someone must have been created earlier. And where is our fresh created bins, which is our aisle number 04? It is here at the bottom. These are our bin created, and we can filter also. We can specify we want to see only our bin starting with this value for the aisle number 04. Okay, then the system will show only our bin. So this is our bin. All bins are empty that we have just now created. Which report is this? It is LX03. You see the number of bins that we have created just now. If we don't give this, so the system will give all the bins created in the system for this storage type. And in this bin, the system will also show you that this particular bin is allocated to this material. There is a material in this bin. And if you click on this, you can see this is the material in this particular bin number. And this material has been placed on this particular date, GR date. And this was the GR number. Last movement happened in 1998 in this particular bin. Okay, it will give you the entire information for this particular bin and the material which is present in this bin at the moment. Okay, all right. Let me know, guys, if you have any questions with respect to the storage type, storage section, storage bin. If you have any question, please let me know, or the structure of the bin if it is not clear to you guys. Okay. Now, what is the structure AA, BB, and CC? wherever you want to place your incremental value, you have to give some separate alphabet. This is for the system to understand the incremental value for IL stack level. It has to be different. If you just keep A, system will increment all of stack level and the IL at the same time. So we should avoid this. So wherever you have this numeric, you have to keep different alphabets here. It is not easy. You can give X, X, Y, Y, Z, Z also, but it will be kept just below the numeric values only, where we are going to increment. And the constant will never increment. So the constant will remain as constant in the increment also. The dash or the hyphen or the spaces, okay, or the spaces. Space are also a constant, right? So we have to specify here constant here. Clear? All right. Let me know, guys, if you have any question understanding the bin structure and how to create the bin in bulk. Okay. Wherever I have created the bin in bulk environment and create bins, rather than coming to the SPRO and creating this, if the structure is already there, you can also go in the T code ls10. Okay. We can come to the T code ls10 10 and we can create from here. It is just taking you to the SPRO configuration only, ls10, the shortcut. Okay, here also we have to pick that particular structure and we have to follow the same step, create bins. The ls10 is a shortcut for your SPRO actually to create the bin for a particular structure. Okay.
This storage bin is created at we can create like two level, like level and stack only without tile or
Yes, we can create without aisle also. Okay. Right. We can create the storage bin without aisle also. Okay. In that case, how it will be? What will be the structure? Take an example. 001. Storage type, let's say 001. Sequence number, I'll take 005. Okay. I want to keep constant, numeric, then constant, which is a dash, then numeric, then one more constant. Structure, I'll just put the space till the numeric AA, then one more, then BB. That's it. Start value, I'm not giving anything. If you want, you can give the aisle, but I'm not giving the aisle here. It is just a space. We are starting from 01 dash 01, then space. End value we are keeping 10 dash 10. So total 100 bins we are creating. Increment will give for 01 increment. You can give 02 also. If you want to increment by 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So we can go for the increment that level also. So I want to give increment for 1. Okay, dash 01. Then the space. Bin type I'm creating E1 1 meter height, 1000 kg. Just save this. Okay. Click on environment and the create bins. System will create these bins without any aisle also. Okay.
But in this case, walking space, how it will identify the walking space?
Yes. Because this is a case where you have only single rack. Okay. We're not bothered about the aisle number because we have specified there is no aisle we want, right, in the storage bin number. No aisle we want in the storage bin number means there is no aisle exists in the warehouse also. So this could be a case where we have only single rack. Okay. All right.
Yes.
And there is no left side or the right side. We have just a single rack, maybe wall mounted rack. Okay. Towards the wall. So there is no left side or the right side. There is no walking space. It is just in the corner. We have one rack. Okay. All right. Aisle is a concept when we have multiple racks in the parallel standing. Okay.
Yeah.
Fine, guys. Let me know if you have any question. I'm not saving this in the database. I'm just keeping this structure open. If you guys want to try, you guys can come, click on this create storage bin. It will update the database also. That we can check in the report LX03. So make a note of this report LX03. Okay. To see storage bin status. That what all storage bin are there, how many storage bin are empty, how many storage bin have the stuff, everything will be visible in LX03. There's one more report, it was I think S04. Display the empty storage bin. If you want to see the empty storage bin, then the report is LS, it is not X, it is LS04. You just click here, the system will show you all the storage bin which are empty at the moment. Okay, all right. And we have a few more report, I think LX01, list of empty storage bin. LX01 also we can refer, yes, LX01. And you have X02, WM stock, and this will go LS26. And then LX03. LX003 is generally used in the project LX03. That's why I'm asking you guys to make a note of this. LX03 is the capacity. Okay. All right. So LX03, you guys can make a note, which is frequently used in the project to check the number of bins and the status of the bin, that how many bins are empty and occupied. All right, guys, let me know if you have any questions. So what we discussed so far, we discussed about the warehouse number, which is assigned to the plant and the storage location combination in the logistics. Then we discussed about the storage type, which is a space in the warehouse, divided space in the warehouse to keep the stock, or the staging area or the interim area. And interim storage type number is starting with 9. Storage section is a logical division of the space. Okay, storage bin is the XYZ coordinate to locate the product in storage type. Okay, if you guys can see the storage type, it is a further bifurcating the storage section. So it means storage bin and the storage section, we should always look with respect to a particular storage type. Okay, so storage section is not an independent. Storage section is sectioning of storage type. Storage bin is XYZ coordinate of a storage type. Okay, all right. And within the storage bin, you will find the quant. Okay, within the storage bin, what we will find? We will find the quant. But what is the quant? Okay, that we'll discuss now. So the quant is, this word itself is coming from the physics. Okay, the quant, the atom. Okay, the smallest unit which cannot be further subdivided. Quant. Okay, so quant is the smallest unit, just like an atom, which cannot be further subdivided. But why we are having this fundamental of the physics? Okay, we'll understand this way. Suppose this is the rack. Okay, this is our rack. In this rack, we are doing the good reset, and the good reset is happening in which bin? It is happening in Z-A01 bin. And how much good reset we are doing? We are doing the good reset of 100 pieces, 100 pieces of the stock. Now this 100 pieces of the stock, when it placed in the ZA01 here, okay, it will be placed here in ZA01 here. When the stock will be placed here in the ZA01 100 pieces, so the stock will be given one quant number. Quant number. Let's say the quant number 476. Let's say it's a quant number. And this quant number is internally generated by the WM. We do not maintain any number range for the quant. It is internally generated by the WM. Okay, so this 476 is the quant number. Okay, and this number will be given to this 100 pieces of the stock placed in ZA01 bin. All right. Now, when for the same material, okay, and we'll understand the material is we have product number. Okay, PR-001. Now we have the same product number next day, PR-001. We have one more good reset being received in the warehouse. The good receipt is for 40 pieces. What the system will do? System will come to this bin, because this is the start bin, and it will find that there is already one quant available in this bin. And if the quant is already available, so this bin is not empty. So it will go to the next one to place the stock to Z-A-02. It will place the stock here. Okay, it will place the stock here. Z-A-02 here, and it will create one more quant number here, 477 quant. All right. Now this is the scenario where our placement strategy is empty bin. What do we mean by that? If we come to the storage type again, the storage type definition again, then we can see the put-away strategy. Put-away strategy means how the stock will be placed in the rack. So at the moment it is L. L means empty, next empty bin. The stock will be kept only in the next empty bin available. Okay, next empty bin. So this strategy that we have just now discussed is an example of next empty bin, right? The example we have just discussed is next empty bin. So this was an example of next empty bin put-away strategy. PTWY. Strategy, next empty bin strategy. Okay, where the stock will be kept by the warehouse in the rack, provided there has to be some empty bin available in the rack to place the stock. Okay, now we have one more strategy. Okay, that strategy is called addition to existing stock. Addition to existing stock. Now what do we mean by this? If we have this strategy, which is addition to existing stock. Okay, addition to existing stock. All right, addition to existing stock. Now, if we have the same example, okay, same example, then in that case, what will be the situation? What will be the situation now? If we receive the product 100 pieces, the system has created the quant 476. Take an example. And if the next day we are getting the same product GR 40 pieces, the system is going to add the stock, provided the material number is same, to the same bin. The system will go to the GR in the same bin, but it will still create a next quant number 477. So in the previous example, okay, in this example, the first quant 476 was available in the bin Z-A-01, and the next quant is available in Z-A-02. But in the addition to existing stock, the system will add both the quant, okay, in the same bin. The bin number is the bin number, okay, same bin Z-A-01. Now in this example, if we just look at the quant behavior, the quant has not been added. It is not something that addition to existing stock will update the quant in the same quant. This quant is 100 pieces, okay? The quant 476 is how much? It is 100 pieces. So it will remain 100 pieces, and system will add one more quant of 40 pieces here in the same bin number. The system is not going to add 40 pieces to the same quant. Okay, the system will not do like that. Like it will add the same 40 pieces to the same quant, because the quant definition is, okay, this will not happen, because the quant definition is the quant cannot be further broken. Okay, so that's why the system will not add to the same quant. Rather than system will create one more quant number 477 in the same bin number. All right. So next empty bin strategy, the system will look at the next empty bin while placing the stock in the rack. Addition to existing stock, even if the stock is available in the bin, the system can add the stock in the same bin, provided the material number has to be same. Okay, our material number is same. That's why the system has added the quant or the stock in the same bin number. Okay, but the existing quant, it is not going to add the stock in the same quant. It will not happen like that, because quant is undividable. Okay, we cannot divide the quant. All right, clear, guys?
But
now,
sorry, but I have one question. Like in the storage bin, if we have, like mentioned earlier, total weight of 1000 kg
capacity.
And capacity, yeah.
Capacity will be there, obviously. In addition to existing stock, capacity check will be there. Okay. That we have the, we have the configuration of the settings for the capacity check. Okay. But at the moment, my major focus is to explaining the quant. Okay. But we do have the capacity check. Yes, of course. It is not something that whatever the stock will be coming, it will really keep on adding to the same bin, and the bin is getting overflow. Overflow will not happen, because whenever we do the addition to existing stock, we have to make the capacity check also, so that the bin will not overflow, start doing overflow. Okay, that is a capacity check that we will discuss when we come to the fixed bin addition to existing stock during the data. But at the moment, let's talk about the quant, the nature of the quant. Now this was while put away. Now let's talk about the stock removal or the picking. And the stock removal or the picking will happen. Okay, stock removal or the picking will happen. Let's talk about this. Okay, now let's talk about the first one, stock removal in the first example. Okay, stock removal in the first example. Now in this example, take an example, the PR001, and we'll consider only this part. 476 is the quant available. Okay, now the customer order came for the same material for how many pieces? Let's say for 100 pieces. The customer order, the sales order came for 100 pieces. Now what will happen? The system will lock this bin, this quant, and this quant 476 will be locked. This quant will be locked now, locked for picking, because the picking is happening, and this quant will be locked, and this 100 pieces will be allocated to this order. Okay, picking will be done. Okay, picking is done. Once the picking is done, then this quant, this locked will be released. Okay, locked will be released. The quant lock will be released, and the quant number will be deleted in the system automatically. The quant number is vanished now, right? Our stock was 100 pieces. Our sales order also came for the 100 pieces. Okay, and to fulfill this sales order of 100 pieces, the system has given this bin number Z-A01. System said, go to this bin and pull the material 100 pieces and fulfill the sales order. While doing this in the system, the quant 476 will be locked. 100 piece will be allocated to the sales order. Picking will be done. Quant lock will be released and the quant will be deleted in the system. All right. This is straightforward. Very simple example. Now, if the same thing will happen, okay, the same thing, if I just go that way, this example, we have the quant number, let's say 477, the next quant 477 in the, which is in the another bin, Z-A02. This is the bin number, Z-A02. Here also we do have 100 pieces. The stock is here also we do have 100 pieces. Now the sales order is coming for how much? Sales order is coming only for 60 pieces. Now what will happen here? Sales order is coming 60 pieces. Your quant 477 will be locked. Okay, it means you need 60 pieces, but how much has been allocated? 100 pieces, because quant is locked, right? 60 pieces is required to pick. How much we are allocating? 100 pieces. All right, how much we are allocating? The system is allocating 100 pieces. Why? Because the quant, we cannot divide the quant, so the quant will be completely locked and completely allocated. If the quant is 100 pieces quant, so this 100 pieces will be allocated to your sales order. All right, 100 pieces will be allocated to your sales order in that case. All right, and once this 100 pieces is allocated, the picking will be done. Okay, and meanwhile the picking is done. Okay, meanwhile the picking is done. Consider, for example, it is waiting for the picking to be done. It is allocated, but we are waiting for the picking to be done. Meanwhile, we get one more sales order of 10 pieces. Now the system, if the system will look at this bin, that this is the only bin that was having the quant, but the quant is locked already and 100 pieces already allocated. So this sales order will not find any quantity. There is no stock, okay, to fulfill the SO of 10 quantity. 10 pieces. Why? Because this quant is completely locked. So this 100 pieces is completely blocked for the sales order 60 pieces. But if it would have been a partial, then it would have allocated only 60 pieces and the 40 pieces would have been free. But but the system doesn't go that way. So that's why the quant, the name is quant, that it is undivided. We cannot divide the quant. So there is no partial concept here. This entire 100 pieces will be locked because this quant is allocated to this sales order. Okay, until unless the picking is done, release is done, your quant will not be free. And suppose now this particular sales order is failed to pick. It is failed to pick meanwhile because it doesn't find any stock. There is no stock available in this particular bin. Bin number Z-A02. It will not find any stock Z-A02 because there was only one quant and that quant is already locked by another sales order. But now when the picking will be done, the existing quant, okay, existing quant will be released. Now this 100 pieces will be released, and now it depends on the setting whether you want to keep the same quant number or you want to have the different quant number. So if you want to have a different quant number, the system will create one more quant of left out quantity of 40 piece. Okay, and if you want to same quant number, the system will, when the picking will be done, quant will be released. When the quant will be released, the quant will not be deleted this time because quant has some partial quantity. So your quant 477 left with 40 pieces now once the picking is done. So basically the system will understand this 477 as a new quant. So this is a new quant, basically new quant of 40 pieces will be created, and it will again come back to the same bin Z-A02. Now this depends on the SPRO configuration, whether this new quant created will come back to the same bin or to some other bin. That completely depend our SPRO configuration. Okay, for that, if I show you guys, there you have here return stock to the same storage bin. So it means once your quant is allocated, order is fulfilled, if there is any partial left out quantity in the quant, so that is called the return stock, and that return stock we want to return to the same storage bin number. So we enable this flag. Okay, all right, so this 40 pieces in the quant will come back to the same bin number. Now if we again try to attempt this sales order number, okay, Now, if we try to if we try to make a pick for this particular sales order 10 pieces, now this time the picking will be done. In the quant, 40 pieces quant, this new quant will be allocated. 40 pieces, new quant will be allocated to this order of 10 pieces. Okay, this time the picking will be done. New quant will be locked now. Again, it will be locked for the 40 pieces, although the sales order need only 10 pieces. But this new quant will have 40 pieces allocated, it will lock. Once the picking is done, then it will be released, and whatever the left out quantity of 30 pieces balance will have a new quant number or the same quant number. This is again, we can control in the configuration. New quant number will come back to the same bin, Z-A-02, which with the configuration which I just showed you guys. Return stock to the same storage bin flag. Okay, so this is how the quant concept is. So whenever you are doing the GR, every GR will create a new quant number. Whether you are putting in the different bin number, these are the different bin number. Okay, these are the different bin number. You are keeping the different quant number, that's completely fine. Even in the same bin number addition to existing stock, it is the same bin number, but the different quant. So every GR will create a new quant number. Doesn't matter you are doing the GR in the same bin, the system will create different quant in the same bin number. Or if it is an empty bin strategy, the system will every time it will pick a new empty bin and it will do the GR and will create a quant there. And the picking also I explain you guys, whatever the quantity within the quantity with the stock quantity in the quant, it will be fully allocated to the sales order for the picking purpose. Okay, and it will not be allocated to any other sales order meanwhile, until unless this sales order is fulfilled and the picking is done in this sales order. Okay, all right.
Sorry, but this availability check will happen at what level, like quant level or storage bin level?
Availability check will happen in your MMBE, right? IM, material management inventory. We are talking about the warehouse inventory. We discussed, right? We have two inventory, warehouse inventory and the inventory. And the warehouse inventory, there is no availability check. The inventory check will happen at the MM side here. Explain, right? The sales order and the purchase order will refer this MM inventory to perform their availability check and all. But the real-time inventory,
yeah, in WM we have real-time stock, na? So
exactly. But your availability check is considering only your inventory. Okay.
Okay, means still at the storage location level, you mean?
Exactly. So in your storage location, it will show the 100 pieces for both the sales order, the example which I took. In your storage location, it will show the 100 pieces is there. So it will easily should accommodate the sales order number 60 piece and the 10 pieces also, because still it is 70 pieces. So your availability check will be true, because for your availability check, the system is showing the 100 pieces stock is there in. So both your sales order can be confirmed with this stock. But when it comes to the warehouse for the picking purpose, when the delivery will be created at the time of delivery picking, then it will come to the warehouse inventory. Okay, that time the delivery for the sales order 60 piece, okay, will be allocated to a quant. Meanwhile, this quant will be locked, and your sales order, the next delivery has to wait. Okay, all right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, one more question. Like, is there any other purpose for quant, or is it a unique number for the stock?
If we look at the quant will have some parameter associated, like batch characteristics and the GR, good receipt date for the stock. Okay, it is just a tracking of the stock basically, that when that stock came in the warehouse.
But for the particular moment, I guess.
Exactly. Okay, so if I just show, so if you guys want to have a look at the stock, so you guys can go to the table LUUA. This is the quant table. I want to see for my warehouse 001 how many quants are there. 370 quants are there. Okay, so 370 quants. In this quant, if I just look at the detail of any one of these quant, it will just give high level detail, the last stock placed, GR date with respect to this quant number 417, when this quant was created at this time, 2001, with this GR number. Okay, right? When this entire quantity in this storage bin will be consumed, where is the storage bin? We will find the storage bin also where it has been placed. Okay, this is the storage bin, W is zone. When it is removed from here, the quant will be vanished. This 417 will be vanished from this table. Okay, right? Okay.
And which quant number to be used for the stock removal, that how it's decided, like 412 or 417.
Yeah.
So
That is decided by the picking strategy, how we want to pick, from which storage type we want to pick, and what is, because just like how we place the stock, we have the strategies for picking. Also, we do have the strategies. Okay. Let's say next empty bin. So system will look at the empty bin one by one. It will track from the start value to the end value. One by one, it will follow the sequence, and then it will find out whichever is the bin which is non-empty, which is having stock, and the material number is also matching, or the batch number is also matching. We'll just pull the stock from there. System will propose that bin. Strategy, basically, search strategies. We'll come to that. All right. So what we discussed so far, we discussed warehouse number, storage type, storage section, storage bin, quant. Now the activity area, the logical grouping of the storage bin. Okay. The activity area. If you look at this diagram, the activity area is where all the picking, packing, or the movement of the staff will be happening. It is also configured as a route. Okay. For example, the staff should always look at the storage type 1, 2, and 3 in a sequence rather than going to 3 to 1. So there is a predefined sequence of the movement in the warehouse. It is not something the staff can go in any movement, they will just follow the sequence which is suggested by the system, the SAP WM solution. And the system will suggest the solution, the sequence of the bin with the predefined activity area. And these are the majorly focused bins in the storage type should be looked at first. Like that, we could make a grouping of the bins in the activity area. So this is again logical sequencing. It is also an optional activity, optional SPRO configuration. Okay, but warehouse number primarily we have the storage type, storage section, and the storage bin. Quant is created automatically by the system. It is just a concept that we should know. Okay, and we should know in the system how the storage sort of fulfillment will be happening. Even if the quant, the stock is available, it will show in MMB in your MM inventory. Okay, in the inventory, the stock will show, but when it comes to the warehouse, the system will not be able to find that stock because the quant is already allocated to some other sales order. Okay, so that is the quant concept that we discussed, and the SPRO configuration we have covered. Okay, the storage type will again come back to the storage type. There are different parameters like capacity check, mixed storage strategy, stock removal strategies. We are going to discuss that one by one. But this configuration, we have the predefined storage type where we can copy and we can extend to our warehouse number, customized warehouse number. Okay, same goes for the storage section. We discussed about the storage section. That the storage section is again a mandatory organization unit when you create the warehouse structure. Okay, so even if the business doesn't require any logical sectioning of the storage type, still we have to create one default section without which we will not be able to create the storage bin. Okay, all right. So what we covered so far, we discussed the warehouse structure. Okay, this is also sometimes called the master data, storage type, storage section, storage bin. This is also sometimes called the master data. That's why if you see in the SPRO node, this is available in master data node. Within the WM master data node, these storage type, section, and bins are available in the master data. Okay, so this is referred as the warehouse structure, warehouse organization unit, or the warehouse master data also. Okay, all right, fine guys. Okay, so what we have covered so far, warehouse structure of master data, WM material master data view. We'll have a look at this now. In the material master, so whatever the material that we are working, okay, in those material, we do also have the warehouse master data view. Okay, take an example, MM03. I have another material, EE_spare1. So while creating this material, we do also have an option to create the warehouse management view for this material. Okay, so these two views we have to create for our material number, and in this we have to specify the plant number and the corresponding warehouse number associated with this plant and the storage location combination. Warehouse number I'm taking 001. Okay, so now here I can see that this material has been extended to this warehouse number 001. Okay, relevant for this plant. Okay, right, and it has some basic detail like base unit of measure, gross weight and volume. Okay, warehouse management 2, this is the storage type specific data. Okay, the storage type specific data. At the moment, I have not selected any storage type, but if a particular material is behaving, or we want to control the behavior of the product, that if it goes to the rack number 1, it will follow certain strategy. Okay, it will go to the rack number 2, it will follow another strategy. It will go to the rack number 3, another strategy to place the stock. So for that, we need in the product master data the storage type specific data also. Okay, so this warehouse management 2 view that you guys can see here, at the moment you don't see much detail here because I have not created this product specific to the storage type. But if I just create, then you'll see the storage type specific data also. So let's go and create it. For that, we have to go to the MM01 save product, and we select our warehouse management 2 view, which is the storage type specific data for this product. The plant 3800 warehouse this, and we'll take this storage type 001, the high rank number 001. And now you guys can see these fields are appearing now. Okay, minimum quantity, maximum quantity for the capacity check, replenishment quantity. This is the storage type specific data, storage type. Earlier, when I was not giving any storage type specific, we'll find only LE quantity we are availing, which is the palletization data. But now we can see some other fields. Now these fields could be different for the different storage type. For the rack number 1, these field could be different. For the rack number 2, these field could be different. For rack number 3, these field could be different. So whatever the field that you guys can see here, these fields, okay, whatever I'm putting the asterisk, these fields are the rack specific or the storage type specific data in the product master for this product master. Okay, this is relevant to a particular storage type only. Will be referred at the time of placing the stock in the particular storage type. All right, and guys, let me know if you have any question. Okay, all right, I'm not extending anything as of now. It's just for the information. All right, okay, let's go to the next one now, the next module. 1 second, guys, just allow me 1 minute. Someone at the door. Anyways, so let's go to the material. Let's go to the module number 2, organization data. Okay, so although we have already gone through the organization data with reference to the storage type, section, bin, picking area, and all. Okay, so let's go and have a look at some of this SPRO configuration relevant to the storage type. Okay, in detail, master data, storage type, because storage type in itself has a definition. Okay, so what we can see here in the storage type, the strategy we discussed. We just took an example of placing the stock in the rack. How it can be placed, we have the strategy defined here. Okay, the next, we just took an example of next empty bin. It means the system will place the stock in the rack if there is an empty bin. Addition to existing stock, the system will place the stock even if there is a stock available in the bin. Existing stock is there in the bin, but the stock will be added only if the material number is same. Okay, material, and if there is a batch, then the material number and the batch number has to be same. Then only the stock will be added to the existing stock, to the existing bin. We'll have the other also. We'll discuss these when we come to in detail to these strategies. We have the sessions for this. Okay, now then we have the stock placement require a confirmation. It means until unless we confirm the transfer order, the stock will not be placed. Okay, then we have, so I'll be just looking at the important fields. Then we have something which is called the additional stock, mixed storage. Okay, mixed storage. So the mixed storage is we are adding the stock in the same bin. As I said, it has to be the same material number. But if you want to mix the stock, even on the same bin, we want to keep the product A, B, C in the same bin. We want to add the stock in the same bin, and that two different material we are allowing the system to keep in the same bin. Then we use the mixed storage. Okay, mixed storage is allowed without limitation. In that case, all the material, irrespective of the batch number, material number, can be added to the existing bin number, provided the capacity of that bin should not cross. If the capacity has been reached for that bin, maximum capacity in terms of weight or the volume, then the stock will be added to the next bin. Then for that, we also have to make sure the addition to existing stock has to be allowed. Addition to existing stock, this has to be like this. Addition to existing stock should be allowed. Okay, all right. So this kind of a storage, if you see mixed storage or addition to existing stock, this kind of a storage, if you look at the open storage, I showed you one example, right? The open storage, where you can see the open storage with which diagram. Look at this diagram. Open storage, and this is just a one bin number. This entire space is one bin number. Open storage is one corner, one bin number. We have all the stock, irrespective of the material. We have the wood, iron bar, the package stuff, okay, the wooden frame, glasses, everything, all the mixed material is being stored in a same bin number, okay, and it is addition to existing stock. We can keep on adding the stock in the same bin number in the same place and irrespective of the material characteristics. It could be glass, it could be iron bar, aluminium, wooden frame, glasses, everything we are going to place here. So such kind of a model you will find where in the open storage. So that's why if you look at this, the storage type number 003, which is provided by SAP for the open storage, it has the mixed storage and the addition to stock, addition to existing stock, both are enabled. Okay, right? And Putaway strategy has been kept as C for the open storage. The stock will be kept as for the open storage. Okay, but the first one, the high rack is generally we do not mix the stock in the racks. We do not even allow the keep on adding the stock, the addition to existing stock. We do not generally allow that. Okay, so that's why the standard SAP has been given mixed storage, not allowed, addition to existing stock, not allowed in the rack. Okay, if you just take an example of the mart, where we have the shampoo in one of the rack and the detergent in another rack, another bin in the rack. Now, whenever the stock will come, the detergent will be keep on adding in the detergent bin and the shampoo will be keep on adding in the shampoo bin. So that is addition to existing stock. In that case, we have to enable this X, addition to existing stock. But if you enable at this level, then it is going to enable for all the bins in the rack. Okay, all the bins in the rack. If you have the 100 bins, so the 100 stock, 100 different product in that bin, the system will follow addition to existing stock for all the 100 bins for all the 100 product. So wherever that product is, that will be keep on adding in that particular bin. So for that, the system has given one more, which is called the fixed bin storage, fixed bin. We call it as a fixed bin storage, okay, which you will generally find in the mart. Wherever you go to the mart or the big bazaar or something, you will find the racks, and wherever the product will be, the same product will be replenished and will be keep on adding. Okay, perfume rack bin, perfume bin will be keep on adding the perfume there. Detergent will be keep on adding the detergents. Okay, the snacks, keep on adding the snacks in that particular snacks only in that particular bin will be allowed. That is called the fixed bin storage. It's a rack only. So the fixed bin is also kind of a rack where all the bin and the respective product will be allowed in that bin only. Okay, will be keep on replenishing that particular stock in that for respective to that particular bin with respect to that particular product. Okay, right? So that is a fixed bin storage. Whereas a high rack, we are just keeping as a next empty bin. So wherever the addition to existing stock is not allowed, wherever the next empty bin will be there, the stock will be kept there. Okay, so there the product doesn't have any specific location or a specific number. Wherever the product can come, do the good receipt, the product can be placed throughout the rack. Wherever it is, it finds the empty bin. The product will be placed there. Okay, all right. So mixed storage and the addition to existing stock. And not in all the situation we are going to enable that. For that, SAP has already provided the different storage type behavior. That in case of open storage, you enable both of these. Okay, in case of fixed bin, where a particular bin is dedicated for a particular product to add, you enable this addition to existing stock. Okay, and the strategy we keep it as a fixed bin storage. Okay, all right. Shelf storage, which is again next empty bin only, keeping the stock on the shelf. Okay, all right. Then what we have here is a capacity check method, because we are talking about keeping the stock in the same bin number. So in that case, if we are keep on adding the stock of the same material in the same bin, then there has to be a capacity check for that particular bin. It should not overflow. If there is a bin which can handle the 50 bottles of the shampoo, and we are getting more and more shampoo good receipt in the warehouse, the same bin should not overflow. We should not be a case the same bin the system is proposing, even the 50 50 pieces of the shampoo is already available in the bin, system is still keep on proposing the same bin number to keep the same shampoo bottle without checking the capacity of that bin. That's why whenever we are adding the existing, we are just enabling this flag addition to existing stock. We also have to make sure we enable the capacity check. So let's go to the fixed bin storage where we have the addition to existing stock, and you guys can see the capacity check has been enabled. Capacity check method is number 3. Capacity check is based on the maximum quantity per bin in the storage type. Okay, maximum quantity defined. Okay, maximum quantity based on the maximum quantity or the maximum weight. Number one is the maximum weight or the maximum quantity. Number 3 is the maximum quantity. How you want to check the capacity of that particular bin while keep on adding the stock in the same bin? It should not cross the maximum weight or the maximum quantity has been provided here. But where we maintain this maximum quantity and the maximum weight, this is something where we have to maintain in that particular product master data. Okay, we discussed, right? WM01, we have the product, the storage type specific data in the warehouse management 2 view. There comes the storage type specific data. Okay, maximum bin quantity. We specify the bin number here and the maximum bin quantity. There we have the maximum quantity we can define here. Maximum quantity. Now, if the shampoo bottle in the particular bin should not cross more than 100, we will specify here the maximum is 100. Okay, so maximum bin quantity here. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. And where we can see maximum weight. Maximum weight is we define in the storage bin level itself. We know, right? In the storage bin, during the defining the storage bin structure, we saw there is a storage bin type associated and the weight, maximum weight allowed in that storage bin. Okay, the weight we are defining here in the bin level itself, or I can simply show. So this is the bin number. There you can see this particular bin. I am just showing you that this is the bin, and this bin number, this is the maximum weight of this bin. So while defining the bin, we define this maximum weight. Okay, so maximum weight will be derived from the bin definition, and the maximum quantity will be derived from the product master data WM warehouse management 2 view to check the capacity. Okay, all right. Okay, all right.
One question, like we are also maintaining the maximum weight in the storage bin type, right? Do you remember storage bin type? So is it also required to maintain in the bin storage bin? So if you go to storage bins, you will find storage bin type.
This is the storage bin.
Not here in the SPRO path under storage bins.
Okay.
This is storage bin types, no? Yeah.
Right.
Here we are defining weight also. Can you go into any one?
This is just a table entry. It's just a placeholder. It doesn't have any definition. You see?
Okay.
It doesn't have any definition. It is the business meaning actually. Okay. This placeholder is having a business meaning. Okay. Right. Where we can define in the structure here. I think you're referring about the structure, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Right. So the same, this structure we are using to create the bin eventually, right? So this is one of the bin I'm showing here, that when you're using that structure, I created this bin, started for aisle number 4. And while creating this bin, I created the 2-meter height bin with the weight maximum. So this maximum weight is coming from where? This comes from the structure only. This is the only. But this structure will not be used at the time of transfer order, when the search strategy will work, because this structure is just to define the bin. Once the bin is defined, the system will consider this bin maximum weight defined. Okay, maximum weight defined in this bin level. Okay, not in this SPRO configuration, because that SPRO configuration work will be finished when the bin is created in the system. That's it. Okay. So our placement strategy will not look into the SPRO configuration. Our placement strategy will look at this bin definition. Yeah, this bin definition is referencing that SPRO configuration at the time of creation. But once it is created, then the system will not touch that SPRO configuration, the structure and all. It will just look at the definition of this, the master data, this storage bin master data. It will look at to know what is the maximum weight this bin can handle. Okay, it is in the bin master data only. Okay, all right. And what is the maximum quantity that bin is allowed? So that is coming from material master data, warehouse management 2 view, material master data. And here we have to specify the bin number also. Okay, that for particular bin number, the maximum bin quantity has been specified here. Okay, and for that particular bin number, the maximum weight is defined in the bin definition only. Okay, here, right. Now the question is, why we do not have the maximum quantity defined in the bin definition level? We cannot have. One bin is not a dedicated for a particular material. We are storing the material A, and the material A is a chocolates. So this bin can accommodate 500 chocolates, 500 pieces of chocolates. We'll empty the bin and we start placing the shampoo bottle or the perfume bottles there. So this bin can accommodate maximum 20 perfume bottles or 30 perfume bottles. So in that case, that depends on the product actually. The maximum quantity of that particular bin depends on the product. The same bin, 1000 kg, can accommodate 500 pieces of chocolates because that doesn't take much volume and the weight. So it can handle. But the same bin, based on the volume of the perfume bottle, it cannot accommodate more than 30 perfume bottles in a bin. So the maximum quantity for the perfume bottle in the same bin is 30. Maximum quantity for the chocolates in the same bin is 500. It means it depends on the product master data. So that's why the maximum quantity is defined at the product master data level here. So here we specify this particular bin number, okay, that this particular product in this bin is the maximum quantity 30. If this particular product is perfume bottle, then it is 30. Maximum quantity is 30 in this bin. If this particular product is chocolate, then maximum quantity is 500. Okay. So that's why the maximum weight has been defined at the bin level, because weight of perfume bottles or weight of the chocolate, that is just a weight. It doesn't depend on the product master data. Okay, the feature of the product, because weight is just weight. It doesn't depend on the height, volume and all characteristics of the product, or the weight and the volume, height, length and all. So that's why the maximum weight carrying capacity for a particular bin has been mentioned at the bin definition level, bin master data, but the maximum quantity that this bin can handle is defined in the product master data with the product master and the bin combination. This is a product master and the bin combination, and here you have the maximum quantity defined. Okay, as I said, if this product is a chocolate, this particular bin can handle 500 chocolate. If this particular product is a perfume bottle, so this bin can handle 30 perfume bottles because of the height and the volume of that bottles. The bin cannot accommodate more than 30. Okay, so the maximum quantity we have to define with combination of material and the bin, but maximum weight doesn't need the product information. That simply we can define with association of storage bin only. Okay, yeah, let me know guys if you have any questions. Yeah, right. So let's go to the storage type discussion again. Storage section check active, SUT check. This is the storage unit. So storage unit is not in the TOC. Okay, just like we have handling unit, we have the storage unit also. Okay, we will cover the handling unit in this training. Okay, but the storage unit is not covered. Then we have the user exit. If while placing the stock in the warehouse, if these strategies are not sufficient and we wanted to have our own business defined logic while placing the stock, the system should perform some kind of a checks. But for that, we have to enable this user exit here, flag. Now, where we can see this user exit. So Putaway strategy, the user exit name. 1 second, I think the user exit name is in the notes itself. We will find the user exit name also. It is not there. You guys can see here in the system parties that develop user exit for the warehouse management. There is a specific here we have the list of all the user exit. Okay, now we are talking about a specific strategy, automatic creation transfer order. So which user exit we can keep in the strategy? This is the one. You can see this is for defining the stock removal strategy. Okay, this is also stock. Then this one is for Putaway for stock placement. Okay, so there's a list of exit has been given here, and for enhancing our own strategy, we can use these user exit. And once we modify this user exit, we also have to enable this flag user exit activated. Then only that particular user exit will be enabled in the system while placing the stock. So this storage type have two sections in this SPRO configuration. The above section is showing is Putaway strategy to place the stock, and the below section is a stock removal strategy. Okay, just like how to place the stock is controlled by the Putaway strategy. Similarly, how to remove the stock is also controlled by the stock removal strategy. So here also we have like LIFO and FIFO generally used, or shelf life expiration date. How you want to remove the stock from the warehouse. For example, if it is a pharma company, shelf life expiration date. Okay, shelf life expiration. The system will look at the product which is getting expired first, has to be removed first from the warehouse. In this entire rack, we have a lot of medicines or the chemicals are being kept, has been placed in that rack. But how the system we want to configure? Should we remove those products first where the expiry date is approaching, or should we consider those products where the expiry date is extended to the next year or next to next year, like that? Shelf life expiration date. What the system will do? System will put that ascending order or the descending order for the shelf life expiration. Okay. If for the same product, I have the product, let's say it's a medicine. Okay. For the same medicine, I have the Quant has shelf life expiration date. Okay. First expiration date is in May. Okay. Second expiration date is in July, and third expiration date we have in April, let's say 30th April or 25 April. Okay. Now which one the system will pick? If we keep the strategy, pickup strategy, the stock removal strategy as a shelf life expiration date. So system will look at this shelf life date in this Quant. Now, how we want the ascending or the descending, that is decided by the business. If it is ascending order, then the system will have create this 25 April on the top, then 1st of May, then 1st of July, like this, while picking it up. If it is opposite, then if it is a descending order, then it will go for the latest one on the top, and getting expired, whichever is getting expired soon, early, will be at the bottom. Okay, how we want the system to achieve it? By the ascending logic or by the descending logic? If we go with the ascending logic, the system will pick the medicine which is 25th April first to pick. Okay, this Quant will be picked first, which is shelf life expiration is 25th April. If it is descending logic, so the system will pick the Quant with 1st of July first to pick up and fulfill the sales order of the medicine. Okay, so this is derived by the shelf life expiration date. Similar logic we have with the other pickup strategy also. What are the other pickup strategy we do have? Last in, first out, first in, first out. Now this depends on the good receipt date. Okay, last in, first out, or first in, first out is this Quant will have the good receipt date associated. This Quant will have shelf life expiration date. This Quant will also have the good receipt date. Suppose it's a good receipt date. Okay, suppose it's a good receipt date. Okay, GR date, right? GR date. Now if we make last in, first out, then this is our LIFO, descending order. LIFO, it means whichever the medicine has been last GR, it means GR on the 1st of July is the last GR is in this year, will be picked first. Okay. FIFO, first in, first out, whichever the medicine has been GR first. So 25th April is a medicine which has been GR first, will be picked first. Okay. So these are the FIFO and the LIFO principle. So your FIFO and the LIFO principle works on GR date. All right. GR date. Shelf life expiration date works on shelf life. Whichever is getting expired first will be removed first from the warehouse. So whichever will be expired first means this one, ascending order. So in the shelf life expiration date, you do not have the FIFO or the LIFO. Shelf life expiration date is internally implicit. It's a FIFO logic only. First in, first out. Okay, right? All right. So these kind of a strategy, stock removal strategy, that how the stock will be removed from the warehouse, right, will be controlled by the stock removal strategy. Stock removal require a confirmation. Yes, we need the transfer order confirmation to make the system understand that the stock has been removed. Okay, we'll discuss further some of this important parameter. Okay, in the storage type.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary purpose of the SAP LEWM module? Option A, customer relationship management. Option B, human resource management. Option C, efficient storage and movement of materials within a warehouse. Option D, financial accounting and controlling. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at moving and storing goods? Our SAP LEWM course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP LE and WM. It's like a smart system for tracking goods, storing them correctly, and shipping them on time. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP LEWM Pro? Sign up in our page now, and for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Since you guys have already been explained about this SPRO configuration, so I will suggest you guys also start making your own warehouses, okay? And start working for Putaway and the stock removal in your warehouses. So what I can do, we can go this way. Let me have a look at, okay. So what you guys can do, as per your serial number in the attendance sheet, you guys can create your warehouse number in the system, okay? So if it's a serial number 1, so you create the warehouse number Z01. If it's a 2, Z02 till Z09, and if it is 10, then Z10. So please create your warehouse number in the system in the enterprise structure, and to assign the warehouse number, you guys need the plant and the storage location. So the plant you guys can take 3800. Okay, I'll just put in the chat window, or you guys can simply, I'll just show in the configuration here. Okay, so that will be your exercise as a hands-on, and based on your hands-on, your hands-on will be tracked actually just to show the report to your management. So this is as suggested by the management, TCS management. We have to conduct a kind of a small hands-on exercise, and the feedback will be shared with the management. Okay, so I'll give you very simple hands-on exercises. Okay, so those hands-on exercises you guys can finish during the training hours. That won't take much time. Okay, and the score or the results of that hands-on or your feedback will be captured and will be shared with the management. Okay, so what you guys have to do, you guys have to come to the enterprise structure, define your warehouse number in logistics execution. Okay, define your warehouse number. You guys can copy any warehouse number. You can copy the central warehouse number also. That's completely fine. Okay, so you guys have to copy and define your own warehouse number here. Z01 I have created already, so I'll just delete it. Okay, so that you guys can define your own warehouse number as per the serial number. Okay, this will be as per the serial number in the attendance sheet. Okay, so for your serial number, just maintain the warehouse number, define the warehouse number, and assign that warehouse number to plant and the storage location. Which plant and the storage location? So you guys can take a reference of the plant and the storage location which I'm using. So logistics execution, assign warehouse number to the plant. So you guys can take a reference of plant 3800. This is the one. Okay, plant 3800, storage location 0001. So I'll just mention this in the chat window. All right. So your warehouse number, plant plus storage location, we're assigning the warehouse number. So the plant is 3800 plus warehouse number is 0001. There you will assign your serial number, relevant warehouse number starting with Z. Okay. All right. So once you assign this warehouse number, your warehouse will be activated. What you guys have to do next? Next, you guys have to come to the logistics execution and define the structure of your warehouse. What we have discussed, you guys have to define the storage type, storage section, storage bin. In the warehouse management, first of all, you guys have to come to the master data. And first thing is define control parameter of warehouse number. Okay, so here you will find your warehouse number. So you guys have to give the weight unit, default unit of measure 1 and 2. Okay, blocking method, so you guys can simply take a reference of number 0001, which I'm also using, and just assign the default value for your warehouse number in this configuration. Okay, and then followed by storage type. As I said, you guys can take a reference of the warehouse number 0001 and copy all the storage type for this 0001 and substitute the warehouse number with your warehouse number. Okay, just replace this 0001 with your warehouse number while copying it. Okay, do not delete any entries. Similarly, go for the storage section and the bin also. Okay, so this way you guys have your own warehouse structure created. You will not be working on the same warehouse. So there will not be any inventory check issue or the testing issue, because all of us will be having our own warehouses to perform our individual testings. Okay, all right. So let's do this exercise. Okay, and if you guys need any help, please let me know. So how many we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys joined. Okay, so if you guys need any help defining the warehouse number, creating the storage type, storage section, storage bin, let me know. Okay, all right.
Do we need to do it now in the call?
Yes.
Okay. Like when saving the changes, it will ask me to create transport request, right? So can I create a new one or just
yes,
one?
Yes. You guys can create your own with your name or ID. You guys can keep your own TR number. Okay. This is a very simple exercise because here we just have to copy the reference warehouse 001. That's it. Okay. And the plant and the storage location combination I already provided. So in short, it should not take more than 15 minutes to finish the warehouse number, assigning the warehouse number, defining the warehouse number, storage type, section, and the bin. Okay. So let's spend 15 minutes and finish this exercise. Okay. Along with that, at the end of the training, there will be a 13-14 question and multiple choice question assessment also. So this thing we'll be doing every Wednesday or the Friday, 15-minute hands-on and 5-10 minutes for your multiple choice questions. Okay. And if you guys need any help in this hands-on, please share your screen. Okay. And I will guide you guys for the hands-on. But for the multiple choice question, you have to do it yourself. Guys, if you need any help in defining the warehouse number, assignment, or creating the structure of the warehouse, please share your screen. So who has created this Z06 warehouse number?
I have created Z06.
Okay.
Yeah.
For others, if you guys need any help, please let me know.
But in assignment, actually, it's not allowing to assign Z06 because 001 is already assigned. So we assign.
Okay, 1 second. You're going to assign the same storage location. 1 second. Yeah.
Warehouse
assignment. Yeah. So no, that's fine. That's fine. You can stay. So 3800, because since one warehouse, okay, one warehouse can accommodate more than one storage location, but one storage location can be mapped to only one warehouse number at the moment. Yeah. So in that case, we need to have another storage location to assign this warehouse number. Okay. All right. We need to have another storage location to assign this warehouse number. Since at the moment we have only one storage location. Okay. So let me see. So it has many storage location. Okay. But if you want to create our own storage location also, I think we can create it in OX09. Okay. We can provide our plant 3800 and we can define our own storage location also here. Okay. For example, if you want to create for your, you can create as Z006. Okay. Test. Okay. Z06 warehouse number like that, and save this. Now you can go ahead and you can use this. So this T code is OX09. Okay. Where we can create our own. And now you can go ahead and create for your storage location 3800 plus Z006. Assign your warehouse number Z06 here. Okay. I'll just make a correction here in the chat window. The storage location has to be created new. We cannot use the same storage location. Okay. New storage location need to be defined for 3800 to assign relevant warehouse number, WM number. Okay. T code OX09 to create storage location. Okay. All right. Fine. All right.
Yeah. So I'm having some issues in connecting to the remote system. So I'm just working on it. Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. But whomsoever has some technical challenges, okay, you guys can continue after the training, because this I have dedicated time of 15 minutes only. Okay.
Sure.
So
sure,
you guys
Thanks.
can continue after training hours also. And you guys can show me this hands-on, maybe why I'm tracking all this, because this is expected from the thesis management. So we have to give a kind of a feedback and the score for each one of you based on the hands-on and the multiple choice question, theoretical question also. So that's why I'm tracking here. and I've been told to give this exercise and some duration during the training hours, and whomsoever can't complete during the training, you guys have a time to finish it after training hours and show me in the. Okay, all right. So P800, and I can simply come and check in the SPRO configuration. If I find your warehouse number and your storage location assigned here, okay. So, and as I said, just give the warehouse number Z followed by your serial number in the attendance sheet. Okay, so that I will come to know who has created. All right, from the attendance sheet, I will come to know like 06 Z06 is created by his serial number 6 in the attendance sheet. Okay, if you want to create Z05, it is 04 Z04 like that. And during the course of creation, if you find any errors, something, you guys can ask me in the also. Okay, post training hours. So you have only 4 minutes left to finish this. Okay, take your time and try to finish this exercise and raise your doubts.
Hello.
Yeah.
I'm trying to create warehouse number, but it is showing that data is logged by user end with 06 and can be displayed only.
Okay, so I think it is logged by Abhijit. I think 06 is.
Okay, so can't we use like one transaction at a time? Because I think the user ID is different, I guess. Mine is 08, I guess.
Correct. User ID is different, but it's a common server.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So one by one we have to do. As I said, you guys can create and try this exercise after the training hours also. And you guys can come up with your errors in the, okay. But we just have to take a reference of the warehouse 001 and try to copy your storage type, storage section, bin, okay, warehouse control, okay, the warehouse control, warehouse number control data, like default unit of measure, default weight unit. All right. And even the step-by-step has been given in this PPT also. If you look at this module number 2, step by step, the PPT is showing where you guys can create the warehouse number, how to define the warehouse number. Step by step, it is giving this entire exercise, how to define the warehouse number in SAP, okay, and then how to assign the warehouse number to the storage location. Yeah, storage location, you guys have to create your own storage location for the plant 3800, just like how we have created for a new storage location. So you guys also have to use the T code. Every detail I have mentioned in the chat window. So the T code for creating the storage location is being mentioned in the chat window. Using that T code OX09, you guys can create your own storage location, and the combination of the plant 3800 and your storage location, you can assign to your respective warehouse number. And the steps has been mentioned here in this PPT, step by step. All the recording is also there. Okay, because this thing I have already shown yesterday during the session, or in the first session, I showed everything, how to assign the warehouse number and the plant and storage location combination, then the storage type. Okay, we can copy the storage type, all the storage type for the warehouse number 001. It is being shown in this PPT also. All this storage type, you guys can simply copy and replace with your warehouse number. Same goes for the storage section and the storage bin also. Okay. All right. Picking area is optional, so you guys can avoid having the picking area. We were discussing about this picking area. So, all right. So yesterday someone asked me about the picking area, and I explained this picking area is an area which is near to the rack. So that whatever the stock we pick, we keep in the picking area, and from there the stock will move in a one go to the staging area, to the goods issue staging area 916. Okay. So the picking area is just a kind of a temporary area. We keep our stock. Okay, rather than we pick the stock and we are taking the stock to pick from the another rack. Okay, all across the warehouse, we are just keeping our stuff with us in the trolley or in the forklift, and we just keep on picking the stuff, and we are holding all the picked stuff with ourselves. So it is not advisable. Rather than when we pick the stuff and it is already loaded, so we should keep it in the picking area. We can understand with one example. We have one bucket in your shopping basket in your hand, and you're shopping everything, and that basket is full. So now you go for second empty basket to pick other objects from the shelf. So what you can do? You can hold that full basket in your one hand, And in the second hand, you can keep on doing the shopping, keep on picking the things in your second basket. But in that case, what is happening? Your full basket, the basket number one, you are carrying with you across the shopping mart. Okay. Rather than doing this, what we can do, we can keep that full basket in one place, and so that place will be called as a picking area. And with the next basket, with the empty basket, we can go ahead with our shopping in the shopping mart. And once we are done with the shopping in the second basket, we can come back to the picking area, and then we can carry the basket number 1 and 2 and go to our counter. Okay. So in that case, rather than carrying the full basket number 1 all across the shopping mart, we kept it in one place so that we do not have to carry the luggage and just walk around the shopping mart doing more and more shopping for the basket number 2. Okay. So that is the whole idea of the picking area. That picking, once it is done, it is full in the forklift. Just keep it in the picking area. Now let's go to pick more and more stuff. When it is full, again come to the picking area and drop it like that. And then in the last, pick all the stuff in one go and move it to the goods issue zone. Okay. With the forklift or the trolley. All right. Or we have the rail car also in the warehouses. Okay. All right. Now the storage unit. So the storage unit in the warehouse, it is just for controlling the warehouse capacity. Okay. So storage unit, we have the handling unit and the storage unit. Handling unit is generally used for the packaging, just to give a reference number to the packaging stuff, just to track the packed material. We use the concept of handling unit. And the storage unit is that particular material can be stored in a pallets or in the boxes. So if we already have the predefined, for example, if we already have the canned juices, so that juices will be always in the Tetra Pak boxes. So that kind of a mechanism is called the storage unit. Okay, so the storage unit means if we already activated the storage unit for the warehouse, it means all the material in the warehouse have some dedicated packaging material. It should be packed in that particular storage unit only. Okay, and as we know, storage unit can be homogeneous, containing one material item, or the mixed. So it is just like we have the box of pencils. So one box can have 10 pencils. So that one box of 10 pens carrying 10 pencils is called the homogeneous, where all the materials are the same characteristics. Okay, homogeneous storage unit. And the mixed one is where it is giving a free offer. Okay, with one bucket or one bag of rice, one kind of a soap is free. So that package is storage unit, but that is the mixed storage unit, where we have two different kinds of product in one storage unit. Okay, so the storage unit is generally used where we are managing the entire warehouse stock in the pallets. Okay, especially in the automations. Okay, where we have the car manufacturing plant. Okay, or the truck manufacturing plant. There, whatever the goods will come in the warehouse will come in the pallets only. There, the storage unit will be helpful to track. Okay, all right. Let me know, guys, if you have any questions. Okay.
So handling unit and storage unit both are same, right? I think handling unit comes under IM and storage unit comes under WM. Is that correct statement?
So no, both we can't say exactly same, because handling unit doesn't involve packaging. Handling unit is specifically for tracking, actually tracking the packed material. Okay, handling unit is the number which is used for tracking the packed material. Okay, and the storage unit is the packaging itself. Okay, if any material will be always packed with a certain configuration. Take an example, as I give an example, the pencils will be always pack of 10. Okay, so this is an example of storage unit. But that packed 10 pencil box will have some tracking number also in the warehouse. Number 001, another pencil box 002, another pencil box 003. But all these packed will have same storage unit. Okay, all this will have the same storage unit number. Okay, if you just simply understand this way, I have box 1, box 2, box 3. Now in this boxes, what are these? One box carrying 10 pencils. Okay. Now, if we talk about the storage unit, what are the storage unit? Storage unit here is a box. Box 1 is also box, right? Box 2 is storage unit is box. Box 3 storage unit is box. But if you look at the handling unit is just a tracking number. Box 1 is a tracking number 001. Box 2 tracking number 002. Box 3 tracking number 003. So if you look at this example, storage unit is same, but the handling unit number is different. Okay. So handling unit is for tracking the packed material, but the storage unit is defining the packaging for a particular material. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So the slight different. Okay. Now rest we can see here placing the material into storage while the ID point, creating the transfer order, confirming. So we'll understand this entire cycle when we do one end-to-end cycle at how the transfer requirement will be created, how the transfer order will be created and all. We'll have a look at it, the entire cycle. Okay. Quant, we have discussed the characteristics of the quant is quant cannot be divided further. Okay. We cannot add the end quantity in the quant, existing quant number. We cannot add because every quant will have a shelf life date, good receipt date, a batch number, or certain characteristics like special stock indicator in the stock category. Okay, we cannot add the quantity in the same quant number. If we are adding, if there is a bin and the quant is available, and in the same bin we want to add the more quantity, the system will create one more quant number rather than upgrading the same quantity in stock or the stock in the same quant. Okay, this is what we have discussed here also, right? With our example of Putaway. Okay, in the next empty bin, the stock was kept in the next empty bin, but in addition to existing stock, the system is not going to add the 40 pieces, 100 pieces, one quantity has been created. 40 pieces when the next GR will come, system is going to add the stock in the same bin number Z0 A01, but it is not going to add in the same quant number 47. Rather than it will create a new quant on the same bin number. Okay. All right. And same, I explained you guys during the picking also. During the picking also, the partial picking of the quant will not happen. Quant will be locked and allocated completely for your picking demand. Okay. Sales order demand. All right. And unless that demand is fulfilled, picking is done, the quant will remain locked. Okay. And once the picking is done, whatever the left out quantity in that quant and with the same quant number or the new quant number will be returned back to the same bin number. Okay. To fulfill the future requirements. This is what we discussed about the quant. Yes. So this is the stock of any material, same feature in one storage bin. Okay. System manage the different batches of material as a different quant number. If it's the same material number, but with a different batch number, then obviously good receipt also will be created separate for the separate batch number. It is not a one good receipt for all the batches. Okay. So system will also create same material, different batches as a different quant number. Okay. All right. Quantity of the quant can be increased in addition to existing stock. Quant, okay. Quant can be created or deleted through a goods movement. Okay, right. Fine. So that was your module number 2. Let me discuss the module number 3, master data. Storage bin using the bin structure, mass upload and all. So this is also we have done. We created the storage bin structure. And what is the storage bin? It is the physical location storage bin where the product will be stored in the warehouse. Okay. Ideally, it is not a physical space, to be honest. Storage bin is not a physical space. It is the XYZ coordinate to locate to locate the position of the product, where the product will be placed or where the product will be picked from. Storage bin, you guys just can understand as an XYZ coordinate in the warehouse to locate the position in the house where the goods can be placed or can be picked from. Okay, warehouse. So, and storage bin is created with reference to the storage type and the storage section. Okay, it is the storage type and the storage section creation is a prerequisite for creating the storage bin. Okay, these are the storage bin creation manually. So yes, we can create the storage bin manually also. In what? So we created the storage bin automatically using the structure. So to create the storage bin manually, we can use the T code LS01. Okay, so the T code is LS01. Okay, in this T code, which bin we create manually? Generally, we create the GR zone area or goods issue area, a kind of a staging area, we create manually, okay, with some meaningful name. If you talk about the bin number in the rack, that is aisle stack level, XYZ coordinate. But if you talk about the storage type bin number in the staging area, like good receipt area, goods issue area, so we have to come and create manually. So I think we already must have, sorry, not in rack number. I have to check in the GR zone area. GR staging area is 901. You guys can see here, WE zone. So this WE zone, this alphabets, this name, WE zone, name of the storage bin is being decided to create, okay. Similarly, if we look at the 916 staging area for outbound ship, that two storage bin has been created here for 916. Okay, both are empty. So rather than we can create our own goods issue zone or goods issue staging area. Okay, goods issue staging area. All right, let's create here and we can specify a section. If 916 have any section, total section, maximum weight the goods issue zone can carry is 10,000. Okay, that's it. So storage bin is created manually here. Goods issue staging. All right. Okay. So this one we discuss the storage bin structure, a template, the constant, and the numeric. Then followed by the structure. Under the numeric, we have to give these alphabets A, B, B, C, C, or X, X, Y, Y, Z, Z for the incremental purpose. Rest wherever we have the constant, we can give the numbers, alphabets, special character also, but the system is not going to increment the special character or the number or the alphabet. Okay. So this is an example has been given where the structure is, it has primarily aisle and the stack or the stack or the level. So here 0010, the first digit, first 4 digits, 0010 is a constant actually. It is being constant CCC on the top is denoting that these are the constant numbers. These are the constant numbers. Okay, these are the constant numbers. It is not going to increment it. That's why the increment is blank here. Okay, fine. Now, handling unit creation. So as I said, handling unit is the mechanism to track the packed goods in the warehouse. Okay, mechanism to track the packed goods in the warehouse. So we need the packaging material like bubble sheet or boxes, cartons, and then we also do need we have a different kind of a packaging material like pallet. Okay. So we need to have a packaging material first of all, and then handling unit number in transaction has been given here to track the handling unit number range creation. Okay. All right. So this handling unit can be created in the warehouse, and this handling unit can also be created in the ERP also. Okay, at the SD or the MM side, and it will just replicated this handling unit number, same handling unit number in the warehouse also. Okay, so we'll do this exercise for creating the handling unit and all. But before that, let's do one simple cycle in the system to understand the entire end-to-end flow. Okay, so let's create one purchase order. Okay, let's create the purchase order and PO quantity 5. Okay, we are bringing how much quantity? Or let's say I'll bring 25 or 35 for the plant. Enter currency. Where is the currency in the status? Currency is US dollar. Plant is 3800. Okay. Remove this rejection code for the USA. All right. So we are creating one purchase order. And before creating the purchase order, I want to see the stock of warehouse. To see the stock of the warehouse, the T code is LS26. You guys can make a note of this. Okay, you guys can make a note of this. To view the stock of the warehouse, the T code is LS26. LS26. Okay, now what we can see here, there is 98 pieces of the stock in the high rack 001. Okay, we can see here, there is 98 pieces of the stock in the rack, high rack 001. And there is one staging area starting with 9. 9 is an interim staging area, and in that staging area also some goods, some stock available. It is one piece of the stock. So total available stock 98 plus 1 is 99 here. 99 is the available stock here. So 90. Okay, available stock is 98 plus 1, 99. Okay, but this available stock 6 is available in 98 available in the high rack, and one piece is available in the 911 staging area. Okay, goods issue staging area. Clear? Now, if I bring the stock, okay, if I bring the stock, then what will happen? If we just come back and look at our Excel sheet here, okay, look at this image which I draw other day, then the goods will come in the warehouse. Where the goods will stay first of all? The goods will come in 901 good receipt staging area. Let me just confirm it again. Okay, the goods will first of all will come in 901 good receipt staging area, and from there the goods will move to rack 001. Okay, let's see. So we are creating a purchase order to bring the goods DE spare 1. How much pieces? 35 pieces in the plant 3800, 3800. Just save this purchase order. Okay, and in this purchase order, what we have to do? We have to do the MIGO of this purchase order 19835. Good receipt 19835. Okay, 19835. Okay, where we can see that we come here and assign the storage location number 0001. The moment I assign the storage location, we can see the WM tab came. If I just delete it, you see WM tab is gone now. And the moment I'm assigning this storage location, WM tab will appear automatically here. And this WM tab, why it is coming? Because warehouse number is assigned to the plant and the storage location combination. So that's why if I just delete the storage location from here and hit enter, the WM detail will be gone. Okay, so I have to assign the purchase order, your storage location number here to determine the warehouse number. Okay, to determine the warehouse number. And what will be the warehouse number? So that we can figure out here. Okay, all right, system will determine automatically the warehouse 35 is a put away quantity. Okay, so let's do the good receipt. MIGO, we can check it is okay and then try to post. Okay, so the material document is posted now. Now let's go and refresh the stock. So what we can see here, okay, so the good receipt staging area is not 901. The system, it is 902. I just want to correct myself. It is 902 actually. 902. 902, not 901. You guys can just make a correction in the notes. It is 902. Okay. Give me just one moment, guys. Let me just correct this in your assessment also. All right. So just make a note again. GR area that have been defined in the standard WM solution is a 902, representing by 902. So we did the correction for 916. Today we are making the correction for 902. So GR staging area in the WM is standard storage type is 902. Goods issue staging area for delivery is 916. That will be working. So that's what we can validate in our system also. That 902 staging area got 35 pieces of stock. Okay, 35 pieces of the stock has been received here. Right, 35 pieces of the stock is being received in good receipt area. Okay, so if you look at the diagrammatically, so it will look like this. So there is an inbound truck in the warehouse. Okay, and that inbound truck has reached the warehouse. If this is the warehouse, the inbound truck has reached this warehouse. So after coming to inbound truck, the goods will be first of all kept in good receipt staging area. So it is a GR staging area, GR area, number 902. So just make a correction in the number. Number is 902, not 901. Since in EWM it is 901 for GR and for goods issue it is 9020. So a little bit confusion will happen here. In EWM, good receipt staging area is 9010 and good issue staging area is 9020. Okay. But in WM, the numbers are a little bit different. GR staging area is 902 and goods issue staging area is 916. So inbound truck will come. So goods will be first of all unloaded from the truck to good receipt area, good receipt staging area. The goods will be unloaded here. And after that, the goods will be moved to the racks. There are high rack. Okay, there is a high rack. Okay, and this high rack number is 0001 or 001. Okay, this is the high rack number. So it means the moment we do the good receipt, GR, okay, we do the GR in MIGO transaction, then what will happen? The system will just push the stock to GR area 902 only. That's why it is, you guys can see here in the 902, this 35 stock has been appearing just after doing the GR. I just performed the good reset in the system, and you guys can see I just performed the MIGO for this purchase order, and the material document is posted for this good reset. The moment I did the GR in warehouse inventory, the stock will appear to the 902, and that you guys can check in this diagram also. The moment I'm performing the GR for the purchase order, the goods will move to the GR area only till 902. The goods will not move to the high rack. Okay? Goods are not moving to move to the high rack. Okay, after performing the GR. After performing the GR, the goods will move only till good receipt area 902, number 902. Once the goods received in the 902 area, then it is followed by further movement till high rack, and this is called put away. This is called put away, moving the stock from good receipt staging area and keeping it on the high rack is called put away, and receiving the stock in GR area is called good receipt only. It is just a good receipt in the warehouse. Clear? Let me know, guys, if you have any questions. Clear? Okay. That means we have done only till this step. We have just performed the good receipt. Now the put away is pending. And for put away, what we need to move the stock from 902 good receipt staging area to the high rack 001 area, to place this stock, to move the stock, what we need? We need a transfer order. What we need a transfer order. Okay. And the transfer order will have the source location, which is 902 in our case, and the destination location. Destination location is 001 in our case. Okay. All right. So let's have a look. Now the goods, after good receipt is done, the goods has been received in good 902 good receipt staging area. Okay. Stock of 935. Now the next what we'll do, we'll create a transfer order to move the stock from good receipt staging area 902 to 001 high rack. Right. Now display this good receipt number. Okay. In this good receipt number, what we can see, there is a WM tab. In this WM tab below, we can see here the TR number. This is called the transfer requirement number. Okay. Transfer requirement number. So the system will generate the transfer requirement, okay, to move the stock from 902 to 001 high rack. So the transfer requirement has been generated, TR. Okay. This is called TREQ, transfer requirement number. And what number has been generated? Transfer requirement 328. Okay, 328. Right, yeah, 328 here. Okay, 328 is the transfer requirement number. 328, which is generated just after performing the good receipt. With reference to this transfer requirement number 328, in the system we will create a transfer order that will determine which one is a source bin to pick from and which one will be the destination bin to keep the stock. Okay, so let's go and convert this transfer requirement number 328 into transfer order. For that, we'll have a T code LT03. LT03. We click here, transfer order, create transfer order we want to create with reference to the transfer requirement. Transfer requirement number was 328. Okay, and so these are the 35 pieces. We just click on generate plus next material. All our storage unit that we have created is having some storage unit type. They have some height, right? 1 meter, 2 meter, 3 meter height. So I'll just give that this particular product requires 35 pieces only till 1 meter height. Okay. Now save this. And now we'll go to the confirming this transfer order 256. So the transfer order number created was 256. Transfer order created is 256. Okay, 256. Okay, transfer order number created is 256. Okay, now we are going to confirm this transfer order number, and while confirming the transfer order number, we came to know that it is picking from the source location. Source location is, this is the source location 902. Okay, and it has only one bin. Okay, and destination is high rack, and this is the bin which system has figured out on its own. Okay, system has figured out on its own that this will be the bin number. System has performed the search strategy. Okay, to place the stock, system has find out this particular bin. If you just double click on this bin number, okay, we'll come to know if there is any existing stock in this bin available. Okay, So for this particular material, this stock is 0 at the moment. Okay, all right, let's go back. So this is what the transfer order will do. Transfer order will find out what is the source, storage type, and the source bin, and which one is a target, destination, storage type, and the destination bin to place the stock. And how the system will find out this destination bin, that we will discuss in future classes, future sessions, that this destination bin is being figured out using the strategy. I gave you some of the hint for the strategy yesterday, that there we used to have the put away strategy, right? Or the stock removal strategy. Okay, next empty bin strategy, which is the put away strategy. It means the system will look for the next empty bin available in the rack and it will place the stock. Okay, so how the system will figure out this bin based on the strategy and which strategy it has. So that we can find out using the storage type here, 001. We'll go to the SPRO and we'll check the storage type. Yeah, storage type. Which storage type we are placing the stock? We are placing the stock in storage type 001. And what is the strategy? Put away strategy. Using this strategy only, the system will find the appropriate bin to keep the stock. Okay. Put away strategy is L. L means next empty bin. So the system will just search for the next empty bin. If the empty bin is found, the system is going to place the stock. So that is the reason why the system is determining only this particular bin, because system has started tracking from the first bin and system has found out that all the bins are full, only this particular bin which is empty at the moment. So that we can check here also. -OLX03. System will start doing the search from here. 01, first it has material, second one is having material, third is having material. This one 010104. Okay, 010104. Now it does also have a material. Okay, and that material we can check. Sorry, it is 010904. 010904. 010904. And we can see in the sequence, this was the empty. The latest empty was 010904, where it has been utilized with my material DE spare 1. Since I have already created the transfer order number, so this particular bin has been utilized. Earlier it was the latest empty, next empty. It was the next empty bin that was selected by my transfer order number. By what? Why next empty? Because this storage type 001 has strategy L. L means next empty bin. So while placing the stock in 001 rack, the system has to follow this strategy L. L means next empty bin. It means the system will figure out which one is the next empty bin available in the storage type 001. Only those empty bin will be used to place the stock. So that's what I'm showing here, LX03 report. And earlier it was 010904 was also empty bin. So that's why the system has utilized this bin to keep my material DE underscore spare 1. Okay, by creating the transfer order against this. Okay, all right. So now we'll come to know the reason how the system has determined this. That is coming from the search strategy. But why the system has determined this? Based on the strategy next empty bin. So this one was the next empty bin available in this rack 001. So system has chosen this storage bin to keep the 35 pieces of the material DE spare 1. Okay. Now we are going to confirm the transfer order. Let's confirm this. Also, let's have a look at the stock situation also here. Earlier it was 902, 35 pieces. Now let's have a look. We can see here the stock moved from 902 available stock to the pick stock, because the stock is being picked from 902. So that's why this stock of 35 pieces moved from available. It moved from available stock to, it was 35 pieces earlier. Now the stock has moved to the pick stock because it is about to be picked from 902 and will be placed in the high rack 001 here. So let's do that. Let's confirm this transfer order and let's perform the movement. Confirm internally and then save. Now when I saved it, what will happen? The system has actually moved. Okay. When I saved it, what the system has done? System has moved the stock from source 902 to destination location 001 And the bin number, the next empty bin the system has found out was this 09004. So this was the next empty bin figured out by the system because of the strategy for this destination rack was L, next empty bin. So this was the empty bin, and the stock of this material 35 pieces quantity will be placed in this bin 010904. Okay, while confirming this transfer order. So this transfer order was created. Now when we confirm this transfer order, so the goods will move from 902 to 9011 completely. So let's go here. 902, the goods was being shown in the pick quantity as a 35 pieces here. But now since we have confirmed the transfer order, so the goods is now moved from 902 to 001. The moment I will refresh, is 902, this 35 pieces will be consumed, will be picked, and it will be added to the 001 available stock. Okay, let's refresh this. Now you guys can see the goods has been added to 98 pieces plus 35 to the available stock in the rack, and the goods has been completely moved out of 902 staging area. So the 902 is disappeared from now here. So 902 is having no stock. It's a staging area. Staging area is empty now, and the stock has been moved to. So this staging area is empty now, and the stock has been moved to the high rack. When the transfer order was confirmed. Okay, when the transfer order was confirmed. All right, clear? All right. Let me know, guys, if you have any questions further understanding.
To directly issue from this goods receipt area instead of placing it in high rack, is it allowed directly if you can issue it to customer?
Issue to the customer from the GR area?
GR area.
So the movement from the good receipt to the goods issue staging area. Okay, let's see. In this warehouse, let's expand this warehouse. And in this warehouse, we have one more area for the goods issue staging area, goods issue area, which is 916, right? Now the query here is, can we move the goods, movement of the goods from one storage type to the another storage type, from one bin to the another bin, the storage type, your goods movement will happen using transfer order only. So we have to confirm the transfer order, then only the goods will move from one bin, another bin in the storage type. Okay, now the question is, can we move the goods from 902 storage type bin to the 916 storage type bin? So yes, we have to create one transfer order for this. There has to be one transfer order we need to create. We need to create one transfer order to move the goods from 902 to 916. And for creating the transfer order, what we need? We need the transfer requirement or the delivery number. So the delivery number will not come here because we are talking about internal movement within the warehouse. We are not talking about here the good receipt, inbound delivery or the outbound delivery. Rather, we are talking about internal movement within the warehouse. Okay. And this internal movement within the warehouse can be done by creating the manual transfer request. So from where this transfer request came, number 328, from where this number came? This number came when we trigger the GR, right? This number is being populated when the GR was done. Okay, this GR was done and this number was triggered in the system. 328 transfer request number, so that we can validate here. Let's go to our GR document. You guys can have a look at our good receipt document number. Just display WM, and there you can see the TR number generated. In the WM tab, TR number will be generated when the good receipt was done. And using this TR number only, we have moved the stock from GR staging area to the high rack. We have just created the transfer order with this transfer requirement number and just confirm the transfer order, and the goods move from GR area to the high rack. This is called the put away. Okay. But to move the goods directly from 902 GR area or from one bin to the another bin within the warehouse, we do also need a transfer requirement number, because using this transfer requirement number, we'll create a transfer order. Transfer order we have to create, and then we have to confirm the transfer order also to confirm the movement. Okay, how we can do that? That we'll have a look. We are discussing about a scenario where we did the good receipt. After we did the good receipt, we saw the stock reached to the 902 good receipt area, and from there, whatever the transportation request number generated by the GR document, we just created the transport order against that request number and confirmed the transport order. And our goods moved from the GR area to the racks. Okay. Then the question was raised that can we move the stock directly from the GR area to the goods issue staging area? Okay. So the answer is yes. Okay. We can move the stock from 902 to the 916 area. But to move the stock, we need the transportation request. Okay. Without transportation request, we cannot create a transfer order or we can confirm. Okay. So we need to create a transfer request number to move the stock from 902 to 916. Now, this transportation request in the previous scenario where we did the good receipt was generated by the MIGO good receipt document itself. Now, in this scenario where we want to move the stock from 902 to 916, which process will generate the transportation request number? Okay, that we need to know. So this is one of the process which is called the cross docking in warehouse. Okay, if I just show you guys one of the YouTube video, you'll be understanding. Give me just one moment. I'll show you cross docking in the warehouse. All right. Now let me share my screen and have a look at this YouTube video. So look at this process, cross docking. Okay, look at this process. Okay, so this is a truck at the door, and this is the place where the stock is being kept on the conveyor belt, and it is coming to the good receipt area 902. See, the stock is going through the camera tunnel. The scanning will happen, and the stock is being moved to the good receipt area. Okay, all the label verification, all this process is happening over the conveyor belt. So stock is already been in the 902 good receipt staging area. So this inbound is a good receipt staging area, and from there the stock will directly move to the shipping area. It is transportation to the shipping. So this conveyor belt is transferring the goods directly from 902 to 916, and in between there's a scanning, label scanning, and other things are happening. And this conveyor belt where the goods are going down, so this conveyor belt is taking the goods to 916 to the shipping area, and there the goods are being loaded in the truck. So this is the truck where the goods is being loaded. So you see, when the goods is being good receipt, so that time it was a receiving dock. Receiving dock means receiving door, and this is where the goods are being unloaded. So the goods from this truck, the goods are being unloaded, kept on the conveyor belt, and on the other hand, this is one of the truck which is at the shipping gate, shipping door, and the goods are being loaded here 916. So this process where the goods move from directly from 902 to 916, okay, is called the cross docking in the warehouse. So moving the stock directly from 902 to 916, okay, is the cross docking. So for what kind of a product we do the cross docking? It is generally used for FMCG product, fast moving goods, fast moving consumer goods, because this fast moving consumer goods we can't keep in the warehouse for a longer period because of their short shelf life expiration date. Take an example of curd or the milk. It will be expired in 3 days, 4 days, 7 days. So fast moving consumer goods generally follow the process of cross docking. It is not stored on the high rack, and the high rack we keep the stuff which will be stored for the longer period, like an apparel or the footwears, chemicals, pharmaceuticals. Okay, all right. So these are not the fast moving goods, consumer goods. So the fast moving consumer goods is generally not kept at the high rack. It is being directly moved from the GR area to the staging area for the loading purpose. So the question is, then why these goods are coming? If it is directly being loaded in the truck, then why it is being unloaded? The unloading is happening for the tracking purpose. That goods has been received in this warehouse. All the scanning, labeling, okay, all the verification will be done. Just the goods will be remain on the conveyor belt, and that conveyor belt will move from GR area to your good issue area. So this process of receiving the goods in the GR area and transferring directly to the shipping area without storing on the high rack is called the cross docking, and it is for FMCG, okay, FMCG division only. All right, and for this we cannot create a transport request manually because we have a certain restriction in the system. Okay, not all the movements are allowed to create the transport request manually. Like in case of your GRA also, good receipt also, we have not created this transport request manually. It is created with reference to your good receipt document only. All right. Okay. So similarly, moving the stock from one place to the another place within the warehouse. So the transportation request is not always created manually. Only for certain process it is being allowed to create manually. For example, goods issue to the cost center. If you want to goods issue to the cost center from the rack to the not to the customer delivery, but to the cost center, so that we can directly create a transport request manually, and we can pick the stock from the high rack and place on the 916. Okay, right? So moving the stock within the warehouse from one point to the another point, we need transportation request, transfer order, creation, and confirmation. Okay, clear? Let me know, guys, if you have any questions. Okay, this cross-docking process, although it is not involved, it is not covered in this TOC. Okay, but if the time will permit, at the end, I will configure this cross-docking process. There is no standard process available for the cross-docking. Okay, there's a standard movement type is available. There is no standard process available. So we have to configure this process, cross-docking in the warehouse, in the WM. Okay, same for your EWM also. We do have to configure this cross-docking process, okay, with the standard solution to move the stock directly from 902 to 916. All right, let me know, guys, if you have any questions.
The transport request 328 got generated during GR posting, right?
Correct.
Okay. And it is automatically generated, right?
Automatically generated. If you look at this good receipt document number, this is my good receipt number, which I triggered for this purchase order. And in the WM tab, here we can see the TR number generated automatically. Okay. So this TR number is generated automatically. Where is the trigger? Trigger is in this movement type. So this movement type that you guys can see here in the WM tab, this movement type is not your MM movement type. This is not your inventory management movement type. This is the warehouse management movement type 101. Although the number is same, where you can see your inventory management IM movement type in where tab, if you see this 101 is your inventory management movement type for good receipt. And in the WM tab, you see one more 101, but this 101 belongs to WM movement type. And it means there is a mapping. There is a mapping between inventory management. There is a mapping between IM and WM movement type. So IM 101 is mapped to WM 101 in SPRO configuration. Okay, so we have to define our WM movement type also. Okay, so if I just take you guys to the SPRO configuration for your WM movement type, where we define this WM movement type in the warehouse management activities, transfer, define movement type. Okay, there you guys can see the warehouse number and the movement type. This is the warehouse number, standard warehouse number that I'm using. So this also you guys have to copy for your warehouse number to work. You have to copy all this setup for this movement type for this 001 warehouse number and replace with your respective warehouse number Z01, Z02 and all. Then it will work. Okay. If I just double click on this, all right, if you just double click, so you'll get a definition here. Okay, you'll get a definition of this. And in the definition, what we see this, the source is 902. Source is 902. So that's why whenever we are doing the good reset, okay, whenever we are doing the good reset, it is updating the stock in 902. It is updating the stock in 902 good reset staging area. It will be considered as a source or as the first point to receive the stock in the warehouse. Okay, so this is why the system has. So if you don't want to receive whenever you want to do the GR, instead of 902, you want to receive in your created staging area, let's say Z02, you want to create in Z02 here. So what do you have to do? You have to come to your 101 and here you have to add your Z02 staging area. For your 101, you have to change the source here. You have to add your customized staging area Z02, which will be representing the good receipt staging area. All right. Then all your 101, your good receipt will trigger the transfer requirement with the movement type 101 and will receive the goods in Z02 then. Okay. Here, so these movement types are predefined standard. So that's why this, whenever we are doing the GR, the goods are making entry in the Z02. The question could be why the goods are not making entry in 916. Why the goods are not making entry in 0001. These are also storage type. Why the entry is being made in 902 only? Because that is being controlled by the movement type. When the GR will be triggered, a transfer requirement will be created with movement type 101. And in this movement type, it is pointing to 902 staging area. So that's why the good receipt, the stock is coming in the 902 here. Okay, 902. Clear? Okay. So this is how the step by step it is linked, right? So it's a movement type which is controlling that the entry, the stock at the time of GR should be received in the warehouse 902 area only. Or if you want to, as I said, if you want to change, you have your own customized GR zone. So you have to customize your movement type also by changing this here source. Okay, right? Okay, we'll come and we'll discuss further. Will we keep on coming this movement type further?
And the storage bin is updated as a PO number in the material document.
Storage bin?
In the material document, if you check, so
yeah,
this one. Storage, below storage type, you have storage bin as a PO number, right? So
correct. So
is there any relation like?
So the storage bin that we see here, because we are in the IM at the moment. Okay, this is the IM. So it could be possible that this particular storage type, let's see how many bins are there in this storage type. LX03. I think today only I have created 902. Sorry, 0001 under 902. All right. So if you see here, okay, although all the stuff has been received in WE zone, but some of the stuff you can see there is a temporary number generated by the system, the storage bin number. Okay, if I just click on WE zone, okay, WE zone in itself. So this WE zone, I'm not sure if it exists or not. LS03. Let's go to the movement type again. Yeah, it is coming because of this is blank. You see, this is blank here. This has to be, we have to keep here 902 WE underscore zone. Okay, then the system will give you WE zone here in place of purchase order number. The system will give the storage type 902 storage bin WE zone. Because this storage bin number, it has not been mentioned here, it is blank. So what the system is doing, system is creating one temporary bin number, temporary bin. So it actually doesn't exist. This bin doesn't exist. It is just a virtual bin the system is creating to place the stock in 902. And in the bin number, it is just creating a temporary bin with a purchase order number. Okay, right? But generally in the projects, you will not find like that. In the projects, the storage bin will be always maintained here. Just like, so I'll do one thing. I'll just maintain here WE zone. So next, whatever the GR will do, we have the dynamic bin procedure set. I think the dynamic bin procedure has been set. So I have to stop that also. No problem. I'll stop this dynamic bin procedure. Okay. And then we have to maintain here. So the dynamic bin procedure has been activated in this warehouse, which is causing this virtual bin created for each purchase order number. Okay, this we have to stop, and we have to give here our bin number, which is created for this, because this particular staging area can have 2 bins, 3 bins also to receive the goods. GR 902 could be divided into 3 parts. Take an example, 3 different bins. So this good receipt area could be divided into 3 different parts. One for receiving the foods, and another section is to receive the chemical, and the another section is to receive some other pharmaceutical product. So this 902 also could be divided into 3 different bins, 3 or 4 bins. Now which bin will be the default one? That bin we have to maintain here in the storage bin in the 101. Okay, all right. So at the moment we are not able to maintain this because the dynamic bin has been activated here, that I have to deactivate. Okay, so once we deactivate, my good receipt next time will show the storage bin number, the GR area or WE zone. It has only one bin, WE zone. So that bin will appear here. Okay, it is appearing here because the dynamic bin has been activated, right? Let me know, guys, if you have any other further question. 902. Right. I was just checking the configuration to deactivate the dynamic bin. I'll find out and I'll share with you guys. There is one of the place where we activate this dynamic bin creation. Okay, I'll find out. I'll share. Maybe. All right.
There is a checkbox is there, right? Side to that I think.
Where in this movement type?
In the movement in the warehouse movement type. Here the checkboxes there are two.
Oh, okay. This is the dynamic bin. Huh? Okay.
Yeah.
And how about this fixed bin?
That fixed bin.
Use fixed bin as a source bin. So fixed bin I have to maintain this WE zone, huh?
Right. That's fixed.
So fixed bin I have to maintain in the product master data also then. Okay. Right. So I have to keep both the blank. Now it is fine. Okay. Thank you. So guys, this was the reason. This dynamic bin indicator was the reason that the system was populating this purchase order number here. Okay. All right. And in the dynamic bin, it will simply pick the purchase order number. It was simply picking the purchase order data. This is the purchase order number, and it will just simply giving the purchase order number as a virtual bin. Okay, it is not the actual bin created. But now, since I have removed the flag of virtual bin, okay, and I added the single bin for the GR zone, that is WE underscore zone. And now going forward, whatever the GR I will do, I will receive all the stock in this WE zone bin in 902. Okay. All right. Now the next is where we have this mapping between IM and WM, because we just saw, right? IM and WM, we do have 101, 101 mapping. For that, you guys come to the interfaces, inventory management and movement. So there we can see our inventory. Okay. Let me see if my number is there. Otherwise, yeah, it is there. Okay, if you're aware, so this particular configuration you do not supposed to maintain. I mean, you can skip this. If you want to maintain, you can maintain for warehouse number. If you don't want to maintain, that is also fine, because by default there is a default warehouse has been created with 3 asterisk. So even if you do not maintain this configuration, mapping of IM and the WM movement type for your warehouse number, if you don't want to maintain this configuration, you can skip that, because this is the default warehouse number. So whatever the warehouse number not maintained, this configuration, this default warehouse number settings will be applicable for your warehouse also. Okay. So my warehouse is a standard warehouse 001, and here I can see the mapping has been maintained. Okay. And so we have to look at the movement indicator B. B is for the purchase order. We did the good receipt against the purchase order. The one with completely blank, this indicator, special stock. We are not dealing with a special stock. So it has to blank. Special movement is also should be blank. So our data should be only B without any indicator. So let's find out which entry should be applicable in our case. 101 should be B. Okay, if my entry for 101 I couldn't find here, for B, only for B, then the default entry will be applicable for my warehouse also. The first one, look at the first one. 101, and there also you guys can see the 101. Okay, this is the reference warehouse number. Okay, this is the reference warehouse movement type. So what is this reference warehouse movement type? So basically, this IM and WM movement type is not directly linked. What we have to link this IM and the WM in the configuration, we have IM will first of all will link with a reference movement type. Okay, reference movement type. Okay, and in the next configuration, this reference movement type will link to the WM movement type. Okay, so in the system, if you look, the numbering system is almost same, just to make it very easy to understand. So this reference movement type at this moment you can consider as a IM movement type. So this is the IM 101, and on the right side is the WM movement type 101 that we have just saw, right? The WM movement type is controlling 902 and the bin. Okay, and there you guys can see this transfer requirement creation X, which is automatic create transfer requirement. So that's why whenever we are doing the 101, transfer requirement is being created automatically. If I make it blank, then even after doing the GR, your transfer requirement will not trigger automatically. Okay, it will not trigger automatically. Okay, all right. So in that case, what we have to do then, we have to create the transfer requirement manually. using the T code LB01. So if we go ahead and create the transfer requirement manually, will the system allow for 101 movement type? You see, it will not allow the manual transfer movement. Why? Because we have make it automatic here. Okay, we have make it automatic setup. This 101 should trigger transfer requirement at the time of GR with this movement type 10. That's why the transfer requirement is being generated automatically. If you want to remove this flag, transfer requirement creation should be stopped. So in that case, we should make the system customization to allow the movement type to create the transfer requirement manually. The manual should be allowed in that case. Okay, right? So at the time, I'll just put this X back, create the transfer requirement, okay, automatically at the time of 101 purchase order. Whenever this WM movement 101 will come. So now if you come to the GR document again, okay, let me have a look at this GR document again. Now this time, if you look at this GR document again, you can see, you can link everything, every information now. So this is your WM movement type. This WM movement type has 902 and it was having a virtual bin indicator also. That's why this virtual bin is coming. But now I have added this fixed assigned bin, not the fixed assigned bin, W zone. So next time you will see the W zone. So your WM movement type is determining the storage type 902. It is also determining the storage bin. It is also triggering this TR number automatically. So everything, storage type, storage bin, TR number is being determined by this movement type 101. This is your WM movement type. We are in the WM tab right now in the good reset. And this WM movement type, why it is being triggered? Because of this inventory IM movement type. And this IM movement type and the WM movement type has been linked here in the SPRO configuration. Okay, let me know guys if you have any question further. Okay, let's go to the movement type again, WM movement type. Okay, now you can see this flag, manual TR creation is allowed or not. This flag is off. Why this is off? Because we have set up another configuration to trigger it automatically. To trigger the TR automatically, we have enabled the value X there. But if you do not want the TR to be created by the GR, doing the GR, so in that case, first of all, we have to go back in the interface movement type and we have to remove this automatic flag here, this transfer requirement automatic, this TR flag we have removed. Just save this. Now if I just create a purchase order and do the GR, now this time system should not create transfer requirement automatically because we have removed the configuration flag here. X has been removed now, which was TR creation automatically. We have removed this X, create transfer requirement. Okay, so let's perform the good reset. What was our purchase order number? I forgot to note down. Yeah, there's the one. Okay, give the storage location 001 and the WM tab will appear here. Okay, and we'll try to check. Okay, item check and post. Let's display the good reset number now. Let's validate. Okay, now this time what we can see here, the first thing is there is no dynamic bin this time. Okay, there is no dynamic bin. Okay, there is no dynamic bin, right? And we do not see any TR number also this time created. So we did 2 configuration changes and both are working fine as per the expectation. So this movement type is determining the 902 and the storage bin, and this movement type suppose not to trigger the TR number this time, so it is not happening now. So if the TR number is not created, so we have to go and create the TR number manually now, right? And to create the TR number manually, we'll come to LB01. We enter the movement type 101, but the system will give us the manual TR transfer requirement is not allowed. So in that case, what we have to do? Okay, in that case, what we have to do? We have to go in 101 movement type again, and we have to allow the manual TR creation. Manual TR creation, where this is the flag, manual TR creation allowed. So if I just make this configuration, if you come to your TR creation screen again, okay, and you guys can see now, for movement type 101, now I can go ahead and I can create this transfer requirement manually now. Okay, from the source type 902 to W zone, okay, 101 of how many goods? 5 pieces. TR quantity 5 pieces. Okay, 5 pieces. So now we can create this transfer requirement manually. And when I create this transfer requirement, I create the transfer order, I confirm the transfer order, then only the goods will be received in 902 and move to 001 rack. So the moment I create 902, the goods will be received only in 902 only. W is on, but followed by the transfer order creation. So transfer order will further move the goods from GR 902 to high rack 001. Okay, as per our diagram here, your transfer requirement is just to move the stock to 902. Okay, only till 902. But when you create a transfer order, so it will move the stock from 902 to 001. Okay, but your manual transfer order, your transfer request will make the entry in the 902 GR area, which was happening automatically when we were creating GR. So transfer request was creating automatically that time. So the entry in the 902 inventory, okay, the stock in the 902 was reflecting automatically with the GR because there's a automation has been set up using the configuration. But what I did, I break this automation. Now GR is not triggering the transport request. So I'm creating the transport request manually and making the entry in this 902 stock entry in the 902. Okay. Then followed by the same process, we'll create a transfer order, confirm the transfer order to move the stock from 902 to high rack, right? Okay. So I'll just keep this setup back because this is the standard setup that the GR should create. Okay. The GR should create automatic entry in the 902 GR area. And that automatic entry will be done only when the automatic transfer request is created. And if we are making the system to create for request automatic, then we should not allow this manual TR for this 101 movement type. Okay, so that's why I'm disabling this manual TR and setting up all the automation back to trigger the transfer request automatically at the time of GR. Let's go to the interfaces, movement type, and the first one will put back this X. So this will again trigger the transfer requirement automatically, which will cause stock entry in the 902 automatically. All right, fine guys. Let me know if you have any question further. Clear? All right. So this one, I'll just make an entry. I'll just save this transfer requirement. So this transfer requirement 329, we can go and check the stock. With this, come here, check the stock LS26, and we can see 902, 5 pieces has been entered. Now, how this 5 pieces 902 has been entered? Because of transfer requirement manually creation. Okay, this transfer requirement which I created manually, because of this transfer requirement which I created manually, this 5 pieces entry we can see 902. But now we do not have to, because the standard solution, the moment you do the GR, your stock will appear in 902 automatically. But how it will appear? Because of transfer requirement is created in the background automatically. And where we have that configuration is in the interface, which I showed you guys. All right. And from here, when you create the transfer order for this transfer requirement, the goods will move from 902 to high rack. So let's finish that also. Our transfer requirement number is 329. Let's come to LT03 transfer order with reference to transfer requirement number. Our transfer requirement number is automatically picked 329. Just hit enter, generate plus next material. You have to enter the storage bin type E1 because our structure 001 will allow only the bin type with E1, E2. Okay, just press save. Now come and confirm the transfer order. While confirming, you can check it is picked from 902 W is zone bin, and it is moving to the destination this, because this bin would have been empty bin. Okay, and for this high rack, the search strategy is next empty bin. So okay, so to place the stock on this high rack 001, the system will pick the next empty bin and it will place the stock here in this empty bin, and it will be creating the quant number 807. Okay, automatic. All right. Now we click OK, go back, confirm internally, and then save. The moment I save and create it and confirm the transfer order, I will refresh the inventory. Now the inventory would have been moved from 902 to 001. 902 will be blank, 0, gone, disappear. And your 001 inventory would be updated by 5 pieces to 138. Let's refresh. So you guys can see here, 902 is disappeared, 0, blank, no inventory. In the goods area, W zone, and your high rank has been inventory has been updated to 138 pieces. All right. So the T code to review this inventory is, to check the stock, is LS26. Okay. And T code to create transfer requirement manually is LB01. T code to create and confirm the transfer order is LT03. Okay, you guys can make a note of this, right? LB01, LT03, and LS26 to check the stock.
Hey there! Want to get good at moving and storing goods? Our SAP LEWM course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP LE and WM. It's like a smart system for tracking goods, storing them correctly, and shipping them on time. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP LeWM Pro? Sign up in our page now, and for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
We have a look at the transfer requirement to be generated automatically using the good receipt number. Also, the transfer requirement that we're supposed to create manual, and how we can customize the system to have the same movement type, but to create the transfer requirement manually. Okay, we created both the scenario, transfer requirement manually, transfer requirement automatically. For manual creation, we use the T code LB01. Okay, I'll just put the list here in the favorites, LB01. Okay, all right. Now, does anyone remember what was the T code for checking the stock in the warehouse? Does anyone remember? T code to check the stock in the warehouse. In inventory management, we know it's a MMBE. MMBE is a T code to check the stock in inventory management. Okay, and in warehouse WM, the stock can be checked with what transaction? Does anyone remember?
It's LS26.
LS26, right? That's correct. So I'll just add here in the favorites, warehouse stock per material. It is LS26. Okay. What else? What are the T code we saw? Do you guys remember the T code to create and confirm the transfer order? What T code I'm using to create the transfer order and to confirm the transfer order in a one T code? It is LT. Does anyone remember the T code to create and confirm the transfer order? It is LT03. Okay, LT03. All right. And what else? Then we also saw the T code to check the storage bin. What was the T code to check the storage bin? Does anyone remember? If I want to see how many storage bin report, basically to check the status of all the storage bin in a particular storage type, what is the T code we generally use? Anyone? Does anyone remember? Storage bin, we call this T code as a storage bin status report. So this is LX03. Okay, this would be in your assessment also, LX03, bin status report. Okay, all right. So we keep on adding the T codes here. All right, okay, fine. Now let's go to our warehouse stock LS26 and let's have a look at the stock situation. Okay, this was the stock situation. We have goods issue area 911, and this is our high rack 001. High rack has 138. Okay, and this is 911 is a staging area. Okay, for goods issue, does anyone remember what was the GR staging area number and goods issue staging area number? Anyone? The GR staging area storage type number and the shipping goods issue staging area number. Right, give me just 1 second. All right, so the staging area, okay, the staging area for GR is 902. All right, and for the goods issue staging area is 916. 902, 916. Okay, 902, 916. Okay, 902, 916. All right, GR staging area, goods issue staging area. Okay, staging area, goods issue staging area. But here we can see another staging area for the goods issue is 911. This is the staging area which is directly to the cost center. Okay, direct to the cost center. We know, right? We can do the goods issue to the customer. The movement type is 601 and goods issue to the cost center. The movement type is 201. Okay, right? Okay, so this is 911. This staging area will be used when we are doing the goods issue for the cost center. So in this diagram, if we can add one more goods issue area here, and this is also a goods issue area, but this is the goods issue not to the customer, to the cost center. So your 916 is a goods issue area which will be triggered using the movement type 601. Right, 601 is our movement type, right? To issue the goods to the customer. Issue to customer, right? Issue to customer. Goods issue to customer. And 911 is goods issue to cost center. 911 is goods issue area to the cost center, right? To the cost center. Okay, to the cost center then. Goods issue area to the cost center. All right. So, and as I already said, every type which is starting with the digit 9, will be called as an interim storage area. All right. So let's go to the SPRO again and have a look. Okay. So logistics execution and warehouse management, and we have here activities, transfer, movement type. Sorry, we have to go to the storage type. So master data and storage type. In the storage type, we can see here all the storage type which are starting with 9 are temporary, or the temporary area, or the interim. We call it as an interim area, or some of them are staging area. Okay, staging area is the terminology which is used to keep the stock in a place before loading or unloading, before loading or after unloading. To keep the stock in a certain place in the warehouse, that place is called the staging area. So whatever is starting with 9 are the interim area only in the warehouse, interim space, in interim area. Okay. So 901 is 902 generally we are using for our purchase order good receipt. Whenever we are receiving the purchase order good receipt, we'll use 902. 901 is production order. Any good receipt which is coming from the factory and we want to do the good receipt in the warehouse is 901 storage type. Similarly, we are using 916 when we are dispatching the goods to the customer via sales order. We will create a sales order, delivery, and then we do the goods issue. That time we will be triggering the movement type 601, right? And that 601 movement type will hit this 916. Okay, to goods issue of the stock, it will use the staging area 916. Whereas if we are doing the goods issue to the cost center, then it will come to 911. Okay, 911. Okay, 911. And if we are internally moving the stock from one place to the another place, we can also use this 999. So 999 is just a free space given in the warehouse to keep the stock, 999. Okay, 917. If you're keeping the stock before going to the quality assurance or the quality check, so 917 is the place where we keep the stock before we move it to the quality engine or the quality workshop to check the quality of the product. QM is the module. Okay, all right. So will be 904 where we are keeping the stock for the returns. Okay, for the returns purpose. Which return? Customer returns. Okay, all right. Okay, right. All right. Now, since we already have done this inbound yesterday, okay, where the goods has been received, we did the GR trigger the transfer requirement, and that transfer requirement we created the transfer order, and that transfer order moved the stock from 902 to high rack 001. And this is the stock situation now. We have around 138 pieces of stock in 001. Now we'll do the outbound track where the goods will be issued to the customer, and we will also do the goods issue to the cost center, both. Okay. So we will do the goods issue to the customer using the SD cycle, order to cash. We'll create a sales order, delivery, goods issue, and goods issue to the cost center. We will do the manual TR. Okay. So here we see both situation. All right. Okay. So let's go ahead and create one sales order in the system. Okay. We'll take out 25 pieces of the stock. Okay. All right. This is the plant 3800. We'll also have a look at the shipping point. Shipping point is 3800. Okay. So let's save the sales order. All right. Now we will create a delivery. We'll save this delivery and look at the picking tab also. In the picking tab, what we can see, the soil location determined 0001, and this plant and the soil location combination, we have assigned the warehouse number. So the warehouse number is correctly determined. Okay. And we can see this time the picking quantity, this field is disabled. It is uneditable. So we can't make an entry in the picked quantity field. We cannot make an entry in the picked quantity field. Okay. So because the picking will be done in the warehouse. So this picked quantity will generally pick the stock from IM, but we know that warehouse management WM is the real-time inventory now. So the picking will be done and will be triggered from the warehouse using the, again, transfer order. Okay. So we'll save this delivery, again, come back to the delivery in the change mode. Okay. And we create transfer order directly. Now this time the question is, where is the transfer requirement? Because if you remember for the good receipt, when we did the good receipt, okay, for the good receipt, it generated the transfer requirement. Okay, look at this good receipt number. This was a good receipt number, and this number generated the transfer requirement number 328. And because of the transfer requirement, we take a reference and we created the transfer order in the warehouse to move the stock from goods receipt area 902 to high rack. Okay. But in case of delivery, this is not the case. In case of delivery, we are directly creating the transfer order from the delivery. Okay. So this delivery number itself will serve as a transfer requirement number in the system. So if you just come here in LT03 transaction to create the transfer order, you will find the transfer order can be created from the transfer requirement and the delivery document number also. Okay. Right. So transfer order can be created with reference to the delivery number, delivery document, or from the transfer requirement. So for the GR in the system, we use the transfer requirement number to create the transfer order. But in case of your sales order, your sales delivery, we will consider the delivery document. Okay. If you want for the inbound also, we want to consider the delivery document. That time we have to create the inbound delivery. Rather than doing the MIGO directly, we will create a purchase order and then we will create an inbound delivery. Then we can create the transfer order with respect to the inbound delivery also directly. Okay. Then in that case, there is no need of MIGO. Okay. Your goods issue will be triggered from your good receipt will be triggered from the inbound delivery in that case. Okay. So it means the system need either the transfer requirement number or your delivery number, whether it's an inbound or outbound delivery, to create the transfer order. So we did with the transfer requirement, we are creating the transfer order with reference to the delivery number. Okay. So if you click the subsequent function, you just click on the transfer order. System will take you to the LT03 screen only. It will consider this delivery number automatically. You just hit enter and system has find out these are the search strategy. Based on the search strategy, system has find out the stock are available in the rack number 001 and the rack number 002 also. Okay. So both the place the stock is available. We find out the stock as 001. So from where these rack numbers are coming, these rack numbers are coming because of search strategies. We call it as a search strategies. We discuss placement strategies, right? Placement strategy. Okay. We have another session to discuss these strategy in detail, but I already gave you guys a heads up that the stock we are placing on what level we are placing the stock. We are placing the stock based on this strategy, put away strategy, next empty bin. So system will check which bin is empty while placing, and while removing the stock, the system will use what strategy? Your LIFO and the FIFO strategy. Okay. Last in, first out, or first in, first out, or picking strategy. All right. So based on that strategy only, the system is finding out and determining. System is determining the stock is available in 001 and 002. Even if the stock is not available, the system will determine that as per the given algorithm in the SPRO configuration, these are the racks I should search for the stock. Okay. So at this moment, system is pulling out all the information from the SPRO configuration. Okay. All right, that the stock is available in the racks or not in the racks, that will come to know when we'll click on generate plus next material. The system will find out whether the stock is available or not. But at the moment, system has been guided to follow the SPRO configuration, and as per the SPRO configuration, we have our predefined search strategy in the SPRO. Okay, so for the predefined search strategy in the SPRO, whenever there is a movement type 601, system will give the search for this warehouse number, and as per the search, it will consider the rack number 1 first for searching the stock. If no stock found, then the system will go and check the rack number 2. Okay, click on generate plus next material, and there we create the transfer order number. Okay, just click save. The transfer order has been created now. So the transfer order it's just a task to the staff in the warehouse. We have assigned this transfer order to the warehouse staff to transfer the goods from rack to 916 area. Where? So the goods we are moving from where? Goods will be so transfer order has been created. So transfer order is not an actual movement of the goods. Transfer order is just a planning document that the goods 25 pieces of the goods are planned to move from high rack 0012 to this goods issue 916. Okay, so this is just a planning document. We have created the transfer order. Okay, so your TO has been created, and as per the TO, what movement has been planned to move the goods from 0012 to 916 goods issue area 0012 to 916. All right, so and when the actual movement will happen, when we confirm the TO. All right, when we confirm the TO, so then the warehouse staff will use this transfer order number, and he will actually pick the stock from rack and will move the stock to 916 goods issue area, and he will confirm the transfer order when this movement will happen. So a transfer order is just a task which is assigned to the warehouse staff. Okay, or the picker. We also call them as a picker. So the picker will pick the stock from the rack and will place in the goods issue staging area. And from the goods issue staging area, it will be loaded on the truck, on the outbound truck. Okay, that we'll see. So now the transfer order has been created, which is the planning document has been created in the system, and that planning document number is 258. So let's confirm this 258 transfer order, which will further confirm our movement from rack to 916. Okay, let's confirm. And you guys can see here, now here we get a full view. Okay, the stock is being picked from sources, this bin, storage type 001 to this particular bin, and moving to 916. And here also we are having some kind of a virtual bin 916. So let's see if 916 is already having some bin allocated or not. Let's go to the LX03 and let's see the 916 if any bin number is created in the 916 or not. Okay, I think there is a goods issue staging bin is there, and we have to check the SPRO configuration if dynamic bin has been activated for 916. That also we have to check. So let's go to the movement type 601 is the goods issue to the customer, and we can see here also the dynamic bin has been activated here. So remove this flag for the dynamic bin so that we'll get all the stock in the actual bin number. Okay, that we have created. So let's save this, and let's not confirm this transfer order. Let's cancel this. Okay, let's go to the confirmation of this transfer order again. If you just simply want to confirm the transfer order, you don't want to create, then we can go to the T12 transaction also. T12 is a transaction to confirm the transfer order only. If you want to create the transfer order and confirm also in the same transaction, then you can use the transaction LT03. But if you just simply want to confirm the transfer order, then your transaction is LT12. Okay, so we want to confirm the transfer order. Okay, 916. It is still considering this because of, I think, the transfer order we have created already. So let's do one thing. Let's cancel the transfer order and create the transfer order again. So it means we can cancel the transfer order, but once it is confirmed, then we can't cancel. So since we have not confirmed the transfer order, let's cancel this transfer order, because our transfer order is reflecting the virtual bin in 916 shipping area. So let's cancel this. So transfer order has been cancelled. Let's go back to our delivery again to create. Okay, all right. PL02N is our delivery number. Let's create the transfer order again. Let's save this and let's confirm the transfer order now.
We see again the same bin.
Yeah, same bin it is showing. Let me see. The movement type number is 601, although I make the changes. 001 is my warehouse, and I've already removed this bin. Let's see. Let's confirm this. Okay, unless we do the confirmation. Okay, and 916. So and here you guys, okay, let's have a look at this virtual bin also. Well, use a confirmation and save whether this will be replaced with the actual bin number or not. And the second thing you guys observe here, that there is something which is 98 pieces has been allocated. You see, there you can confirm our quant concept. In this bin number, how many quants are available, that we can check in a table. Okay, the table is LQUA is a table. Okay, our warehouse number is 001. Okay, and storage bin. We can specify the storage bin number. How many quants are available in the storage bin? We'll come to know. So there is only one quant available in this storage bin. Just double click on this entry. All right, warehouse number. This is the quant number 799. Okay, 799 is the quant number, and in this quant, how much is the quantity available? So we can see the quantity available are 98 pieces. The pick quantity basically. How much quantity are available for the picking? 98. Or you can see the total stock also 98. 98 pieces are available in this quant. So that's why while confirming this transfer order for the picking, we can see here 98 pieces. So 98 pieces is the total stock available in this storage bin. And so this entire 98 pieces are locked. Okay, you can see this entire 98 pieces has been allocated to this transfer order for picking only 25 pieces. So this 98 pieces will remain locked in the storage bin now till this transfer order is there. I'm not talking about the confirmation. I'm talking about the transfer order. Since the transfer order is a planning document. So we have already created the transfer order, which is a planning document. So even we have not confirmed, but when the planning document is created and this particular bin stock has been allocated, it means it's a lock now. This quant is locked now. Our quant number 799 with the stock 98 is locked now to a particular transfer order. Now this stock cannot be utilized by any other transfer order for this particular bin. This will remain allocated to this pick demand of 25 pieces. Okay. And when this will be confirmed, when this particular transfer order will be confirmed, the left out 73 pieces is going back where? In the same bin. In the same bin, the minus, 98 pieces minus 25, the balance 73 will be going back to the same bin. Okay, from where the system is determining that it should go back to the same bin. So again, let's go back to the configuration, storage type 001. Okay, you guys can see here this flag, return stock to the same storage bin. This flag, return stock to the same storage bin. Because of this flag, the system is proposing this bin number here. For the balance 73 pieces, it is coming here. All right, so let's confirm this.
And there is also one more, like we have seen earlier, like same quant can be used, or it may create another quant. So where that is controlled.
Exactly. You mean the same quant number or the different quant number?
Different quant number.
So I think the system is not going to revise the number. Let me just also save it and let's confirm this, whether it will take the, because this quant number we can't control. We do not maintain the number range for this quant. Okay, this quant number. This is again an yearly activity. So this will be taken up in the backend actually. All this archiving of this quant number and all. Okay, we generally maintain the number range for the transfer requirement, transfer order. Okay, but not for this quant number. Okay, so let's save this, confirm internally. Okay, so we get this confirm flag here and then save. This is confirmed. And let's get back to the LQA table and just try to refresh it, whether the quant number will change or not. Let's see. So the quant number remains same, 799. And the stock would have been revised to, where the total stock is revised to 73. So the quant number is unchanged. Okay, quant number is unchanged, but I think there is a SAP note, okay, which I will share with you guys. If you wanted to have a new quant for this particular requirement, where the return stock will be captured with a new quant number, that I'll show you guys. Okay, but for that we do not have any standard setting to repeat and generate a new quant number. The only setting we have is that this, whether the return stock should come to the same bin number or not. Okay, all right. Let's save this. We will remove this flag and we'll do that. So we will also see that time if we remove this flag, then where the quant will go and whether it will generate a new quant or the same quant number. I think even in that case, the quant number will not change. Okay, so we'll see, we'll do that testing also. But at the moment, we see the entire quantity stock 98 pieces was allocated to my 25 pieces pick request. And now this is done. So we can check the situation in the stock. So this 138 pieces, out of this 138 pieces, 25 pieces we have moved from rack to 916 shipping area. Okay, goods issue staging area 916, which is for goods issue staging area to the customer, goods issue to customer. Okay, and we can see here 25 pieces out of 138 is moved to 916 shipping area, goods issue staging area. All right, now this is the goods issue staging area 916. Okay, 916 we have done. This was an example of where we have transfer order created with reference to the delivery. Okay, other one 911, which is also goods issue staging area, but this is a goods issue to the cost center. Okay, so let's have a look at that also. There, what we have to do, it's a manual one. Okay, where we have to go and create the transfer requirement manually. Okay, with a movement type to move the goods issue to the cost center. Movement type is 201. Okay, so this WM module, you need to have a little bit, SD with MM knowledge also, the understanding of the goods movement type. Okay, what are the different movement types for the good receipt or for the goods issue to the customer, goods issue to the cost center, okay, or goods issue to the production order. Okay, all right. The requirement number, here we just give some random number, requirement number 4. Okay, we give our material and tier quantity. I want to see how much stock is there, 113. So I'll remove 13 pieces from here and move to the 911. Once you put enter, hit enter, this item number 1 will be disappear. Okay, it will disappear. Where it will go? So this we can see here, list of changes here. Okay, so whatever the item that will add, keep on adding here. Okay, then whatever the item you will keep on adding here, that will be keep on adding. For example, if I add another one, 2, this will be disappear. 3 will be disappear. So all these 3 items where we can have a look in the list of changes here. Okay. So I do not want 2 and 3, so I can just simply come and delete here. Second, move this deletion flag and try to save. Yes. So while saving, the system will automatically delete, display this transfer requirement. And since we have activated the deletion flag for the item number 2 and 3, while saving, system will automatically remove. Okay, it will give the pop-up whether you want to delete or not. So we confirm the pop-up and those items are deleted. We have only one requirement, just to move 13 pieces from the rack to 911, which is staging area for goods issue, but that is a goods issue to the cost center. Okay, so this is done. Transfer requirement number is created, number 3 is 0. So let's go and confirm this. To confirmation, we have to create the transfer order LT03. Okay, with the reference to transfer requirement 330. Okay, 13 pieces. Save this. Let's come to the confirmation of this transfer order. Again, the same bin we have picked, and this time you can see the 911 and the storage bin is still, this one is still taking dynamic, but it's still taking dynamic. And even for the 916, I will have to check whether stock has moved. In 916, it's 25 pieces. Let's check the in stock. It is 03. 916. It took this one, D spare 1, 25 pieces. It is still going to the virtual bin, dynamic bin it has created. But why it has created the dynamic bin? Let's have a look. So let's finish this 911, then we'll have a look why it has taken the dynamic bin. Okay, so there also it is taking the dynamic bin. Okay, for 911 also we'll have a look at that. And this quant concept is clear. All the 73 pieces allocated to 13 and the balance will move back to the same bin number because of return flag activated in the storage type 001. That the return stock will be coming back to the same bin. Okay, and the quant number will remain same here because here we have not done any kind of customization to change the quant number, but there is a customization we can do to change the quant number also while placing back the stock. Because as I said, quant number we can't control from the configuration. So if you want to change while returning the stock to the same bin, if you want to change the quant number, so that has to be done from the backend. It means a customization, program changes, enhancement is required for that. While because this quant number is populated in the backend, and if we have a requirement to change this quant number, then we have to do one enhancement to change the quant number. Okay, that has to be enhancement. So basically, we want to control the quant number range, so that has to be done by enhancement. Okay, all right. So just confirm it internally and then save. Okay, and let's go and have a look at the stock 26. The stock in the rack left 100 stock, and the 14. Okay, 13 pieces we have moved. One was already there, and the 14 pieces are there. Okay, in 911 now. Okay, all right. Now we'll have any question. Please let me know, guys. While moving the stock 916, we use the SD delivery, sales delivery. Whereas while moving the stock to 911, we used the manual transfer requirement number. Okay, now what next? Next is once the goods arrive in 916. Okay, once we have the goods arrive in 916, just like inbound truck, the good receipt was done in the inbound truck, we'll have here the outbound truck. Okay, we'll have here the outbound truck. And this outbound truck, what we have to do? We have to do the goods issue. Okay, goods issue we have to perform for this outbound truck from 916 staging area, right? From the 916 staging area, the outbound truck will be loaded. So for the inbound truck, good receipt was done. So unloading of the stock was done in the GR area. In the GR area, unloading of the stock was done. Okay. Similarly, for the goods, for your goods issue 916, the loading of the stock will happen on the outbound truck. Okay. All right. And how it will be done? How this loading or the goods issue will be performed? That will be happening in the SD now via sales delivery. In the sales delivery, we have the goods issue option, right? So we will just come here in the delivery VL02N, and we can see here the picking has been done, because once we confirm our transfer, the picking will be done and the status will be fully picked. Warehouse order, transfer order also has been confirmed. The status is C. And now we can do the goods issue. When we do the goods issue, the goods will be deducted from this 916 and loaded on the truck. So this 916 will be completely empty then. Okay, this staging area 916, because staging area, it's a staging area, right? The goods cannot hold here for the longer period. It will be only for loading and unloading purpose. Okay, so 916 will load the goods on the truck, and this 916 will be empty then. When this will happen, we'll do the post goods issue. Okay, so let's do the post goods issue. So goods issue has been posted. Okay, it's still being working. Yeah, so we can see here the goods issue is done. Okay, and what we can see here, the goods issue has been done, and you just refresh the stock. The 916 is gone now. It's disappeared because 916 is empty. There is no stock in 916 because all the goods has been already loaded on the truck. Okay, goods issue is done. Right. So this was the outbound cycle. Also, we have seen the different steps for your transfer requirement. Right. Okay. Now we wanted to know the dynamic bin basically. Why it is triggering the dynamic bin?
I have one question, sorry, for earlier one, like this 911 goods issue to cost center. So
right,
in that case, we always need to use you need to create manually transport request and order.
Yeah.
Through sales order we cannot.
No. Sales order we can't, because sales order means the delivery, sales delivery, and in the sales delivery we have only one movement number here, 601. Okay. So we have to follow the 601.
601 is mapped to 916.
Okay. All right. Okay. And this 601 is a IM. This is IM only, inventory management movement. Even if you do not have WM, that time also it's a 601 only, right? Okay.
And this 601 is mapped to storage type 916.
Exactly. That's correct. So let's go and have a look at movement type, activities, transfer, and the movement types. We can come here and have a look at 601, and we can confirm 916. It is in the destination, not in the source. Okay. For good receipt, we saw 902 was in the source. Okay. And for goods issue 601 movement type, we saw the destination 916. Right. So the movement will, if it is a source 101, so it means the movement will happen from 902 to rack. And if it's a destination, the movement will come from some rack to the destination 916. And the third one is a return stock. So this return area will be used for your return movement type. What was is a return movement type? It is 651. Okay, if you look at 651, it is still considering 904. Okay, 653, 651 return via delivery. Second, yeah. So yeah, exactly. So it is not available in the standard this return category, return storage type. So generally, when we go for the return process configuration, that time we make this return storage type Z01 or Z02, some rack. Okay, that time we use this return storage type. So it means whenever the stock will be returned, it is going to return back to this particular storage type. Okay, all right. This is the return storage type. All right. Now what we were discussing about dynamic bin also, right? Dynamic. So we saw that 601 doesn't have any. We already removed the dynamic flag for our destination. Okay, but still it is giving the dynamic. It is considering the dynamic storage bin. Okay. So there is one more for controlling the dynamic. Second, inventory management, generate the interim storage bins. So this is different. Negative stock and automatic TO 916. Let me check for 911 also, which is our movement type number 201. 201, I think it is still dynamic. So let's do one thing. Let's remove it. Although this is the only checkbox we have for the dynamic destination bin or the dynamic source bin. Okay, so maybe we have to repeat the entire data because the configuration change may not be reflecting in the existing because sales order and the delivery was already created. Okay, so what we can do, we can quickly do one more 201. That is easy. So we can go and create one more LB01 because 201 also the dynamic flag was activated. So because of what the 201 was also reflecting the dynamic bin, but now I have removed. Okay, and let's quickly have a look. Create a transfer requirement. They're still showing the dynamic bin. Then we have to have a look with reference to the transfer requirement 331 number. Yeah, now it is not considering the dynamic bin. You see, no destination storage bin found for the storage type 911. Okay, I think it was not reflecting because our data sales order and the delivery was already created. Okay, and after that we are removing the flag. So I think now this will work for our order and delivery also. Okay, so that also we can validate quickly. Okay, so this time you see there is no destination bin found. Why it is no destination? Because there would not be any destination bin created for 911. So that we can check. How many bins are there in 911? We can check. So there is no bin. You guys can see both are dynamic bin only, but there is no permanent or the fixed bin created for 911. So that's why system is not able to figure out any bin here. And moreover, the system has not created any dynamic bin this time. Okay. So I think last time it was not worked for our delivery. In case of delivery, the reason was delivery was already created. And if you are removing any flag for the dynamic bin, when for the existing data, so the dynamic bin, that configuration will not impact on the existing data. So when we create a new data, then only it is reflecting here. Okay, so let's create a 911 bin here. The manually we can create a bin. LS01 is a T code to create a manual bin for the storage type. Let's say 911. We'll keep the name to the cost center. Okay, and we'll just save. Not sure if any storage section. Yeah, it is created. So it is done now. Now we can again go back to our transfer order. Cancel this. Okay. And exit. Create the transfer order again, LT03 with reference to the transfer requirement plus next material. Now 911. Although this time, okay. Now this could be the issue with the search strategy. The destination we are placing in the 911. Okay. So at the moment, what I can do, I can place it manually. But to place the stock, we also need the search strategy basically to be activated. Okay, 1 second. I'll just give a heads up here because the search strategy and all we are going to discuss. Okay, this strategies and activate storage bin search, storage type search. This one is storage type search or static search sequence. For our warehouse number 001, we want to pick the stock and place in 911. Okay, bin type. It will not consider without this bin type. Let's go and have a look. Cancel this again. Let me try giving this search strategy is not working actually. Okay, if I just consider that, look, if I just give this manually, okay, so this is accepting this bin number, okay, for the GI cost. Okay, so it means if it is working manually, it means our bin is working fine without any problem. The only thing is where it is failing is in the search strategy. Okay, it is picking the stock from 001. Okay, but while placing the stock in 911 interim storage type, it is not able to find the bin because of this search strategy has not maintained properly. Okay, so I have to maintain the search strategy. Okay, to pick and place the stock and finding the destination here. Okay, so this search strategy is not working, so we'll configure that, but at the moment I'll do one thing. I already have given, so this testing was for the dynamic bin, so I have given the manual bin, and one thing is confirmed that the dynamic bin has not been created in this testing. Okay, that was our testing actually. And why this 911 the bin is not being determined, that is the search strategy configuration. So when we'll come to the search strategy, that time we'll fix that 911. Okay, but till then we'll keep this search strategy as it is. Okay, so that will be also one of our scenario for the testing. This testing was for dynamic bin. Okay, so dynamic bin is not created, so we confirm our transfer order. And all right, now we can check our stock. Okay, stock is moved to 16. Now the same testing we will do for our sales order also, to check the system should not trigger any dynamic bin. Okay, it should accept the bin which is in the 916 shipping staging area. Okay, let's create a sales order and the delivery quickly and have a look at the testing. And before that, let's just quickly check. We have already removed the dynamic bin flag from our movement type 601. Let's double check. So what we did in the previous testing, we removed this flag 201 dynamic bin. It is working fine now for 911. Same thing we have to validate for our 601 movement type. 601 also we have validated in the previous scenario where we created the delivery. That time the delivery was already created in the system. And then later on we changed this SPRO configuration, but that doesn't impact our result because system was still considering the dynamic bin feature. Okay, even after removing this flag, because delivery was also already created. So now we are creating the fresh data and we just validate our testing now. Okay. So warehouse number is already populated. Save the delivery and create the transfer order. Okay. This time also we can see the system has not triggered any dynamic bin. Last time the system was creating the delivery number as a dynamic bin. Okay.
I think maybe we need to check storage section search, because storage type is already triggered. So
right.
Yeah.
So basically search strategy. Yeah, our search strategy is not working. Yeah. So that's all that I already told you guys. That let's keep this search strategy as it is. Let this error comes. Okay, we'll fix it. When we'll come to the search strategy session, that time we'll fix it, because these are our ideal scenario. These errors are our ideal scenario. Okay.
Yep.
When we'll come to the search strategy session, we'll fix these errors. So let this error as it is. Okay. But the major testing was for the dynamic bin. Now the dynamic bin is not coming. What was the dynamic bin? It was the delivery number itself. So that dynamic bin is not proposed. Okay. So it means if we are removing this dynamic bin, so one thing is validated. What is our validation? So if we are removing this dynamic bin flag after the delivery is created already, so it will not impact the existing deliveries. For the existing deliveries, the system will still populate the dynamic bins. Okay, but for the new data, new deliveries, the system will not consider any dynamic bin. So these changes will reflect only for the new data, not for the existing deliveries. Okay, so at the moment for the 916 also, I'll just enter manually just to finish this cycle. Okay, so let me check what is the bin number available in this 16. I think it's a goods issue something, GI dash something, GI dash staging. This is the bin number. Let me just copy this bin and add here. Okay, and done. Let's confirm our transfer order. That's it. This was our testing for dynamic bin generation. Okay, and we can check our stock. 916 has 3 now, which we should do the goods issue and remove it from the 916 also, from the goods issue. Okay, it was the previous delivery, I think. There's the existing delivery. Input this 19076. 19 from the delivery number. First goods issue. Now, second, it is fully picked already. Let me check if transfer order is confirmed. It's completed already. Now, one more scenario. It is showing the storage bin 001916. Okay. Storage bin 001916 doesn't exist. Okay. All right. Let's see. Let's refresh this list. Guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah. So the error is 9161 second. Let's just simply refresh. Okay. Our stock, it is now empty now. It is showing the stock of 3 pieces already added here. Okay. Without any batch number. And let's check the MMB stock also, whether it is updated or not. Warehouse stock, and look at the movements. So these all are the GR and stock mode. Okay, this issue is not being triggered. Okay, so this again we need to have a look why this house number 001916, why it is not considering the storage bin. So this will have a look. The bin number exists already. We can see the GI staging bin number is there. Quant is there. Quant has created. The stock has already been entered. Okay, the stock type is also even. Unit type is already even. Moreover, our stock is being shown here 916 as a stock 3 pieces in the available stock. Okay, now this will have a look. Okay, why this is creating the problem here. Okay, so this is the storage bin number itself. It is saying it doesn't exist. So it is not considering the storage bin for the goods issue. Okay, let me quickly have a look. If we find out something, fine. Otherwise, we'll have a look at it. This error. So let's see the error number. Error number is LN09 L9009. So this is the error which is coming here. Storage bin doesn't exist. Check your entry. Fine. So this one will look. Let me have the confirmation log. Return to stock from delivery. There it is considering goods issue to staging area. Okay, and it is considering 3 pieces here. All right. So in the return, it is accepting this goods issue staging area 916. It means the bin is fine. 916 is fine. Okay. So this I'll have a look, guys. Okay. Because it will take time to fix this error. At the time of storage bin, although the transfer order, I'll just check if it is. We have confirmed already. I think transfer order. It is already in the completed status. Transfer order is already completed. The goods movement is not yet started yet. Okay. Let's have a look at this transfer confirm transfer order. It is already confirmed status. Confirmation status. It is a confirm already without any difference. And this is the goods issue. Storage bin target quantity 50 and allocated 55 is going back to the same bin number. Okay, and the count number is same 799 while returning back. So this was also confirmed without any problem. Still PGI is giving this error. This storage bin 001916 doesn't exist. We have a look at this storage bin. What's issue staging? There's no block also in this. Okay, and I can see there is no storage bin type associated, I think. What's issue staging? That could be an issue. The storage bin type is not maintained. Let me check for the 911 also. GI to the cost. There I have maintained the bin type. 6. No specific bin type is creating it. Okay, fine. Let's keep it till here. Okay. And I'll have a look at this error and we'll discuss about this. Let me take a screenshot of this error. Okay. And we'll discuss this. All right. This seems like stop at all. All right. Fine, guys. Let's continue further. Okay. And I'll have a look at this error, the PGI, and we'll discuss this error. All right. Meanwhile, so what we have covered? We have covered the shipping side also this time. Okay, we discussed that we saw the dynamic bin generation. So our testing was the dynamic bin generation. So our dynamic bin generation, if that setting will not impact the existing data, if you are making any changes in the dynamic bin settings, so the existing deliveries will not impact. Even if you just cancel your transfer requirement, everything, your existing delivery will consider the setting that was maintained at the time of creating the delivery creation. Okay, so that has been validated now. For both 916 and 911, the system has stopped generating a dynamic bin now. Okay, all right. And in the previous scenario where the dynamic bin was activated, that time the goods issue doesn't created any problem. But now we have deactivated the dynamic bin and system has created, it is not considering the bin now. Okay, it is not considering the bin. So that we have to see why it is related to the dynamic bin flag removal. If it is related to the dynamic bin flag removal, then what is the workaround? Okay, that we have to see in that error. Understanding the transfer requirement, manual transfer requirement creation, automatic transfer requirement creation, transfer order creation with respect when we create the transfer request, transfer order with reference to the transfer requirement or the delivery, the dynamic bin creation. Okay, the dynamic bin creation. All right, and the quant also we saw at the time of pickup. The quant, the whole quantity will be allocated for the quant. All right, so let's go to the storage type.
Before going to that, there is a stock under 911, right? For stock, cost center. So in order to move it out. So what to do now?
So this is the goods issue to the cost center, right? These are the goods issue to the cost center. Now the stock which has been placed in 911. So whatever the stock will keep in the which is registered to the cost center, this will be if you wanted to move out of the warehouse. Okay, so anyhow this will be gone by some delivery only, this 911 stock. Okay, so this stock we generally keep or reserved for the production order. Okay, will issue for the staging or for the reservation and the staging, production staging. That time also we can compensate this stock. Okay.
What is the purpose? Like at which moment we use this 201 cost center?
Which one?
201, this cost center.
201 is a movement type.
Okay. At which moment, at which particular moment or purpose we use? Because I'm new to it. Yeah.
Okay. So first of all, we understand the cost center. Cost center is the cost to the organization, right? We register the cost to the organization. So generally, whenever we do any ad hoc goods issue, okay, because if you look at this transfer requirement for 201, we have been allowed, right? If I just simply come in LB01 and if I just create 201, system will allow. You'll just add any number 7. System will allow to create the manual TR for this movement type 201. But if the same thing, if you do for the 601, okay, system will not allow. What does that mean? It means your 601 movement cannot be triggered manually. It has to be done only with reference to some data, some transactions. It means the delivery transaction. Whereas your 201 is a movement that you can do the ad hoc goods issue without any reference basically. All right. Okay. So in your inventory, whenever we have the inventory, we'll always have some reference, right? We do have some purchase order, delivery, good receipt number. Same thing for the goods issue also. We'll have some sales order, delivery, and the goods issue then. But sometime we get some stock which will make a direct GR, which is called the direct GR. Okay. And direct goods issue also. Direct goods issue. For that, we have certain movement type in inventory management. Direct goods issue you can do with 561, not 101. And direct goods issue you can do with 201. Okay, so any stock which you directly wanted to enter in the warehouse or you want to goods issue from the warehouse. For that, we have certain different movement type. But anything with reference. So with reference, if you wanted to do the GR, you have to use 101. With reference, if you want to do the goods issue, you have to use 601. Okay, so these are with reference, GR, GI with reference. Okay, and the other one, 201 or 561 are the direct entry, direct stock entry or direct goods issue of the stock. All right. Now situation.
So which means like if there is any emergency movement without any order, they will create this 201 and send that goods to the some other. Yeah. Okay.
Right. So this is without reference, and generally these kind of things will be used when we do the counting, physical counting of the stock. Annually or every 6 months or every quarterly, we have the physical counting of the stock, right? So at that time, these movement types will be given the access, and moreover, these are not given access to any warehouse staff. So not all the warehouse staff can make this entry, direct entry. It will be only with the supervisor. Okay, only supervisor can make this direct entry, direct goods issue or the direct GR, and only in case of certain period, like as I said, physical counting. Okay, physical counting of the stock. At that time, physical counting of the stock, we find out that the entered goods in the warehouse was 1000 pieces, whereas the total counting which is finding 200 pieces. Now in that case, what we have to do, this 200 we have to balance somewhere, right? So we'll post this to the cost center. This 200 pieces will do the goods issue, direct goods issue without any reference to the cost center. Okay. So it's a scenario we do direct good receipt or the goods issue. Okay.
But there will be financial impact, right? Because
of course. So that financial impact will be taken care by some reason code. There is a reason code, right? In the physical counting, there is a reason code associated that why we are doing this. Okay. There is a financial impact, but because everything we are doing with respect to the reporting only.
Okay.
We are not saying that we are hiding this. We are anyhow there is a material movement and the financial movement associated, right? So that material movement and the financial movement, whatever the finance movement will happen, it will not go to the proper liability GL account. It will go to the difference. There is something which is called the difference GL. Okay, which is specifically for the physical inventory. So when the financial posting will come, so finance report will come to know that we have some overstock. We did your PGI to the cost center, and we post the financial account to the difference GL. Okay, in the difference GL, which is specifically for the physical inventory. So the management will come to know, and it is very expected behavior. Okay, management should come to know that there was a finance or the inventory which was over, and to balance that inventory, we did the physical inventory, and there is a reason code associated. The reason code could be anything. Okay, it is overbooked or the book value is not matching the business. The business can decide the reason code. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right. Fine, guys. Let me know, guys, if you have any question further. All right. Now, different scenarios. Let's go to the storage type. What are the different scenarios we have with reference to the inbound or the outbound? Have a look at this high rack. Okay. In this high rack, okay, what we can see, there is something which is a destination bin change during the confirmation. It means we saw, right, during the confirmation of the transfer order, we cannot, that bin is already determined that which bin the stock will be placed. But at the time of transfer order confirmation, when the warehouse staff will carrying the load, and they will go to the rack and they will find out the bin, and the moment they are going to place the stock in the bin, they will find the bin is already full. Okay, the bin is already full. So in that case, what they should do, they should cancel the transfer order, or so as per the business process. If the business say no, if the warehouse staff is already reached to the destined bin, it is already reached to that bin, and if that bin is full, so give the possibility to the warehouse staff to adjust that stock in the nearest bin or some other bin in some other rack, or maybe the same rack. Okay, so in that case, we have this option here that in the same rack, if you allow that transfer order have determined a bin number A, but the bin number is completely full. So the system should allow the warehouse staff to change the bin in the last moment and to change the bin from A to B. So in that case, we'll keep the value A here, 1 here. So in that case, we are making our high rack. So whatever the transfer order will open on this high rack, if that particular bin number A is full, the warehouse staff can change the bin in the transfer order while confirmation. Okay, and they will replace it bin number A to B, and they can confirm the bin then. So this is as per the business requirement. As per the business requirement only, we have to set this. Okay, whether it is allowed or not allowed. Okay, all right. So we'll just keep this 1 at the moment. Okay, then what else we can see here? Putaway strategies, which is the next empty bin. It means whatever the next empty bin will be there, the system is going to place the stock there. We will discuss the mixed storage and the addition to existing stock also when we come to the fixed bin. Okay. Then we see here SUT check active. SUT check active. So we discuss about the storage unit type, right? I give you one example of storage. This is the storage unit example I gave you, right, guys? The storage unit is basically the packed unit. If one box carrying 10 pencil, so your storage unit is a box. Okay. Now, in a particular rack, how many storage unit are defined? So that is also control your placement. For example, you have the high rack. We have the high rack 001. In this rack, we can place box. Okay, we can place cartons of 1 meter length. Okay, carton of 2 meter length, and we can place the pallet also as a packaging material, as a full box. full carton 2 meter height, and pallet. So these many are allowed in this rack 001. Whereas if you go to the rack 002, rack 002 will allow only the boxes. So at the time of placing the stock in the rack, if you receive the cartons, so system will look at only at the rack number 001 and it will place it. Suppose rack 001 is completely full. So system will go and search the rack 002, but it will find the carton 1 is not allowed. The storage unit is not allowed in the rack 002. Only the box storage unit is allowed. So in that case, system will not find out the place to stock the carton. If 001 is already full, 002 rack will not allow the cartons. It will allow only the box to be kept at the rack. So this will be controlled by storage unit type. So that's why we have the flag here activated. The storage unit check active, SUT check is active, where we have this configuration further that which all packets or box or cartons are allowed, what all storage unit are allowed. So that we can see here in the activate storage bin type search, here we can see the storage types. Okay, for our rack number, warehouse number 001, this is the one. So if you look at this, our rack is allowing only E1. Okay, well, I'll just open this here. E1 means Euro pallet height 1 meter, Euro pallet height 2 meter, IP industrial pallet, box 1 small size, box 2 medium size, and box 2 big size. Our warehouse rack number 001 will not allow the tank pallet or the wire basket GB. These two are not allowed. Other than that, all are allowed to be kept in our high rack. Okay. Same goes for the 002, 007. So 007, what all are allowed? In 007 rack, allowed is Euro pallet height 1, Euro pallet height 2, and IP, industrial pallet 1. Okay, Euro pallet height 1, Euro pallet height 2, and the industrial pallet. Okay, here we can't place the box and all because rack itself is not allowing. So at the time of placing the stock, system will give you an error if you try to add the box here in the 007. Okay. So that's why you must have observed at the time of placing, at the time of transfer order confirmation for this 001, while we are placing the stock, we are doing the GR, good receipt. At the time of good receipt, we are placing the stock in this high rack 001. I'm changing the stock type, storage bin type to E1. Okay. All right. Storage bin type to E1 because E1 is allowed. So let's go and create one purchase order. Just save this purchase order and perform the good receipt 9838. Okay. Add your storage location number. This will trigger the warehouse number WM. Okay. Right. Set. Plant data is locked by me somewhere. It is okay. Let's post it. And let's display the good receipt number. Let's see. Number 332 is being triggered and there is no dynamic bin. Get the tier number 332 and create the transfer order LT03. And if we just look at the stock, we can see the stock has been received in 9025 pieces because of transfer requirement. Okay, transfer requirement move the stock to 902 because transfer requirement is having movement type 101 and 101 is pointing towards 902. Okay, right. Transfer requirement. Our transfer requirement number in the GR is 332, right? So get next material. Now here you guys can see every time the system was asking me to enter the storage unit type. So what all storage unit type are allowed for our 001 destination? It has allowed other than wire basket and tank pallet all are. So if I try to give the wire basket, you can see you will get a message that the storage unit type is not allowed in the rack number 001. Okay. Same thing if I go and go to the tank pallet. So the tank pallet storage unit is not allowed in rack number 001. Other than these two, all are allowed. If we go for the box big size BX3, we can see it has accepted. It has accepted. Okay. Now let's just save this. Transfer order is done. Let's go and have a look at the transfer order confirmation. Okay. So what we can see here, the transfer order we are confirming now. Okay, if I just double click, system is taking me to the destination bin 030904. Now, if this bin is full, so system will give you an option to change the bin here now because for the rack number 001, we make the configuration that at the time of confirmation, the destination bin can be changed. Okay, is allowed to change. Where is master date storage type? Yeah, here it is. Okay, at the time of confirmation of the TO, we have allowed the system only for this rack, only for the rack number 001. We have made the setting that if we are going to place in this rack 001, then warehouse staff has the flexibility to move to the destination bin, the alternate destination bin also. If the dedicated, the destined source bin, the storage bin is full, the system is allowed to, is giving an option to change the bin here. So if I don't want to keep it here, I want to keep it in the bin number 005, I can make a changes. Okay, I can make a changes. I can confirm internally, and you guys can see the destination bin is confirmed. All right, and we are moving, and the transfer order is confirmed. And this transfer order, if we just display, the goods has been moved to another bin. The system has determined bin number 04, but I moved to 05. How I made these changes? Because of this configuration only. The destination bin can be changed during the confirmation only for this particular rack 001, not for the other racks. So whatever, so suppose other rack doesn't have this option. So for the other rack, we can't go and place to just any other alternate bin in that rack while placing the stock. If the destined bin is full, then only the warehouse staff has to move the stock to somewhere else. Then only this business can raise this requirement. Okay, right? And if you look at the stock situation, it is already moved out of 902 and has been placed on rack number 001. Clear? Okay, all right. So what two things we have validated? We have validated the destination bin change during the confirmation, and we also validated the SUT check. And this SUT check is just a simple flag, but the dependent configuration is maintained here, which I showed you guys in the strategies, storage bin type search. Here you guys can come storage unit type there. This is the dependent configuration for that flag. Here you can maintain that what all storage unit type, box, carton, pallet, which all are allowed in the rack. So this you can control from this table. So basically this table will be activated only if that particular flag we have activated in the storage type. So your storage unit type check is happening. So that table that we have maintained for the box, carton and all, that table will be cross-checked, will be validated and checked at the time of placing the stock if this flag is on. Okay, all right, that we have just done the testing. Okay, now to a certain reason, if you wanted to block this rack for a stock placement, okay, block a particular storage bin or block a quant only. So this is the block indicator. If any particular, basically, generally we do not, initiate the block at the rack level. Rather, we put the block on the storage bin level. Okay, so these blocks are available at the storage bin level also. Look at any bin. Okay, look at any bin. So here you can see here the block. If you wanted to a particular bin not to be used because of the repair, the rack is getting repaired, okay, or because of some weather condition, it is wet, okay, or the flood, or any could be like any situation, exception situation like fire, or maybe it is blocked because of some repair. Okay, repair is happening in the warehouse. So because of that reason, some bins are blocked to place the stock or to remove the stock. So these are the blocking indicator that we can activate at the bin level basically. And here we have the predefined blocking reason. So this blocking reason is again coming from the SPRO configuration. These are the business defined blocking reason. Okay, that flood or fire reason or the repair ongoing or the cleaning ongoing or the physical inventory. So these are the blocking reason to block a particular bin. And here we can simply enable this flag, right? But at the rack level, it is not advisable to initiate the block at the storage type level. It is not advisable actually. Okay. Then you have here user exit, which I already showed you guys where you can see all the user exit. If you want to activate the user exit for the placing the stock, so that user exit we can find out here. in the system modification. Sorry, not in the tools, system modification. Bodies, where is the exit? Yeah, here we have the exit. So here you can read the notes and you will find the stock placement. This is a stock placement, exit, and many other, you'll find here exit, relevant exits. Okay, so these exits will be activated only if we have the flag activated at the storage type level. Okay, all right. So in what could be the scenario? If you ask me what could be the scenario while placing the stock in a particular rack 001, what could be the business scenario that we could have used this, that we have to utilize this exit? Okay, so there could be a situation, okay, where before placing the stock in the rack, we also wanted to take or measure their weight. And as per the weight, okay, as per the weight, we are going to place them in a particular different bin in a rack. So for example, there are some reserved rack, and those reserved rack is for a very, very heavy stuff. Okay. So those reserved rack, this is a very simple requirement that whenever the stock will come, we'll have a look at that particular item weight. And based on that weight, we can redirect directly to the reserved bins in that rack. So this is one of the simple requirements that we can enhance using this exit. Okay. As of now, system is directly placing the stock in the rack. It is just checking the maximum weight allowed in the bin. Okay. Maximum weight allowed in the bin. It is just checking that parameter only. But other than that, system is not checking anything. Maximum quantity will be checked only if that product master data we add some maximum quantity. So the maximum quantity or the maximum weight will be checked. Other than the system is not checking anything. And that is a capacity check method. This capacity check method we'll discuss when we'll come to the fixed bin placement strategy. Okay, right? Then you guys can see here the mail control. What are these mail control? So if your transfer order during the confirmation, okay, if you just simply have a look at this F1, during the confirmation, okay, your transfer order, and that too for the specific reason. Sorry, this one, mail control. Okay, you guys can see on the basis of immediate transfer order generation, automatically created for the PP, for the production planning. Okay, so what happens whenever the PP, production planning, factory basically, we need the raw material in the factory to process the final goods, finished goods, right? So that raw material will be staged from the warehouse. Staged means provided from the warehouse. So whatever the raw material will be stored in the warehouse, so those raw materials will be consumed by the factory, okay, by creating the transfer order. So if you are creating the immediate or a backend transfer order for this consumption trigger from the factory, so in that case, if that transfer order gone into the error because of some reason, then mail control is executed. Okay, mail control is that who all the business user will be informed, which all business user will be informed in case of error. But this is only very specific scenario. This scenario is only for PP, production planning. So when we come to the WM and the PP, that time I'll show you guys how the production planning, production order will trigger the staging in the warehouse, and the warehouse will provide the raw material to the factory, to the production facility. Okay. And that will be happening again based on the transfer order, because any movement, whether it's a good receipt movement incoming in the warehouse, goods issue movement outgoing out of the warehouse, or within the warehouse movement, or moving the stock from warehouse to the production facility, factory. This entire thing will be involving the movement, and all the movement in the warehouse will need a transfer order to be created. Without transfer order confirmation, the movement cannot be triggered. Okay. So this is only for a very specific scenario where automatic transfer order will be created from the production facility to pull or to consume the raw material. Okay, but that transfer order, if failed because of some error, because of the raw material is not available, and the transfer order, the backend transfer order is failed because the raw material is not available, or it could not search a particular bin where the raw material is available. So in that case, the transfer order can fall into the error, and some business user will be informed. Which all business user will be informed? That will be controlled by this mail control flag here. Okay, so that we can see here, spatial movement indicator A, mail A. All right. So this mail A is again connected to the business user group. Okay, business user group that I'll show you guys. Okay, when we come to the PP staging, that I will show you. Okay, all right. Now this is all about the stock placement parameter in the storage type. Fixed bin addition to existing stock, capacity check will be discussed when we come to the fixed bin placement strategy. Okay, all right. Few of them that like stock removal and all. This is also we will discuss one by one. Okay, when we'll come to the stock removal slowly. All right. Meanwhile, let's go and discuss one more scenario. Okay, suppose we have two material. Okay, material number A, material number 1, or material number 2. They both are being good receipt in the warehouse, in the normal good receipt in the warehouse. But the material number 1 should be, as we know, we have certain kind of a movement, right? Good receipt is a 101 movement will be triggered. 101. Okay. So based on these movements, if we want the system to be placed on a different racks. Okay. So if we do not, so for example, material number 1, if it is material number 1 is a kind of a chemical product. It's a chemical. Okay. Chemical. Okay. Material number 2 is a food product. So for material number 2, whenever the 101 process, it should come on the rack number 001, high rack. And chemical should come on 002, the shelf storage. Okay. How we can configure this? Based on the material, how we can control their movements in the warehouse. We have the same movement 101. Okay. All right. We have the same movement 101 to good receipt the goods in the warehouse. But based on the goods characteristics, we want the product to control their movement in the warehouse. If it is food, come to rack 001. If it is chemical, come to the rack 002. Okay. So it means we need a certain indicator, certain control indicator in the product level itself. Okay. So let's go to the product master data and let's have a look at that control. Okay. So that control is stock placement. You guys can see here, stock placement control. Okay. The stock placement control. So based on this stock placement control, this product can be moved in a different way using the same movement type 101 only. Okay, using the same movement type 101, the different product will be good receipt in a different way. All right. Okay. All right. So if this product DE spare 1, I'll just keep it like this. So it will go to the 001 rack. There is one more product DE spare. This is not extended to warehouse. Let me extend it to the warehouse first. DE underscore spare. These two views. Okay. And warehouse 2. Both are done. For this DE spare, we'll keep the stock placement one indicator. What kind of indicator? We'll keep this as a shelf storage, REG. So this indicator you can define yourself, A, B, C, D, anything. Where we can define? We can define here in the strategies. Okay, Putaway strategies. Where is that indicator has gone? This type, let me check. It is not there in the master data. Placement indicator stock. Check. Stocking interfaces. Check count storage abilities in the master data. Let me have a look. Number range, section, material. Yeah, here we have in the master data material. So here we have our storage spatial movement indicator. Okay. So this is what we have defined and assigned to our product master. DE spare is display stock placement indicator. Okay. Stock placement indicator, storage type indicator. So there we have, this is the one, shelf storage. So here we can define our own A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z, Z1, Z2. Well, this we can customize as per the business requirement. Okay. So the requirement is if the material is having this REG stock place, this shelf placement, so it will go to the rack number 002, and wherever the other normal material like DE spare 1, which doesn't have any stock placement indicator assigned, but that will follow the normal process. It will come to the 001. It is blank. This is a normal material. It doesn't have any stock placement indicator for such a product. It should be placed just like normal 001 rack. It will consider the 001 rack. If no place found, then it will be placed into the 002. This will just follow the normal movement. Okay. So this is our scenario. All right. So for this scenario, what we need in the product master data itself, and that is called the placement. Okay. We need the product itself to control, right? So we have the placement indicator control field in the product master data itself. Now, because of this product master data, if I make this chemical A or food B indicator, so the chemical will always go to 002, food B will always go to the 001. Or we can keep it one blank also. Blank means the default. So the default product, all the product will go to the 001, and the product which is having the indicator A will go to the shelf storage 00. Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What document is created when goods are transferred from one storage bin to another within the warehouse? Option A, material document. Option B, transfer order. Option C, goods issue document. Option D, purchase order. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at moving and storing goods? Our SAP LEWM course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP LE and WM. It's like a smart system for tracking goods, storing them correctly, and shipping them on time. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP LE-WM Pro? Sign up in our page now, and for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
We executed some scenario during the hands-on. We created the inbound and the outbound, right? And we also performed the goods issue area 916 and 911. When the goods were moved to 916 and 911, we saw all those exercises. And we know that 916 is the automatic, 902, bringing the stock to the 902 is an automatic transfer requirement, whereas bringing the stock to 916 goods issue shipping area, staging area, which is with reference to the outbound delivery. So either we need transfer requirement number or the outbound delivery to trigger the transport order. Okay, to trigger the transfer order, we need either the transfer requirement that we saw with respect to the MIGO during the GR, and during 916 goods movement for your outbound, we saw with respect to the outbound delivery, we created the transfer order. And we also saw the manual transfer requirement created for bringing the stock to 911 goods issue towards cost center. Okay, goods issue to the cost center. Other than that, we also discussed about the storage unit type, that how a particular rack or the storage type will be mapped to what all storage unit can be placed on that particular rack. Take an example. We discussed about the storage unit example: box, carton, Euro pallet height 1 meter, Euro pallet height 2 meter will be allowed on rack number 001. What storage unit type will be allowed in the rack number 002? That we have seen. Okay, and the corresponding check that the storage unit type need to be checked during the placement of the bin, and that flag we have saw is activated at storage type level. We also discuss about the quant level. Okay, how the quant will be allocated, the full quantity, and we also discuss about return flag. Okay, so when the quant, after the picking quantity is deducted from the quant with the same number range will be coming and returning back to the same bin. Okay, all right. We also discuss about the destination bin change confirmation. So let's start from there. Okay. So these are key parameters that we discussed, right? We already tested the testing bin change during confirmation. Okay, we have tested this functionality that during the placement of the stock, we create the transport order, and while confirming the transfer order, whether the bin will be allowed to change or not. And I already told you the business practice, the business scenario. If the warehouse staff is going to place the stock in a particular bin, and if that bin is full, or if that bin is blocked because of repair work, okay, or because of any miscellaneous reason, if the staff cannot place the stock in that particular bin. So that staff will be allowed to keep the stock in any other bin in that rack, but that will be controlled by this. Okay, so we did one exercise to test it, where at the time of confirmation of your transfer order, we have changed the destination bin. Okay, so we have enabled indicator 1 that time. So I'm just rolling it back to the space. So if I'm rolling it back to the space, okay, it means now the staff will not be allowed to change the bin. Okay, right? Since I again roll it back to the space, and now if I just create a purchase order and try to place the stock in the rack 001. So this whatever the setting we can see, it's a rack specific. It's a storage type 001 high rack specific settings. Okay. So if this particular rack is full, the system will go to the rack number 002 to place the stock. Okay. And there it will reflect the settings which is with respect to the next storage type 002 shelf storage. Okay, so it is not a generalized setting as per for the entire warehouse. It is only for placing the stock in that particular storage type high rack 001. Okay, if I just create a purchase order again, EU quantity, let's say 5 pieces, plant, let's save this, enter a currency, right, let's save this, just one moment, right. Let's save this. Let's go to the MIG-9841 is my purchase order number. Let's process the good receipt. Okay, storage location, right? And warehouse number is appearing fine here. And let's save item check. Try to post. So this is posted, and let's click on display 1858. Let's display this and have a look at the WM tab. PR number 337 is generated, and this will post the stock in 902 storage bin. W zone. Okay, let's have a look at the stock also in parallel. 001 display. The stock in 902 is 5 pieces. Okay, 5 pieces. This one is 5 pieces. Okay, so these 5 pieces are available in the 902 staging area now, GR staging area. Okay, now what's the next step? We have to create a transfer order 337. And we'll try to confirm the transfer order. LT03 transfer requirement 337. Okay, storage unit type. As we know, there is a storage unit type check where we have we can see the storage unit type check. It is in the storage type level here. Here you guys can see this is the flag storage unit type check, and we have tested it. The allowed storage unit type here for the rack 001 is all of them are allowed, other than this GB wire basket and the tank pallet. Other than these two, all storage unit type are allowed. Okay, box small size, medium size, big size, Euro pallet height 1 meter, 2 meter, industrial pallet. So okay, all this packaging storage unit can be placed in this high rack 001. Okay, the check is in storage unit, storage type level. Okay, so you guys can make a note of this, where we have this storage unit type check activated. It is activated at the storage type level. Okay, all right. So you can see here, we'll just pick one of these. Let's say Euro pallet height 1 meter even. It is allowed to proceed. Now we'll go to the confirmation of the transfer order. And this time you guys can see the destination bin is not allowed to change. You're not allowed to change here. And yesterday when we tested with the destination bin during the confirmation, by keeping it 1 here, we have been allowed to edit this destination bin that time. But this time, this field is uneditable. We cannot make a changes in this field now. Okay, because of this setting, destination being changed during confirmation. So again, if this kind of a question come in your certification, that destination being changed during confirmation, where we have the settings, that is again at the storage type level. Okay, all right, let me know guys if you have any question. All right, now the next thing that we are going to have a look. So this one I will confirm. Okay, confirm the transfer order. So confirming the transfer order will move the stock from 902 to high rack. Okay, let's refresh this. Stock has moved from 902 to add it to the 001. So 902 is disappear now from the screen. All right, so we'll have look at the next one. Next one is a return to the same bin flag. Okay, 916 delivery show the pick quantity. All right, so this we have tested, return stock to the same storage bin. We have seen while confirming the outbound delivery. Okay, while confirming the transfer order, with respect to the outbound delivery, we see if the quant is allocated, same quant number with the balance quantity will return to the same storage bin, right? We have seen it, right? So if there is a sales order and outbound delivery, from the outbound delivery, what we create a transfer order. Okay, this transfer order will do the picking. Okay, the picking from, let's say, high rack 001. It is picking the stock from the high rack. Let's say the order is 5 quantity, so the transfer order has been created for the 5 quantity. Okay, on the high rack, okay, 001, we have the one of the storage bin number 03-01-09. Let's say this bin have a stock of how much? This bin have a stock 20 pieces or 25 pieces. Okay, and the quant number for this 25 pieces is 799. Let's say the quant number is 799. Okay, quant number is 799. And we have seen during our outbound testing that at the time of creating the transfer order, this 5 quantity will be picked from this 25 quantity, and this entire quant will be locked. This entire quant will be locked. Okay, once we confirm the transfer order, once the TO is confirmed, then what will happen? The balance quantity of this quant 799, it will remain the same number 799. Okay, as I said, we cannot change the number because this number is internally managed. Okay, we can maintain the number range, but we cannot update this while bringing this quant to the coming to the same bin number. This adding this number or changing this number, for this we have to make an enhancement. Okay, because system take care of this quant number in it automatically. Okay, we can just maintain the interval for this number. Okay, now 799 will remain as a 799 number, and the balance quantity, okay, because -5, there will TO confirm. TO confirm will do the 5 minus of this quantity, and the balance 20 quantity will be back to this storage bin. Okay, now why it is back to the storage bin? Because of which configuration? Because of this flag, return stock to the same storage bin. This is what we have discussed and tested also, right? In the previous sessions, we have already tested this flag. They are returning the stock to the same storage bin. If this flag is activated, then we saw the scenario is happening this way. The same quant number with the balance quantity is coming back and placing in the same bin number. Okay, once the TO is confirmed, the quant, the lock is released now. Okay, quant is released. Okay, and this 20 quantity of the 799 is available stock. It will show in the available stock. Okay, all right, this is what we have tested. But if we remove this flag, return stock to the same storage bin, then what will happen? So this we will test now. If we remove this flag during the picking, then what will happen? Obviously, this entire quant will remain allocated to these 5 pieces. But once we confirm, the 5 pieces will be depreciated from this quant number. But what about this quant number? And where the balance quantity will be placed? Because we are removing this flag, return stock to the same storage bin. In that case, where the stock will go? So that will have a look now. Okay, where the stock will be placed if this return flag will be deactivated from the storage type. So let's have a look now. Let me know, guys, if you have any questions. So let's create an order to test this. Let's see how much stock is there in the high rack. We have 66 pieces. So let's deduct 10 pieces out of this. SO number 9. Let's create it for 10 pieces. Okay, let's make it for something like 3 pieces or something. Okay, now, yeah, just save the sales order. Complete the sales order and save this. Okay, now try to create the delivery for the sales order. Okay, warehouse number is coming fine here. Let's save this delivery. Come to the change mode of this delivery, right? Subsequent function, create transfer order with respect to the delivery. Okay, now we'll create the transfer order. Okay, and save this. We'll go to the confirmation of this transfer order. What we can see here, we need only 5 pieces, but how much has been allocated here? If I just double click on this, we'll get a clear picture here. We need only 5 pieces. Okay, our requirement for the picking in this delivery, if I just look at this delivery, it is taking pick quantity 50 pieces. 1 second. Oh, I think it's a wrong order number. 1 second. It's a wrong one. Let me cancel this. I think I gave the wrong order number. 1 second. We need only 10 pieces. I think I created the order only for 10 pieces. 270. Let's cancel this transfer order. Let's get back to the delivery number. What was the delivery number? On SO number 9. So it was only 3 pieces. I created only 3 pieces, but why it was showing 50 pieces? Okay, this transfer order is already completed. Let's go to this delivery. Delivery is showing 3 pieces. Now let's go and create the transfer order. This one is already completed. Oh yeah, create the transfer order. Okay, showing 3 pieces here. Generate plus next material. Withdrawal quantity, it is showing 50 pieces. Okay, all right. So let's just double click. So it is showing the withdrawal quantity of 50 pieces. Okay, let's save this. Let me come to transfer order confirmation. Then we'll come to know. Okay, now our pick quantity is 3 pieces. Okay, our pick quantity here the things to observe. Our pick quantity is just 3 pieces. Okay, but what has been allocated from the source rack? This is this bin. This bin has a quant number 821, and this quant 821 is how much stock it is carrying? 50 pieces. Out of this 50 pieces, so as I said, this entire quant will be allocated. Quant cannot be subdivided. Okay, we cannot divide the quant. Whatever the quantity in the quant will be completely locked for my pickup requirement. Pickup is only for 3 pieces, but as per the system search strategies, system has searched and find out this particular bin and allocated the quant number 821 available in this bin carrying 50 pieces of stock. Okay, so it means the balance 47 in this case will be going back where? It is going to the 916 shipping. It is going to the shipping staging area directly. It is not coming back to the same bin. After deducting the 3 pieces, the balance quantity is not coming back and returning back to the same bin, because I have removed this flag, return stock to the same storage bin. This flag I have removed. So if I remove this flag, what is happening? Instead of coming and reversing the balance quantity of the quant in the same bin, the balance quantity is going to 916 goods issue staging area. Okay, so let's do this. Let's have a look, confirm internally, and then save. We have saved it. Now once we have saved, so what we can see, this stock was 66 pieces. Out of the 66 pieces, one of the quant carrying 50 pieces has been allocated to meet the 3 pieces of the pickup demand, and the rest of the 47, after meeting the 3 pieces of pickup demand out of 50, 47 is balance, and at 47 of the balance will be going to the 916 here. So this 7 would have been added with 47, and 66 will be subtracted by 50. Okay, so let's have a look. So we can see here 66 is subtracted by 50 stock, because that quant 821 is gone now after the confirmation, and here it was only 7 pieces. Okay, the 50 has been added here. So what we can see here, this delivery has been picked. The delivery has been picked completely. And if we look at the delivery situation now, 03N. So delivery was only 3 pieces demand, but the quant was of 50 pieces. So even after meeting the 3 pieces, the left out 47 is going to 916, and with addition of 3 pieces, because these 3 pieces are anyhow, it's by pickup demand, it will be going to 916 anyhow. So the expectation was only 3 pieces will go to the 916, but other than 3 pieces, the balance 47 pieces will also go to the 916. The entire quant is moved to the shipping area. Rather than dividing the quant and subtracting and finding out the balance, the entire quant has been moved to the 916. Because if we do not enable this return flag, then there will not be any balance quantity in that quant. This entire quant has been moved. Okay, and if we look at the transfer order, we just display the transfer order, we can see the quant number in the 916 is also changed. Earlier it was 821, now it is 812. Okay, 812, right? So this 821 is completely gone now. We cannot divide the quant. Only in case of enabling this flag return to the same bin, the quant will be moved out, and the balance quantity with the same quant number will be moved to the same bin if we enable this flag. But if we remove this flag, then the quant cannot be divided further. The quant will generate a new number from 821 to 812, and the entire quantity of the quant will be moved. So in this case, what is happening? My delivery is overpicked. Okay, it is overpicked. If I just go and try to post goods issue, the system will give me an error. The picked quantity is larger than the delivery quantity. So delivery requested was only for 3 pieces. The pickup was expected only for 3 pieces, but the picking happening for how much? 50 pieces. Okay, because quant cannot be divided. So this is the second testing, that quant cannot be subdivided. Okay, the full quantity of the quantity is allocated, and moreover, it is not coming back to the same bin. It is, in spite of coming back to the same bin, it is going to the 916 staging area bin. Shipping 916 goods issue staging area bin. Okay, right? Let me know, guys, if you have any questions. Okay, so that's why this flag is very, very important, and we should keep this flag on. Return stock to the same storage bin. Okay, all right, fine, guys. Let me know if you have any questions. All right, other than that, also we are finding some error while doing the goods issue. I recorded that. Let's discuss that error also. Okay, this was an error which was coming. The system was not able to find out the bin for 916 while performing the post goods issue, because we know after the goods arrived in 916, when we press the post goods issue in our delivery, what will generally happen? The goods will be subtracted from this 916. Okay, goods will be moved out of this 916 to load on the outbound truck. Okay, but 916. So that's why the system was giving this error. Storage bin of 916 doesn't exist. Although the 916 bin exists, but what happened generally, when the system locate a particular bin, it will use the search strategies. Since our search strategy session is still left out, but this is 916 or 902 or staging areas, whatever the 9 related, 904, 911, 916, these particular bin will never be searched. Okay, these are the fixed ones. So if I just go back to the movement type for 916 to bringing the stock to the 916. Now this is a question for you guys. Okay, let's try to attempt. So if I want to bring the stock in 902, what will be the movement type? If I want to trigger the stock in 902 good reset area, what will be the WM movement type? Anyone? What will be the WM movement type to bring the stock? 101. Okay, and if I want to bring the stock in 911 goods issue area, then what will be the movement type?
601.
201.
201.
201, yeah.
Because this is the cost center related.
Right.
Next question is, to bring the stock in 916 goods issue area, what will be the movement type?
601.
601. Okay. Now, to bring the stock in high rack 001, what will be the movement type? No movement type actually. Why no movement type? Because it's an internal movement. If you look at this, all these three, I have draw where with the boundary of the warehouse, where the goods will be directly located with the inbound truck, where the goods is being unloaded or it is being loaded on the truck. Okay, so anything which is a staging area will get your movement type, a relevant movement type. But if you move the goods from staging area to the rack, then you doesn't need any movement type. You need a transfer order there. It is internal to the warehouse now. Okay, to bring the stock in the good receipt area or to ship the stock from goods issue area outside the warehouse, you need a movement type. So movement type is interface between IM and WM, right? So movement type is required only whenever there is stock entry in the warehouse or stock exit from the warehouse. Then only you need a movement type. All right. But if it is an internal movement, placing the stock on the rack, removing or picking the stock from the rack, then you doesn't need any movement type actually. Okay. Or moving from one bin to the another bin within the rack, within the warehouse, you doesn't need any movement type. You need transfer order. Okay. All right. So you guys have already said correctly that 916, the goods issue area, the goods will come with reference to the movement type 601. From 916, 601, when we trigger the 601, the goods will move out of the warehouse. Goods will move out of the warehouse. Right? All right. So we have to go to the 916 now. Sorry, your 601, movement type 601, activities, transfers, define movement type. Okay. Which movement type? With respect to the 916, 601, goods issued to the customer. This is the one. Okay. So what happened here? Earlier we were working with dynamic bin, right? Dynamic bin. So when we were working on the dynamic bin, So system will simply look at the 916 and it will simply understand the delivery number as a dynamic bin to figure out the bin number. But since I have removed this dynamic bin, right? I have removed this dynamic bin. So system was expecting this bin number to be assigned here in the configuration. System will not use the strategies to search this bin number for the staging area. It will not search. It can search, but for the staging area, we generally do not create any search strategies. Why? Because generally, why you will search a bin number in the rack to place the stock. And where you place the stock? In the rack, not on the staging areas. We never place the stock in the staging area for the longer term. Staging area is just to keep the stock after loading or before unloading. Okay. Sorry, after unloading or before loading. I told it opposite. Okay. So staging area is a temporary place where the goods will be kept after unloading from the truck, or the goods will be kept for a temporary time before loading on the truck. Okay. Or for performing the quality assurance, or for performing the physical inventory like 911. 911, from here we are not loading anywhere. 911 is a goods issue with respect to the cost center. Here we are keeping the stock for temporary time for a physical inventory purpose. So keeping the stock for, in this staging area or interim area, any storage type which is starting from 9 is an interim area. Interim, in a plain English, you guys know, interim is temporary. So the stock will stay at this interim area for a temporary period only. So no need to create an entire strategy to search the bin, because here we do not have many bins. Here we have only one single bin, associated only single bin. So search is generally configured to find out if we have thousands of bin. It's a huge rack and there are thousands of bin. Then we need a system to search the bin. Okay. But if we have already a staging area, okay, so for this staging area or the interim area, we have only single or one or two bins. That's it. For these one or two bins, we generally do not create any search strategy in the system. So if we do not create a search strategy, that was the reason why our system was giving error, because earlier we were creating the dynamic bin. So system was assuming the 916, the goods will be placed in the dynamic bin. So it was picking the stock from the dynamic bin. But when we remove this flag from the dynamic bin, the system was able to reach 916 from where? From the movement type. We were triggering the goods issue movement type 601. From the 601, system has figured out 916. So that's why if you look at the document, this is at the time of goods issue. At the time of goods issue, which movement will trigger? 601. And from 601, system has figured out this 916. System has figured out the 916 because of this configuration, because 601 is directly mapped to the 916. But system was not able to figure out the bin this time because we are not using the dynamic bin. So if we are not using the dynamic bin, so that bin number we have to keep here. That's why I said this interim area will have only single bin. Okay, because goods are not kept here for the longer term. It is only for the short period. We keep the goods here. So this is, since this was blank, this was blank. That's why system was able to, when triggering the goods issue from the movement type 601, system was able to figure out 916. It doesn't find this dynamic bin flag. So system was, because dynamic bin was the delivery number itself. So if would have the dynamic bin, so system could have simply go to the LX03 report. It would have find the record against the dynamic bin number, and it would have pulled and it would have performed the goods issue. But now we are using the fixed bin, so that bin number was blank here, so that caused this issue. The system was not able to locate the bin, and it was giving the correct message number also. That storage bin for 916 001 is our warehouse number. Storage bin in the warehouse 001 for the interim area 916 doesn't exist, because it doesn't exist because we have not given any storage bin here. So the moment I assign the goods issue staging area bin here, now this error is resolved now. If I go and perform the goods issue, okay, from the bin now, it will perform successfully. So let's have a look at one testing. Let's create a delivery, order and delivery, and perform the goods issue. Wait for the 7 pieces. Save the sales order. All right. Let's create a delivery. 7 pieces of the delivery. Okay, let's perform the picking also. Create transfer order. Delivery will be saved in the backend. Let's say how much stock the high rack has now. High rack has only 16 pieces left, out of which 7 we are pulling now. Okay, transfer order, confirm. Now you guys can see here. What I did in the storage type, if we just go back to our storage type configuration, 001 high rack, I again kept this flag, return stock to the same storage bin. So when I kept this flag, so you guys can see the changes now. What is happening here? The goods, from this particular rack 001, and this is the bin number. Okay, if I just double click, so this will make clear understanding here. So we can see here there is a quant 816 from this rack having the 5 pieces of quantity, and one more quant 812. Okay, one more quant is this is the destination. Okay, 5 pieces. Okay, and it is goods issue staging area, and the balance is the 3 pieces. Okay, it is going back and balancing. This is the first line item. So the picking is happening from 2 different bins. So I need 7 pieces. So those 7 pieces, there is no particular quant which is carrying the 7 pieces, rather than it has 2 quants. One quant is in this bin 020904, which is carrying 5 pieces. So those 5 pieces is consumed now. So this entire quant will be consumed 807 from this bin. My second, because of my total pickup requirement was 7 pieces. So 5 from this quant, 5 pieces will be moved to 916 goods issue staging area. And from this piece is also having 5 pieces quant. So out of these 5 pieces, I just need 2 pieces. So only 2 pieces will be moved to 916, and the balance will be returned back to the same bin number with the same quant number. So that we can see here. Okay, let me just 1 second. Okay, so what we can see here, the quant number 816 carrying 5 pieces. Okay, the 2 pieces is being consumed. The balance 3 pieces will be with the same quant number will be moved to the same bin number. Okay, if I do not do this, this entire 5 pieces will be moved to the 916, and the delivery will be overpicked then. Okay, all right, now confirm internally. Both are confirmed here, and then save. The stock of 7 pieces, this 57 will be added with 7, and 16 will be subtracted with 7. So it has left 9, and here we added 57 plus 7, 64. Okay, now if I go back to the delivery, is a delivery of 7 pieces, picking is done, warehouse order confirmed. Now if I perform the goods issue, the goods issue is successful today. There is no error that we have faced during the goods issue, because the bin, the system is able to find out the bin from the movement type itself. Okay, the movement type 601. Okay, so the movement type 601, the system is able to figure out the 916 where the goods issue will happen, and the corresponding bin number also. So that's why this is successful. The goods issue has been done for 6 out of 64 pieces. 7 pieces will be subtracted now. It is goods issue and loaded on the truck. Again, it is 57. Okay, so that was the resolution of that error. Let me know, guys, if you have any question understanding the concept of storage type, the different parameter which we are testing, or the movement type. Right? Okay, now what next? So we tested destination bin change during the confirmation, returning to the same bin flag. We also discussed the error that we have tested during the goods issue. Now the return storage type. Okay, we saw in our movement type, we have generally the source storage type, which we are using for the good receipt movement 101. The destination storage type, which we are using for 601 movement, which is the goods issue movement. But what about this return? So this return is generally not given in any of the standard movement type, but this return we can use for our requirement. Okay, this is the return one, where the return will be moved. Okay, where the return will be moved. But what returns? Okay, what returns? So that we have to see here. Okay, so let's go back to the storage type. Okay, look at this 904. Okay, so what we are doing here, we are using this storage type 904. This has been given for returns. So any stock that we want to return, okay, or any miscellaneous stock, okay, for the return purpose, we generally keep here 904. Okay, and we can use this 904 as a temporary area for our testing also. Okay, generally we have 999 also as a temporary area for the just to keep the stock for the shorter period. So what I'll do, basically this we can copy 904, okay, and this we can utilize for our testing. Generally 904, the purpose of 904 is the vendor return or the customer return. But we will use this 904 for our testing at the moment. 904. Where we will use this? Again, same place, our movement types. Let's go to the 601. It is again related to your return flag. Returning the stock in, so now we can see here 916. Sorry, let's go to the 916 storage first of all. 916. Here it is, shipping area. Okay, 916. All right, so what I did here, second, is where it is movement type 601, storage type, right? Okay, now again, this is with respect to our return stock to the same storage bin. Okay, so what we can see here in the movement type, we have the return stock, okay, 601. Okay, so what will happen here? So generally why we use the 601? To pick the stock from the rack. Okay, now the picture would have been clear to you guys. We are during the 601, when we trigger, the 916 stock will be moved out and loaded on the truck. Okay, and before that, what we need a transfer order to move the stock from rack to 916. So the picture would have been clear now. If you are moving the stock from 902 to rack, we need a transfer order. We created this transfer order 256 and all. Again, if you wanted to move the stock from high rack to the 916, we again need a transfer order. Okay. To make the entry of the stock in 902, we need a movement type 101. To remove the stock from 916 shipping area, we need a movement type 601. Okay, this is clear now. And this one thing is also to clear to you guys that the quant is undividable. So whatever we are picking from the rack, the balance quantity will be again coming back to the rack because of that return flag. Okay, and if you are not if you are not putting the return flag, then nothing will be returned back to the rack. So whatever the quant will be allocated to the pick demand, all the quant, the entire full quantity, no balance will be returned back to the rack. The full quantity will be moving to the goods issue 916. Okay, all right, because of this destination bin here. But other than that, if you want to use this return to be happening in this 904, okay, return to be performed in another bin 904. Okay, so how it will work? 904, and I'll just keep here return bin. So what this movement will do now? Okay, 601 anyhow, to pick the stock from your 916 shipping area. But while picking, your transfer order basically. So when you have your transfer order created from this rack, if I remove this flag of return to the same rack, same bin again, what will happen to the quant? In spite of moving this quantity to the 916, the quantity will move to the 904 okay, the return bin. Then the quantity will move to the return bins. All right, so that is the use of this return storage type here. This return storage type. Right, clear? Let me know guys if you have any questions. Yeah, okay, let's do one round of testing here. Okay, what I did for the movement type 601, I just keep it like this. Okay, return to 904 in place of 916. Okay, and we'll go to the rack 001 because in case of in rack 001, the return flag is on. That return to the same rack. After picking, the quant should move to the same rack. So I'll just remove this flag again, and we know if we remove the flag, the quant will not move back to the rack number 001. The balance quantity will not move back to the same bin in the rack 001. Rather than it will move to the 916. But in 916, if we also add our return 904, then what will be the results? So that we'll have a look now. Okay, so let's create one more picking request from this 001. Okay, we have only 9 pieces left. So let's use only 3 pieces. Okay, let's create a sales order. Let's create a sales order of 2 pieces only. We don't know how much quantity quant will be allocated from the system. Let's have a look. This is done 9081. Let's create a delivery 9081. 2 pieces. Create a transfer order with respect to the delivery. Let's have a look at it now. Withdraw 2 pieces. I think system find the 2 pieces quant. Let's have a look at in the confirmation. Yeah, now you guys can see here what is happening here. So the quant, so if I just double click, it will make the picture more in detail. So we need only 2 pieces. Okay, we need only 2 pieces to be moved to from the rack 001 to 916 shipping staging area. For meeting these 2 pieces of pickup demand, the system has allocated the rack 001 and the bin number 0395.816 having 3 pieces of stock. So this 3 pieces of the stock is locked now. So this entire quant 816 is locked now. Okay, for the pickup demand 2 pieces. And this time I have already removed the return flag from this rack 001. The balance quantity will not come back to the storage bin. So you guys can see here in the back, return back. So the return back is not happening in the same rack 001. It is not coming back to the same storage, the balance quantity of 1 pieces. Rather than the balance quantity is coming to the return bin 904, which we have added to 601 movement type. Okay, so that is the function, that is the usage of having this return storage type in your movement type. We discussed the source, we discussed the destination, there was a return storage type also. The return storage type is used for this purpose. Okay, anything after the picking, anything which is balanced out, balanced quant, so that will be moved to this bin. And if it is moving to the another bin, not to the same bin, the quant number will change. So for this balance quantity 1 pieces, the quant number will be changed. Okay, let me know guys if you have any questions. Okay, well, let's confirm internally. Before confirming, let's have a look at the stock also. So the stock is already 6 pieces is already under Putaway. Okay, and this is already in the pick quantity. From the it was a 9, the 3 is already added in the pick quantity. So these 3 pieces will be added in the 916, and 904 will be added with the 1 piece. So that we'll have a look when we confirm. So just confirm and save. So let's see 904, 1 piece. The balance is coming to 904. 916 is added with 2 pieces. It was 57, it turned off 59, and 904 is the balance, and 3 pick 3, it was a 9. The 3 pieces have been picked from the rack.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What document is generated when goods are received from a vendor in SAP Warehouse Management? Option A, transfer order. Option B, delivery note. Option C, goods receipt document. Option D, purchase order. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at moving and storing goods? Our SAP LEWM course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP LE and WM. It's like a smart system for tracking goods, storing them correctly, and shipping them on time. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP LE-WM Pro? Sign up in our page now, and for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So what happened? The 3 pieces picked from the high rack storage 001. The balance is 6. Okay, 2 pieces was my pickup demand. So that picked quantity we have kept already in the shipping area. It made our sum from 57 to 59, and the balance 1 quantity is added to the return. Okay, all right. So this was the use of this return storage type. Okay, the return storage type in your movement type. Okay, return storage type 601. Okay, the return storage type. All right. Now what will be the business scenario? In what business scenario we would be using all this? So we will be using this return scenario because why we need this miscellaneous. So it is not only always a return we have to use. We can create our own storage type also. Okay. So in what scenario we generally use this return storage type here? We generally use the return storage type for the scenario where we have the rack. Okay. We have the racks, right? Suppose we have 2 or 3 racks. Okay. And the goods are being picked from this rack number 001, rack number 002, and the rack number 003. The goods are stored here in the boxes, full boxes. Here we have the cartons, and here we have the pallet. Okay. So whenever we need, we get a demand of picking the quantity. So the one box is having 10 pieces. Okay. And if we get a pickup demand of, let's say, 18 pieces, so what will happen? So system will generally allocate 2 boxes here. So the quant will be allocated for the 2 boxes. 2 quant, 2 boxes. Okay, so in that case, the balance, because 2 boxes, how much? 20 pieces. 2 boxes, how much? 2 boxes equivalent to 20 pieces. Okay, so how the picking will happen? Picking will be happening for the 20 pieces and the 2 box will be picked. Okay, now the pickup need was only for, so this is coming from the delivery, outbound delivery. Outbound delivery is required the picking only for 19 pieces. So the balance 1 piece, okay, the balance 1 piece, okay, the balance 1 piece, we cannot keep this loose because it's a loose material. So this loose quantity or the loose material of 1 piece, we cannot place back on this box or in the carton here the pallet, because this rack will allow the storage unit. There's a fixed storage unit that this rack will allow only box, no loose material. This box will allow storage unit carton. This box will allow storage unit type pallet. There is a storage unit check activated for each rack. So if the storage unit type check is activated, so storage unit type, box, carton and the pallet for the respective racks will be checked by the system. So that's why while placing this 1 piece of loose piece in the same rack is not possible now. Because if the system will try, if we try to do this, then what will happen? The system will create 1 carton or box and it will create 1 piece, the box of 1 piece. And the business doesn't want that. If there is a loose material, so the business has created 1 more area. Okay. So this area we can keep as a miscellaneous area just to keep the loose pieces. We generally don't say as a return one, because return has a different concept. It's a return to customer or the return from the customer or the return to the vendor. But so this RET, which is being kept here, do not consider this as a vendor returns or the customer returns. It's a pickup from the rack and whatever the loose quantity, where the loose quantity will be returned. So generally, if we enable this rack for coming and returning the stock to the same rack, then the loose material will be kept on the rack. But if the business say, no, we do not want to have the loose material, we want always a box, carton or the pallet for the respective racks. So in that case, loose material cannot be written back. So in that scenario, we have to remove that flag, the return flag in our rack. Okay, that return flag, return to the same bin. So this is what I did in this testing also. I removed this return flag, return stock to the same bin. In that case, my rack, okay, 001, the loose material cannot be placed back on the same rack. As per the business advice, the loose material should go to this loose material space that we have created. So this 1 piece should come here. Okay, this should add here. This 1 piece should add here. So this loose space, what I created as a 904. I took the 904. But while creating the warehouse, we can create anything Z04 or something. We can copy 904 and we can create this Z04 as a space for the loose material. Okay. And as I said, do not consider this space as the return stock. It is not actually the return stock from the customer or the return stock to the vendor. Okay. 601. So don't go with the definition of this return word. This return is the balance quantity of the quant basically. This return is the balance quantity of the quant, because the full quant is allocated where the balance quantity will be returned. So that is the definition of this return. It is not a vendor or the customer return. Whatever the pick quantity from the quant, the balance quantity of the quant where it will be returned. Okay. So if that flag in the rack is, if the business allow the loose material to be placed on the rack, so in that case, we simply enable the flag for this rack, return the stock to the same bin. In that case, the same bin, the balance quantity will be returned back, the loose quantity also. But if the loose quantity is not allowed on the rack, in that case, we have to give the solution that we create 1 more place in the warehouse, 1 more space in the warehouse. We will pick the box, the entire quant will be allocated, and the balance quantity of that quant, the loose material, will not be placed back to the rack, rather than we'll keep on another place. And that another place is another storage type that we have to create. That could be a bulk storage, or we can create as a rack, high rack. That is as per the business call. But this particular space we create as a Z storage type, we can copy of 001 or 904. We can copy this. Okay, we can copy the 904 and we can assign that here with the 601. We assign that the Z04, which will be a copy of 904, we'll assign here. So this will be a miscellaneous place or a kind of an interim area to keep the loose material, and from there this loose material will be picked, and again it will go to the packaging packaging workstation. So whatever the loose material etc will be there, once it will be again gathered, collected, sorted, tested, and again the package will be formed for 1111 pieces, 10 pieces, one box will be created by in the packaging station in the warehouse. Okay, so that is the whole purpose of having and giving this another one more storage type here. So, and actually they have kept this name something confusing here, returns. It should not be returns. They should keep it something balance. Okay, the quant balance. Okay, the balance quantity from the quant. Okay, let me know guys if you have any question, understanding that what is the use of this. They call it as a return storage type here. Okay, and it will be used only for your 601 or goods issue related movement only, which is the picking, the one with the picking, which will be the picking from the rack. Only there we'll be using this, not for the good reset. Okay, all right, fine guys. Let me know if you have any questions further. So return storage type is also created. We also discussed. Now we will discuss about the cancellation and the return stereo. Okay, before that, let's have a quick knowledge check. Okay, so as I told you guys, storage unit type check, where we can customize the storage unit type check. Which parameter in your SPRO configuration I can activate the storage unit type check? Anyone? Storage unit type check, where we can activate?
In storage type configuration.
In the storage type, yes. In the storage type level, we can activate the storage unit type check here. In the storage type level, here we can activate the storage unit type check, that what all packaging for the boxes, carton, pallet are allowed to be placed on the rack. This is what the storage unit type check is, right? Now, the next question is the dynamic bin, where we see the setting for the dynamic bin, where we can activate the setting for creating the dynamic bin. Good receipt or goods issue dynamic bin. Anyone? Where we can activate the dynamic bin feature?
Movement type.
Movement type, exactly. If we just go to the movement type, if we look at this, so here we have this dynamic bin. Here also you guys can see I have removed the dynamic bin flag and I have added the bin. So if we are using the one fixed bin, you add the bin. Otherwise, dynamic bin we have to activate. Okay, so this dynamic bin we activate in the movement type. The next that we are going to discuss is the GR cancellation. Okay, we discussed already. And when we perform the good receipt, when there is an inbound truck, okay, when there is an inbound truck at the warehouse door, okay, when there is an inbound truck at the door, right? There's an inbound truck at the door in the warehouse. We perform the GR, and GR will make the stock entry in 902. Okay, so if the GR has been done for, let's say, 100 pieces, but we come to know that during the transit there was a damage of 10 pieces, and the GR supposed to do for the 90 pieces. So in that case, the stock is already moved to the 902 GR area by performing the GR of 100 pieces. But if you wanted to make a correction, then in that case, we have to reverse or cancel the GR. We have to cancel the GR and we have to perform the GR again for the correct quantity. Okay, now we know the GR movement type is 101. And what is the GR cancellation movement type? Anyone? What is the GR cancellation movement type?
102.
102. Okay. So in that case, if we perform the GR cancellation, there will be a 102. 102 like IM and WM. If we are triggering 102 here, then what will be the corresponding movement type in WM? Whether it is 102 or it is different. So for that, let's have a look at in the SPRO configuration, where we have to go in the interfaces, inventory management, movement type, LE and WM interface to inventory management. We can check here. If we will trigger 102 for B is the purchase order, F is the production order, and we do not have any special indicator, we do not have any special stock, nothing. It will be all the indicator, all the column other than this, B will be blank. So for 102 in the inventory management, we do have the corresponding 102 in WM also. So 102, we do have a WM also. So let's have a look at the WM 102, where we have the definition of this 102 WM movement type in activities. Under transfer, define movement type. So here we define the WM movement type 102. Okay, 102 cancellation GR for the purchase order. Okay, and what we can see here, the dynamic bin. So here also we should cancel this dynamic bin, and we should have our fixed bin for the 902. What is that? WE zone. Because now we have stopped accepting the goods in the dynamic bin in 902. We already have stopped the dynamic bin. Okay, we have deactivated the dynamic bin flag in 101 movement type. So the same thing we have to do in the 102 also, because we are receiving the goods in a particular bin in GR staging area 902, and the same bin W zone in the GR staging area 902, we had to do the reversal also, right? It is not something that we are receiving the goods in the W zone bin in 902, but we are doing the reversal from the dynamic bin. That is not possible. Okay. So whatever the setting we'll make in movement type 101 for this dynamic bin, the same setting has to be there in the 102 also. If the dynamic bin is activated, so we should keep activated in both 101 and 102. If it is deactivated in 101, so the same should be in the 102 also. We should not activate dynamic bin here 102. Same setting should be there in 102 also. So let's perform one data. Okay, let's create a purchase order, do the GR, then we will reverse that GR. Okay, let's say 100 quantity. Okay, let's save this. Let's create the purchase order 19842 and perform the MIGO 19842. Okay, all right. Now check OK, store location 001. It's a WM tab from the check and do the posting. So once we do the GR, we know the movement type 101 has been triggered and the stock will be received in 902 GR staging area. So let's go and have a look in the stock. Let's do the refresh. And now we can see the stock has been received in 902 GR staging area in the bin zone. Now for the same GR 1859, we'll do the display 1859 is the one. And now for the same bin, for the same stock, we'll perform the cancellation also. Right? There is a cancellation. Okay, there is a cancellation, and cancellation is triggered by movement type 102. We can see here movement type is 102. This is the IM movement type. This is the IM inventory management movement type 102, and the corresponding WM is here. Once WM tab is there, the moment I post it, the WM detail will appear. All the WM movement type, GR staging area from where the reversal has happened. Okay, click OK, perform check and do the posting. Okay, and then display this 1860, the cancellation document, and we will see the WM detail. Movement type 102, and we already have seen in the movement type 102, the relevant is 902. Okay, the relevant staging area from where the stock will be deducted will be moved out is 902. So if you see here, the difference between 101 and 102, 101, 902 has been kept in the source because the stock entry will be moved. The stock entry will be done in the 902. Okay, 902 W zone bin GR staging area, the stock will be entered. So that's why it is kept in the source. Whereas if you look at the 102, it has been kept in the destination. 902 has been kept in the destination because stock will be deducted from the GR staging area 902 now. So it means whenever we receive the stock in the warehouse, then that staging area we maintain in the source. And whenever we wanted to deduct the stock from the warehouse, we want to reduce the inventory, the stock exit from the warehouse, then we have to maintain that staging area in 902. Even you must have seen 916 is also maintained in the destination place only. Okay, right? Fine. Let me know, guys, if you have any question. Now, if we just come here, 902 stock is already moved out because of the movement type 102. Okay, the stock is been deducted from 902 staging area. So if we just refresh, you can see here 902 is disappeared now. And if you look at the good receipt document, it is a 102. So your good receipt, the cancellation also trigger a TR number. Because of this TR number only, the stock make an entry for 101 movement type, because of this TR number only, the stock will be deducted. Okay, the stock will be deducted from the GR staging area using the movement type 102. Okay, so this TR number is responsible for that. All right. Okay, fine. So that was a cancellation, GR cancellation. The next is the return PO. Okay, the return PO. Now it's a return process. It is not a cancellation. It's a return process. Now the return process is the inbound truck. Okay, there's an inbound truck. The inbound truck and the good receipt has been done by creating the transfer requirement. The good receipt has been done by creating the transfer requirement, TREQ. Okay, that transfer requirement will make an entry of the stock in the GR area. And after that, referencing this transfer requirement, the transfer order will be created and the stock move from 902 GR area to high rack within the warehouse using the transfer order, right? When we confirm the transfer order. Okay. Now, at the same time, if you wanted to create a return process, okay, return process to the vendor, we find out that out of the 100 pieces we kept at the rack. Okay, we are keeping the 100 pieces at the rack. Out of the 100 pieces, let's say it will go to one more, which is a quality inspection. There is a quality inspection here, happening here. QA. It's a QA, quality assurance. Okay. It's a QA, the quality assurance. So this quality assurance has figured out that out of this 100 pieces received, okay, 20 pieces are damaged. And we want to return these 20 pieces. Okay. So how that return will happen? That return will be happen with return purchase order. Okay, return purchase order. And what will be the movement type? Does anyone know? Return PO process. The movement type for the return PO, return purchase order. The movement type of your return purchase order, return to the vendors. It is also called the vendor returns. Return
Is
PO.
it 561? I think for customer.
No, 561 is a GR, direct GR in this. Okay, direct stock entry. Okay, vendor returns.
21.
It was 541.
21.
No. The vendor returns using the. So I just come here and show you guys the vendor returns. Now this one is in the WM. I have to show you the IM, inventory management. I'm asking the inventory management. Okay. So you guys can see here 161. Okay. This is called the vendor returns. Vendor returns. It is not a GR cancellation. It is a vendor returns. It's a returns process. Okay. So as I said, 100 pieces received in the warehouse, quality assurance done in the warehouse, and 20 pieces we want to return to the vendor. For that, we have to create a return purchase order and we have to perform the good receipt of the return stock. So that good receipt that will do for the return, it is a return stock. Okay, so the stock will move out. Okay, when we say the good receipt, it is not the return stock we are receiving in the warehouse because the GR has to be done for the return purchase order. It is actually an issue. Okay, it's an issue. The stock will be issued out of the warehouse. And the movement is 161 will be triggered in the system. Okay, it is IM. For this 161 in the inventory management. Okay, because we have just seen 102 has been linked with 102 in the warehouse management also. All right. Now for the 161 movement in the IM, you know, right? IM is an inventory management, which is a part of material management, MM module only. Now for this 161 movement in the IM, what is the WM movement type? So that we'll have a look. Excuse me. So we have to go to the interfaces, close this activities. Let's go to the interfaces and in interfaces movement type. The second one, LEWM interface to the inventory management, IM. And we have to find out here the movement type 161. So this is the one, 161 and B. Only 161 and B. That's it. So this 161 in the IM, okay. And 161 in the IM has been mapped to 601. As I said, 161 is a movement type which will be returning the stock to the vendor. So the stock will move out of the warehouse to the vendor. So actually it's an issue. But that issue, 161, we have not created any WM movement type. WM is just using the customer one, 601 only to issue the stock from the warehouse. And 601 will be deducted the stock from which staging area? Anyone? 601 movement will deduct the stock from which staging area number? What is the staging area number? For deducting, for issuing the stock for 601 movement type, it is 916. Exactly. We have done several times, right? This 916, 601, you guys can see here, 601. We are issuing the stock to the customer, 916. So the same 601 is being used in the WM for the vendor return also. Because for the warehouse is not nowhere related to the finance. Okay, so there is no financial entries for the warehouse. So the warehouse movement type is nowhere posting to the finance or to the material management, because in MM, you know, right? In the IM, inventory management in MM, whenever you do any movement type, then that movement will impact the stock entry in the MM, and one entry will go to the finance to update the finance. The WM movement type doesn't have that same role. WM movement type is just a tracking number to receive the stock in the staging area and to ship the stock from the staging area. To receive the stock or to issue the stock from the staging area, WM use this movement type for the tracking number. Otherwise, WM movement type has no update on the finance. So that's why WM can use the same 601 to issue the stock, whether it's to the customer, whether it's a return stock to the vendor. So WM is using 601, whereas MM is not using 601. For MM inventory management, 601 is linked to the customer issue. So the finance will be updated with the account receivable, and 161 is vendor returns. So in that case of vendor returns, vendor will be issued the credit. So vendor has to pay to the company, refund. Vendor has to refund to the company. So that's why in the inventory management, we have two different movement for issuing the stock to the customer or issuing the returns to the vendor, 161. But as I said, WM doesn't have two different movement for issuing to the customer or to issue to the vendor, return stock issue to the vendor. It is using the same 601. So 601 here I have mentioned 601 issuing the stock to the customer. At the same time, I can mention one more definition of 601. Okay, here 601 is also issue return stock to vendor. So both 601 definition holds valid in case of WM. Okay, in case of WM. So this is very important. Okay, this one is very important. Okay, this one is very important. 601 return stock to the vendor. Same 601 issuing stock issue to the customer. Okay, issue to the customer. All right, and issue to the vendor also. Clear? Fine, guys. Let me know if you have any questions. All right, but this is a WM 601. It is not a IM 601. Or IM returning. It's a issuing return stock to the vendor. We use a 161 movement type, and issuing the stock to the customer, we use 601 movement type. Any question, guys? Please let me know. This is very important concept. Okay, this is very important concept. Okay, all right. So in the IM, for every movement, every task, we have a separate movement type created because they have the financial impact. In WM, there is no financial impact, so we can reuse same movement type for the same purpose, just issue. In the WM, it's just a stock movement. That's it. There is no financial impact. Okay, so we have observed here that 161 is not mapped to the 161 here. There is no 161 movement type in the WM. It is only 601 to issue the stock from 916. Oh, so for WM, it doesn't matter whether this stock is going to the vendor, whether it's going to the customer, whether it's going to the production factory. Okay, for the warehouse, it makes sense that this stock should be shipped from where. If it is being shipped from 916, then we are going to use the same movement 601 only. That's it. Okay, whether it is going to the customer or whether it's a return stock to the vendor. Let me know. So this is very important with respect to your return purchase order, right? So your return purchase order movement type is 161 in IM, and in MN, it is same 601, and the stock will be deducted from the 916 shipping staging area. Okay, goods issue staging area. We call it as a shipping staging area or the goods issue staging area, 916. So let's have a look at the situation. 916 is 59. So let's go and create one purchase order, return purchase order to the vendor. We just now received how much stock. Okay, so let's suppose we already have the stock in 916, which is for the customer return. So let's see, let's create a purchase order for vendor returns. We want to return 2 pieces to the vendor. They are damaged 2 pieces. Okay, they are the damaged 2 pieces that we want to return back to the vendor. Now I'm just creating same way how we have created our normal standard purchase order. Same way I am creating the return purchase order also. Or does anyone know? Anyone from out of you guys who know what is the difference between the standard purchase order and the return purchase order? There is only one single difference. Anyone?
We will flag that
Written
Exactly.
checkbox in the
Yeah.
item. Yeah.
There is a return PO flag, right?
And do we link this PO, written PO to the original PO? Like, is there any to link this?
Yeah, if you want to link, okay, then that can be done with respect to your return delivery. Okay, return delivery. So there are 2 ways, right? For the vendor returns, we go via return delivery or return purchase order. Okay. So if you want to link it, then we can go with the return delivery data. Okay.
How can we create that return delivery?
Return delivery. So for your return delivery, generally in your purchase order, first of all, there are some basic customization also we have to do. Okay. So let me just remove this flag. First of all, return PO. Now we see here, we have to activate our inbound delivery shipping notification 004. 1 second. Is the options here? 1 second. There was a setting options. It's gone here, I think. No, right from now. No, not this one. Let's say no. So basically here we have our standard shipping notification 004, 0004. Okay, that shipping notification 004, first of all, we keep here. Until unless we select this confirmation control, the system will not allow you to create inbound delivery. Whether it's an inbound delivery or return delivery, both will be controlled with this confirmation control only. If you do not want to use this inbound delivery, then you have to keep this blank. So what we are doing, whatever the purchase order we have created so far, we have done without inbound delivery. So in all of our purchase order, this field was blank. Okay. Now this is the first thing. Other than that, for the return delivery in Now this one is more of relevant for the Okay. In the material management, in the purchasing, here you have confirmation. Okay. Setup confirmation control. Okay. 0004 shipping notification. This is the one. Okay. Now, if you look at here, then shipping notification, inbound delivery relevant. We have to first of all mark it inbound delivery relevant. So there are I'm telling you some certain configuration here. Okay. This flag we have to enable 0004. And we have to also enable here the quantity difference parameter. So why? So the inbound delivery could be partial inbound delivery also, right? The return stock, suppose 100 we done the GR and we wanted to return only 20 pieces. So this quantity difference parameter also we have to define. So these are certain configuration 0004. So now this one is okay. LS shipping notification. This is the quantity difference parameter. Yeah. So this one we have to set quantity difference profile. Okay. I'll just set it up that 001. Okay. Here you select return delivery. Okay. And via delivery and then save it. Now this is certain configuration which I'm telling you guys, which we have to activate until unless we have this quantity difference assigned to our confirmation control. That says 004. Here you have to assign this 04 quantity difference parameter. Now save this. Now if you go to your purchase order, okay. Now I will just create a purchase order. As of now, I'm just creating a purchase order with return delivery just to show you guys. Okay. This is my shipping notification 0004. I'm just looking for one option where the visualization setting. So I could have see that abbreviation also at the front. That abbreviations, we have one setting of the options. Not able to locate that. This is the one options.
Options, here. Visualization.
Yeah. Right. I got it. Yeah.
Yeah. Here showcase. Yes.
Yeah. So this was actually here in the setting. This icon was looking for this. All right. Now if I just give the drop down, this is the one 0004 which I have done my configuration. And we just select this and just save. Now you do not have to do any return PO flag and all. Nothing I have done. Okay. And you come to PL 31N, I think it is 31N only. Let me see for the return delivery. Okay. Okay. So this delivery which I have created, this one is story location. Let me see 0001. Okay. All right. So this delivery, let me look at the item category, what it is taking. ELN. It is a standard delivery it has created, ELN. Okay, so first we have to process the good receipt using this delivery. Okay, and then with the same purchase order, we can trigger the return delivery also. Okay, and the return delivery T code is not this VL31. Return delivery T code is, I think it is VL51 or something. All right. So first of all, so what is the process? What is the step-by-step process? What I did, first of all, I did some SPRO configuration changes. So this is the process. First, we will create a purchase order. Okay. In that purchase order, we will perform the inbound delivery. And from the inbound delivery only, we perform the good reset. Okay. Now, if you wanted to create a return delivery, so with respect to the same purchase order number, okay, we will refer the same purchase order and we will create a return delivery, and with this return delivery we will post a goods issue, or it's a reversal of GR. It's a goods issue actually. Okay, here we'll be linking the return delivery and the inbound delivery. Both will be the reference to the same purchase order. Okay, and for that your item category will be RLN. So that is also one of the space of configuration. If we just look at this VOV7, so the item category, it is taking ELN, there will be RLN or RLNN something. This is the one, return delivery. You see, RLN. So this RLN, okay, will be your return delivery. Okay, but as I said, this will be, so what I did some basic configuration just to set up this inbound delivery or activating for your return delivery. Okay, based on this quantity difference profile. All right, but I have to check this whether this RLN has been configured or not for your purchase order setup or not. So that we have to check, that we have to see. Okay, maybe in the next session I can show you guys the end-to-end with return delivery scenario also. But as of now, we can just try if it will happen or not. Let's create a inbound delivery now where it has gone shipping notification. Okay, and shipping notification, I'll just save it. Inbound delivery is saved. So this is the step number 1, the process number 1. This is the process number 1. The second process is yet to start because we have done the PO, inbound delivery, and the good receipt. So let's do the good receipt also for this inbound delivery. So this inbound delivery is created. Now in this inbound delivery, we have something, the stock placement. There we had the picking tab, right? In your SD delivery, we have the picking tab. Here we have the stock placement tab. Okay. There we have the pick quantity. Here we have the put away quantity. So your delivery quantity and the put away quantity should match. Again, here we'll be also following the same step. We'll be creating a transfer order because it is with respect to the warehouse number, right? It is with respect to the warehouse number. So we'll follow the same step. The step that we used to do the picking with reference to the transfer order. The same step we'll do to do the stock placement also with respect to the transfer order. Okay, let's create a transfer order with respect to inbound delivery now. This transfer order is not being created with any transfer requirement. Okay, this will go to the 902, but with respect to the delivery, inbound delivery number. Okay, as we know, the transfer order can be created with respect to the transfer requirement or the delivery number. So in this case, we have the delivery. Okay, give me just one moment, guys. All right, let's continue. So give the storage unit type because so unit type check is activated. Okay. Let's save this. Transfer order has been created and confirm this transfer order. So in this confirming the transfer order, what is happening? The stock is being moved to 902 good receipt zone. Okay, let's move to the good receipt zone. All right, yeah. So the same way what we did using the GR, we are doing the inbound delivery. The only difference is in case of GR, we have the transfer requirement number generated and we are using the reference of transfer requirement to move the stock from 902 to the high rack. But here we are using the inbound delivery number, and that inbound delivery, when we do the GR, then the stock will move to the 902. And after the GR, the next step is to move the stock from 902 to the high rack. For that, we are using the transfer order. So this transfer order is to move the stock from 902 to 001 high rack. Okay, so let's confirm. Let's save this. The transfer order is confirmed. We just look at the stock situation was 6. Stock is updated by 2. Okay. And your 902 has some -2 reservation. What is this -2 reservation? So this -2 reservation because our inbound delivery, because we have done using the inbound delivery, right? So let's go and have a look at the inbound delivery. PL32N. This is our inbound delivery. why the system has created this -2? The stock has been moved from 902 to 8. 902 to 8. So this -2 reservation is for the GR because this inbound delivery has not done the GR yet. Okay. This inbound delivery, we have not done the GR yet. We have placed the stock. We have placed the stock using the transfer order, and we have placed the stock in the high rack also. But the goods actually has not been received in the 902 area, because for that we have to perform the GR, and the GR has not been done yet. So this entire process is happening based on the reservation. Okay. So our transfer order will move the stock from 902 to high rack by generating a negative reservation in the 902 area. And this negative reservation will be consumed or will be balanced when we do the good receipt, because we know at the time of good receipt only the goods will move to the 902. But in case of delivery, the good receipt will be done later after confirming the transfer order. Okay, so the put away has been done, put away is confirmed, transfer order is confirmed. Now we perform the good receipt. Now we have done the good receipt, and now if we just refresh, this -2 reservation will be consumed. You can see the 902, that stock, that is a virtual stock that is being consumed now. Okay, it is balanced now, that -2. All right. So this is the process of inbound delivery. Okay. To accept the goods or to receive the goods in the warehouse. Now the next step is the return delivery. Okay, how to create the return delivery? So for that we have another T code. I think it's a VL51N. That is different. And it's a VL01N only. Okay, so without order reference, in just one moment, I think it is, forgot the T code, the return delivery T code. In just one moment, let me have a look. So it was a T code to return delivery. When return delivery, and even the movement type is also different here, because for the return PO, we just saw the movement type is 161. Okay, the 161 we have seen here. The movement type is 161 in case of return PO. Return PO vendor returns, the movement type is 161. Okay, but in case of return delivery, the vendor returns using the return delivery, the movement type is 122. Okay, 122. Okay, so the T code is, it is showing here, the T code is VL10B. Yeah, that is the same T code that we use to create the STO delivery also. STO VL10B. So when we come to this VL10B, okay, the purchasing document number, we have to give our purchase order number, and we can see in the confirmation, this is our inbound delivery number is updated. In the confirmation, in the same purchase order, we have done the inbound delivery. So our inbound delivery number is added here. Again, the shipping notification 004, this inbound delivery number is updated. Okay, I just simply copy and try to generate this delivery. No, it is not accepting. With this thing, I have
the correct code.
Sorry?
MBRL.
MBRL?
Yes.
BRL. Okay, MBRL.
This is
reason. Yeah. So I have to give the material document number. It is asking 2025 delivery note.
GR document number.
Create delivery. This one I'm seeing for the first time. MBRL 122. Reason for the movement. Let's say the poor quality. Vendor number I can give here. The PO vendor number is the same GR number 1860. I think. 1 second. For this inbound delivery, the good receipt number 1861. Okay, 1861. Let's see. Enter return delivery. But this seems like a direct posting. It is directly creating a material document number, and it is creating a return. This is my inbound delivery. It is showing 122. It is fine, which is my return stock movement type in IM. But shall I adopt plus detail? Okay. Let's go ahead and press save. Data for clearing a delivery is incomplete. A customer. It need a customer. Yeah, as we know, because it's based on the return delivery, So our plant that we are using 3800, this plant also should have a customer number associated. It is the same thing. What we do for the STO also, right? The same configuration we required in the MM. And moreover, guys, this is more of a MM thing that we are discussing now, because I know warehouse management, we need a little bit SD, and we also need a little bit knowledge of MM. Okay, a little bit for the production and the quality management also. Okay, so where this customer is missing in the plant level. Okay, in the shipping data for the plant, our plant is 3800. Okay, and here I can see the customer number is already there, 38,000. Okay, in this customer number, it's whether it will give the customer number. Let's see, it will not give anything. What's the customer number? And you search with the name, Denver Distribution Center, BP number 5273. If we go, so this doesn't have any customer role also. This one is not the one. It is missing the customer role. So the customer number has been assigned here, but this doesn't seem any BP number created for this. Okay, 38,000. So basically there is some configuration required at the vendor master data level also. So if we just look at this purchase order number, if I just go back, there is a vendor. Yeah. So where it is looking for the vendor, it is looking for, there are certain configuration is also required for this. Okay. Configuration in the master data level setting. Okay. So it will take the BP number directly. I have to go in at the table level to find its BP number. This vendor is ME23N Global Cargo Systems. Okay. So this we have to check. So I can navigate from here also. Let me just double click. Oh, okay, sorry. It is okay. It's not a HANA system. Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry. I was confused. I thought it's a HANA system. Okay, that's why I'm looking at the BP number and all. Okay. So this was an ECC. So let's go with XK03 and have a look at it. Because in HANA we have the BP. Under the BP we have the customer and the vendor. That's what I was getting confused here. So look at the purchasing data. Okay. In the purchasing data, there are certain parameters that we have to enable to make it as, you see, we have to enable this flag, return vendor. This is the first setting, and RMA required is optional. We still enable this RMA required, and we do also enter the customer number. Okay. It is a return vendor, and there's one more place where we add the customer number directly. So let's try to save this, whether it will accept it or not. Yeah, here. You see, in HANA, basically, when we go to the HANA, the moment I select this flag, this pop-up will open, this customer and all, everything will open that moment only. But in ECC, while I'm pressing this save button, this pop-up is coming to enter the customer number. So this customer number will be our plant customer number, okay, which is 38,000 something. Okay, this is the one. Okay, this is the one. Okay, it is not accepting, so I have to create another customer number. So this customer number will be for the vendor actually. This customer number will be vendor, because what we are doing, we are creating a return delivery, which will be doing a goods issue to the vendor. So this customer will be, we have to create a vendor as a customer in our system. Then only we'll be able to trigger the return delivery to that vendor. Okay, so these are some of these master data setting and the configuration required. Some of the configuration I did already, like the shipping notification, we have to add the quantity difference profile and the return delivery parameter. This we have done. Other than that, this master data setting for this vendor also we have to do. Unless we do this, we assign this customer number, we will get this error of MRBL and all. But MRBL is one of the T code. But even we do the setting, we go with the VL10B also. VL10B will create your return delivery. Or even if we are trying with the MRBL, okay, so that is also, we are able to trigger MBRL, I think, MBRL. Even if you're going with the MBRL, okay, and we are trying to create a delivery by adopting the detail, okay, we are just trying to save, all right, reason for the moment, work quality, what is happening, data for creating delivery is incomplete. Let's cancel this, 122, okay. So customer, basically, it is looking for the customer detail. Okay, data for creating a delivery is incomplete means there's a master data we have to update. Your vendor has to be a return vendor, which I showed you guys in the vendor master data. Okay, in the purchasing data, we have to first of all enable this return vendor flag. The moment you enable the return vendor flag and try to save, the system will ask you the customer number. Who customer number? It is the vendor only. So vendor has to be created as a customer in the system, and that customer number we have to add along with this flag on. Once we have this setting, then only the system will get this customer number, because of what the system is giving us, and the data is creating delivery is incomplete because of the customer number is missing. So you ship to party where that return delivery. So your return delivery is basically a kind of a SD. It's a SD return delivery only it will create. It will take some of the parameter of your SD. Okay. And that return delivery, if we create, this customer will be shown as a ship to party. Okay. So this settings, maybe in the next session, I'll show you guys. I'll finish this setting and then I'll show you guys. Okay. The end to end. So meanwhile, we'll keep this inbound delivery. So the first phase is done. We have done till, where is that first sequence? Yeah. this is what we have done already. Okay. This one we have done. We have done the purchase order, end mod delivery, and the GR, and the same purchase order. As a reference, we will be creating the return delivery. But for return delivery, the same vendor, we have to create it as a customer in the system. And some of the SPRO configuration we did already, that this particular return delivery 004 confirmation, we have already enabled as a return delivery flag using the quantity confirmation. So maybe in the next session, I'll just repeat it again, and we'll do this data cycle with the return delivery also. Okay, guys. So there are two ways of returning the stock to the vendor. One is return PO. So we'll do the return PO also in the next session. So both the return vendor stock return using the 161 movement type and 122. So 161 we have just discussed that we just enable the return PO flag, and we process the entire cycle. We do the return PO and the good receipt directly. That will trigger the 161. In WM, it will trigger the 601, and 601 is to consume the stock from 916 GR area, year goods issue area. Okay. But if we just come to 122 movement type, and let's have a look. 122 movement type is assigned to what in WM? So that will also have a look. Warehouse management. 161 we have validated already. Okay, we have written also that 161 is mapped to 601. Okay, 161 is mapped to 601. Now the next question is 122. The next that we'll do with reference to the return delivery to the vendor. So 161 is a vendor returns. These both are example of vendor returns. Vendor returns using return PO, and 122 is the movement type vendor returns using return delivery. Okay. 122 will be assigned to what? So that we'll have a look now. Interfaces, inventory management, movement type, interface, and let's have a look at the 122 movement type, whether it has been given in the default one or not, or whether we have to go and set up. That is also a question. We'll have a look at our warehouse number 001, and let's say 101, 201, 202, directly 501. So your 122 movement type has not been provided in the default, okay, in the default warehouse, or not in our standard warehouse. Okay, it is directly 162, 161. So you guys can see here from 102, it is directly jumping to 161. There is no 122 movement in between. But if I want to set up the 122 movement, what I supposed to do? I just supposed to copy this 161. I just take a replica. I just replace this reference movement type 122. But this reference movement type, again, I have to map with the IM movement type. And this M movement indicator will not be purchase order this time. The movement indicator will be with respect to the delivery node L. So it will be L here. And goods issue will be happening from shipping area only. This will be the movement for our return delivery. So this is not available in the standard solution. So I'm maintaining it for our testing. So this 122 also will move the stock, will return the stock to the vendor from 916 shipping area only. Okay, 916 shipping area will return the stock to the vendor. 916 goods issue area only. Just like 161 returning stock to the vendor from 916 goods issue shipping area. For your customer also, we are shipping the stock from 916. For your vendor, return PO is also for your vendor returns. Using the return delivery also will be returning the stock from 660 from 916 only. So that's why 122 also I have mapped to 601. But to make your note, this 122 movement, at least I don't see in this system. Okay, so I don't think that this is available in the standard solution, but we can do this. So that's why I've added this 122 movement with reference to the delivery node L that we are going to process. This will trigger the stock consumption from goods issue shipping area 916 using the movement type 601.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which integration point connects SAP WM with inventory management IM? Option A, storage location. Option B, movement type. Option C, storage type. Option D, material master. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at moving and storing goods? Our SAP LEWM course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP LE and WM. It's like a smart system for tracking goods, storing them correctly, and shipping them on time. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP LE-WM Pro? Sign up in our page now, and for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.